wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness is my old friend. You won't get me in the end. At the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness, my old friend, you won't get me in the end. See you at the end.
What's going on, folks? Will Stewart here with another late night THFC Rants. One. No, we didn't win. 0-1 at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Out of the cup. Lose 3-0 on aggregate to Chelsea. And it was just one of those nights. Things didn't go our way. But, you know, it is what it is. We're Tottenham fans. It's not like it's anything new for us, is it? So, you know, the lineup today, some people had a big problem with it. For me personally, I didn't really have too many complaints. To me, Sunday is a far more important match. I wanted to win today, don't get me wrong, but beating the scum, keeping our undefeated record in the league, for me right now is priority number one. But the link is in the top of the chat. People want to come on, join the show, have their say. It's free to do so. You just click that link that's pinned to the top. Come on the show. Chat with me today about what went down, what happened. The lines are open. So if you do want to call in, now is your chance to do so. Before we start doing that, and before we get to the comments, I do want to say thank you to all of the lovely people. And I still haven't fixed this. Before I do that, I'm going to fix it before I bring it up, just because I know Cody Mack will troll me if I don't. I left out an A. And need to fix that before I put it up. But if you are looking to help support the channel, go ahead and head on over to www.thfcrants.com. Get yourself some merch. If you guys have any suggestions of little meme shirts that I should make, just put one in the comment of this video. The live chat, not so much, but the comments section after the video is down. If you guys want to see anything in there other than what we've got, just let me know and I will put it up. But what a match today. Look, I didn't think VAR robbed us of anything today. You guys may have different opinions, but for me, I didn't think there was any big deal on any of those calls. Players wise, we'll go over that too, and we will do all of that stuff as well. But what did you guys think? And what would you have rather seen today? You know what I mean? The shape of I thought we played at our level. If you really want me to be honest, I thought we played at our level. I didn't think that, welcome to Tottenham Hotspur Football Club without Son Heung-min. I mean, it's harsh. I know, but hey, it is what it is. It is what it is, right? But we did have there were some moments. We had some good moments. We didn't really put any pressure on their keeper, to be honest with you. It could have been a lot more, but where are we going to get that creative force from? Where's it going to come from? I thought Lucas Moura had a good game. I thought Harry Kane looked decent. Giovanni Lo Celso had an absolute mare tonight, and what else can be said? But to thank the people that helped make this show possible, and if you want to help support the channel monetarily or financially, two different things. You've got Patreon members, patreon.com/THFCRants, Mama Coates, Wayne Bonner, Tony Go, Gogama, our Empress of the Rants, the Empress of the Rants, Gogama, AG, Alex Burleton, Bob Spur TV. Get well, Bob. Get well. We miss having you on the show. I miss going on your shows. I know the people in the community out there just miss seeing you all together. And John N. And if you don't want to head on over to patreon.com, you can also join by click that join button down below or click the link in the description of the video and get a YouTube membership. 4-star generals, Aglea Kakaratos. I'm always going to pronounce that last name wrong. We know her as Ellie. She is the 4-star general of the Rants. Captains. We got one captain right now, Mr. Wayne Bonner. Williams Ranger, Sai says, Danny Kiriakou, Tony Go, Scott M. redoing his membership earlier today. Peter Sama just subscribed to the channel 4 minutes ago. Thank you very much, Peter Sama. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for watching the show. Thanks for being in the comments with us. And all of that good stuff. Getting back into the other members, we got Mr. Dave Jones, Tottenham Tantrum Gold. If you haven't subscribed to Tottenham Tantrum Gold, go ahead and do that as well. Great channel if you want to learn about Spurs, learn about the history if you're a newer fan. Great place to go there and get some information, hear some good commentary on that. Yunez, John Langford, David, Chapster 30, over there on the Williams Celts. You got Mr. Matt Hayes, Tottenham Blog. If you need Tottenham transfer news or Tottenham news in general. I can't believe any of you aren't subscribed to Matt Hayes, but if you aren't, make sure you do that as well. The True Sets Free, AMZO as well as another member that we got there. But let's roll through a couple of these comments, man. A ton of compliments already. There's the link right there to join the show. If you want to join the show, click the link. We do have some people popping in the back now, getting set up. We'll bring them in shortly. So guys in the back, hang tight. Hang tight, hang tight. I'm also gonna, before we bring them in, I'm gonna share a little teaser of a video that we did earlier today. Mr. K had his first experience at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and that video is now live. If you haven't watched that video, make sure you go ahead and watch that video, like it, leave a comment for Mr. K and all that good stuff. And let's see here, what's the sauce? We got Celery Agent in the house, Shamu Van Spurs, James Joris, our always good friend, watching almost every single show that we do live. Wall Street Hotspur, Mr. Mark Swift himself. He says, hit that like and subscribe to the channel and get your super chats in too. That's right. Do exactly what Mr. Mark Swift says. Everybody should do what Mark Swift says. He's always on every single show as well. Who else we got in the chat? I'm going to skip over. We got Gogama Nim, Empress of the Rants. She's saying, 안녕하세요, 안녕하세요. Mr. DP is in the house. 300ZX. And make sure if you're in the chat too that you thank everybody, because every single one of you is in the chat is a subscriber to the channel. The subscriber mode is on. Not to force you to subscribe, although we appreciate it if you do. Holy cow, we got Matthew THFC Collins just renewed his membership 44 seconds ago. And welcome back to the crew. We appreciate that as well, Mr. Matthew THFC Collins. Matthew's always been a long supporter of the channel as well. So welcome back. We got Eugene in the house. Eugene, if you want to come on, there's room in the back for you. If you want to jump on the show, we're not full yet. And Aaron Dub is in the house. Deck W, welcome to the show. Let's discuss Conte errors today, please. We should dodge the reality. We shouldn't dodge the reality play. Hey, I never dodge reality. But we'll talk about that later. John Fitzpatrick, welcome to the show. We always enjoy having you in the chat. Who else is here? Alexander Hilton, what's going on, my friend? Mr. K is with us. Maybe Mr. K, if he's feeling up to it later, will come tell us in person how his first experience was today. But without further ado, I'm going to start bringing people in. I'm not going to show you the whole video because I want you to go and watch it if you haven't watched it already. But just a teaser to...
One, two, three, four.
Let's go now.
Wow, we're finally here.
We can win maybe 1-0. We win the game. I agree.
All right, so go and check that video out. Live on the channel, uploaded earlier today. But let's bring in our favorite. Alexander Hilton says that's him somewhere in that crowd. Good deal. If anybody else too, if you are a subscriber to a channel and you want to send me clips of your match day experiences, I will add them. I will edit them together and we can kind of do like a Will Stewart's THFCRants community. You can hit me up, DM me right there on Twitter with your clips. I'll make these little match day vlogs. And if you guys want to do that, you don't have to. But if you want to have yourself, premiered and clipped and uploaded to the channel, go ahead and do that. I got no problem putting those together. It'll be great. So if you want to do that, just DM me right there. But the man who is as cold as ice, as cold as a Canadian winter, the man who never, ever, ever says anything good about anybody but Harry Kane. It is Dietrich. I have to do this, otherwise he'll get mad at me. Kane. What's going on, man?
Yo, bro, man, I actually don't want to talk about this game.
He doesn't want to talk about this game today. But we do have more friends in the back. Stel was on earlier. He dropped out. He's probably having internet connection or he's doing something else. We do have another good friend from the United States of America. Our good friend. He's always up late. Mr. Kyrian. What's going on, my friend?
What's up?
I need to think of a better intro for you, Karen. I feel like I'm leaving you out.
That was a shit intro.
I'm not much for fanfare. It's all good. I like to keep it on the DL,
On the DL. But no, I need to think of something. Think of something a little bit better. I need to get you your own theme song too, because
No,
you know,
for me, can you find a Harry Kane song, please?
a Harry Kane song. Like
Yeah,
you want me like a Harry Kane, like he's one of our own. Like do you want me to
No,
rip that one up?
There's one on iTunes. It's like the title's Harry Kane. He just mentions his name.
Yeah, but is it copyrighted? That's the thing. I'll get
that's
busted if it's
Yeah, that's
copyrighted.
True.
But I don't think fan songs are copyrighted, so I should be able to. I mean, they may be. I don't know.
Hey, Eugene.
I would guess no because a lot of people play them, but I don't know. But fellas, today was
Shit.
a stinker of a match, man. A stinker of a match. And
Can I just have a question for you, both of you? Can we be honest with Conte, like players and Conte?
yeah, you can be honest about content.
He got it wrong.
You need to be careful.
No. I'm not gonna.
You know, I don't think he got it wrong. I think he conceded the match because he realizes that in the long run, for this season, for the position that we're in, and if he wants to have a certain level of quality brought in the summer, we need to get top four. And he realizes the league matches at this point are more important than these second cup tie, in which we were already 2-0 down and simply don't have the quality to, turn it around. I mean, with Son out, this team is, playing with one hand tied behind its back. And I think he ultimately made the right decision, because even if we were to claw back from 2-0 down, that's going to be a hard-fought game in which you may see an injury or two. Why risk injury? Why not just, try and play a respectable game, and not have a crazy scoreline, go out decently, and focus on the league, which is, in the long run, more important to his project here.
Yeah, but we don't even play well in the league. We don't.
Yes, but we're 8 unbeaten in the league.
Yeah, but that's not an excuse. Like, we can't even beat Southampton.
What do you mean, not an excuse? What matters? This is football. What matters? Points on the table.
Yeah, but it's not sustainable.
We're getting the points.
It's not sustainable.
Why isn't it sustainable?
You just struggle against Watford and Southampton. How can you tell me you're going to beat the big guns this Sunday?
Yeah, well, the reason we struggle is because we have a lack of creativity in the attacking third. And the hope is that we bring someone in this month to try and bolster that, try and add to that. We're also getting Gio Lo Celso back from injury, and although there's not a lot of precedent to say that he will be that player, it's going to at least help. It's going to add some depth. And there are games that he's had in the past. I remember after Mourinho took over.
But that's 2 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's rife with injuries. He's a player that we should ultimately be looking to get rid of this summer.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not arguing that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that there's not a potential that he adds some quality in our ability to progress the ball, which he is, better at than Højbjerg or Skip, who have been playing the majority of minutes in midfield lately. So, and Alexander Hilton says right here in the comments, to be fair, Kyrian, we need trophies, and we could have easily gone 2-2 if Galini had a howler and VAR was BS. Well, look, I mean, VAR is BS, and VAR is part of the game. It's something that you have to know that every once in a while it's going to strike. It's already hit us a few times. It took off two goals off the board in that Southampton game. You can't account for that. All you can do is put out the best team to win the game, but I don't think Conte was looking to do that today. I think he was like, we're 2-0 down. It would take us to, we would have to push ourselves to our limits in order to get out of that hole. Is it worth it when we have 3 crucial Premier League games after this game, and we're already missing our biggest attacking threat in Heung-min Son, who has created and scored more goals than anybody else in the team? He is the center point of our entire attack. So I think Conte did what he did to just try and make it a respectable scoreline, and he achieved that. I think the players on the pitch for the lineup we put out today were actually overperforming way beyond their level to even be able to have a game that close with Chelsea. And at some point, it's about respect for the badge, playing in front of home fans, the pressure's there, and also respect for yourself. You don't want to come out in a big game and disappoint like you did in the first one, But ultimately, I don't think Conte was under any impression that we were going to turn it around today. And I don't see why any fan would be either. Honestly, it's just unrealistic.
But just take the chance, like Ajax. Like, it's one game. Like, anything can happen in football. Just take
It's
it.
completely different situation against
But-
Ajax. That was a team that had an incredible run. I mean, we absolutely wiped Borussia Dortmund earlier in the tournament, who were a very strong team. We were playing great in the Champions League. In the league, we were poor, but we were playing great in the Champions League. It's a totally different situation, and we didn't have any major injuries at that point, other than Kane.
Yeah, but
you
that's a
know, and we
major
had-
injury.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know about that, but let's,
It is.
before we get too far deep into the woods, we do have some more people that have joined the show. But for this one, you guys are going to have to help me out here. I need you guys to sing the song with me. Cody just bring himself in. Hello, Canadian guy. Who's opening a beer?
Oh yeah, no, I had to bring in the Jameson for this one. That's how
Jameson.
bad it was.
But you guys need to sing the song with me.
Yeah,
For
I
the
can't
coach, right? So we've got Stelly Ollie. We got? Are you gonna do it, or am I gonna do it by
No,
myself?
there is no way I'm singing that.
Well, my English is pretty
We
tough,
got
anyone
Stelly Ollie. I just don't think you understand. He hates all the stats. He tweets about the rats. We got Stelly Ollie. Stelly Ollie.
Will, did you ever sing for like a pop punk band? Because I feel like you kind of
Yeah.
have the voice for it.
I actually did.
Dang, nailed it. Look
Yeah,
at that.
I did.
Awesome.
And then also two in the back. I'm just gonna hit the button and you guys know exactly who it is. The guy who likes to bring you up. I bring you down, he brings you up. He shows you the love, I show you the hate. Right? He'll bring you into his lounge and he'll make your nether regions tingle. Maury from That Spurs episode. What's up, Maury?
Doing better. Doing better. Man, this team is the life of me, man. This team.
Cody's decided to show his camera today, so I'm gonna give Cody an intro. Give Cody an intro. He's driving in his car while it's minus 28 degrees Celsius with his heater on high, giving us chills on Twitter. Mr. Cody Mac. It's not as fun when you're already in the show, but it is what it is. Boo! Look, are we feeling into hip hop? We're gonna do hip hop night tonight, so I'm gonna throw it on the hip hop playlist, and we'll just let it go for there. So
Nice.
Jacob says, "OMFG." It's Cody's face.
No.
I guess enough of his beard has grown back that he's confident now to come back on stream. It's okay. Cody Mack, they want to know what are you drinking tonight? We heard the pop top.
I am drinking a sparkling water, a vodka. It's a local brewery, Muskoka Brewery. It is peach and black currant.
Peach and black currant, so that's like one of those seltzers.
No, it's literally just like a sparkling water. No sugar, just light vodka.
It's got Deli Ali as his picture.
Oh,
He's got Stelly Alley as his picture.
Stell, if you want, I can Photoshop your face onto that picture.
No.
I'll do it for you. You can have the hair.
We are so fucking shit, man. We are so shit.
Conte got it wrong. I'll say it again.
you know, Stell, you were making some really good points on We Are Tottenham TV today.
It's all lies. It's all lies. Everything's a lie.
A lot of the stuff you said about, you know, the direction, the lack of direction in the club, the lack of an ultimate footballing plan is stuff I've been saying for a long time too. And, you know, I agree that what we should have done after Mourinho, or really after Poch, but, you know, let's say to be generous after Mourinho is bring in an attacking manager who's good at developing youth talent and go the same route and rebuild and focus on our academy. I think the academy should be the primary focus of the entire footballing operation at a club like Spurs. We should be trying to model ourselves after an Ajax or a Borussia Dortmund. If we're not going to be the club that spends lots of money.
Kieran, we've got an academy, right, where they focus on developing the individual player so that the individual player can play in any system for any team under any manager, but they never learn to play a style or way of playing football. So they never learn how to move in a position for a system. Okay? Then we have manager after manager after manager. Poch wants to play possession-based, pressing, attacking. Mourinho wants to play defensive, low block, depend on two brilliant players up front. Ryan Mason hasn't got a clue. AVB was a failed manager who'd never really had a system. Nuno was Mourinho, but worse. Conte's come in, he wants to play free at the back, attacking fullbacks. We've got a director of football that was never really good. He was never really good in Juventus. He did okay. He's come in, and now, you know, it's down to him. And he's made 5 signings in the summer. Then the directors before him, Camoli, Baldini, the scout, Paul Mitchell. There is never, ever, ever a sense of, I do not understand my club. I do not understand.
There's no identity. There's no identity. And this is kind of what I was saying when people were talking about when we brought in Mourinho. Oh, this is, you know, the football. It's not the Tottenham way. It's not, you know, Tottenham style of football. And I mean, I agree that's generally not what the fans want to see. But what is Tottenham football? Because it hasn't been a coherent idea since, you know, Bill Nick and Arthur Rowe. We haven't had a style of play.
You see Man City, that was Tottenham in the 60s, okay?
Yeah.
If you look at a team like...
well, it's Barcelona, right? It's Barcelona-style possession football.
Chelsea before Abramovich came, they used to win... They were building up to Abramovich. They had... They built up the stadium a bit, and they won an FA Cup, a League Cup, a European trophy like a Cup Winners' Cup, or what it was called back then, a UEFA Cup. They won bits. That was Tottenham in the 80s. From the 90s to now, I have no idea what we're about. I sat there today, honestly, man. I sat there today, and I stopped caring. As soon as it went 1-0, everyone in the stadium was like, okay, we're out. And we sat there like idiots for 80 minutes, just trying to get value for money because we paid money to be there. On the 75th minute, about 20,000 fans got up and walked out. And all I heard was Chelsea fans. Tottenham get battered everywhere they go. It's happened again. It's Tottenham Hotspur. I'm sick to death. Yeah. I'm sick to death of going to that stadium and watching a good team play us and their fans just bully us for 90 minutes, man. Honestly, the chairman, he sits there, he hears this, he sees this, he couldn't give a shit because he does nothing about this. If Conte walks,
it's pandemonium.
I swear to
it's
God.
Pandemonium.
I swear
if
to
he
God.
walks.
It's not if you want
I
one.
believe he better move because his house might get burnt out. Like, honestly,
if if we don't remove this chairman, if Conte walks, then the fan base is a disgrace to the fan base is 100% accountable. Because I think Conte's
if he
going to
walks,
I
it
think
has to
Conte's
be
going
the
to
end.
walk.
Can I just
They
say
have
one
to
thing?
find
think he's
any
gonna
way
go.
to get out of it. Yeah, I mean, I don't. If he walks, it's definitely the end. That's complete. There's no way that he could continue to be the chairman of this
Can I
club. I'm not saying Enoch sells, but Daniel Levy has to step down.
Got to jump in there.
Oh yeah. Do you remember what Man U did, like when they stormed inside the stadium, and they got whatever they want, the fans? Do you guys remember last
Yeah,
summer?
but they get whatever they want, man. They got Pogba before that. They got Maguire before that.
Yeah,
They got
but the fact
Wan-Bissaka
they
before
did it,
that.
and now
Nothing
the
changed.
chairman's-
Nothing changed.
Us, we can't even do a proper protest, and you're telling us we're gonna fire like after Conte.
We did, but
No,
we did though.
leave it. It's not
Man
gonna
U
happen.
in the Man U game, that was a proper protest. It
But
got
that's not
Nuno
prot-
fired,
Yeah,
so it worked.
Yeah, but
so
at the end,
they
it's not
can
gonna-
do it.
No, it
You
didn't
know?
work because he didn't get back. What's the point? What's the point? Just keep.
That's not what the that protest
Dietrich's.
was only going to go as far as to get him. It still got him fired and Conte
Yeah,
through the door, which is the biggest concession that this board has made to the fan base since it
Yeah, but-
purchased the club. So like
Yeah,
that's
but
just it. Your viewpoint is just ahistorical, okay, man. That protest did work. It did work, and so it can work again.
It's
And I
like you
think if
want-
Conte walks, it will be so much worse than that Man U game.
He's going to walk. Listen,
Tottenham will
Kieran,
be
he's
the
gonna
new
walk. I can see the
Newcastle.
signs.
Tottenham will be the
I can
new
see the
Newcastle
signs.
if he walks. The stadium will be completely
know-
toxic until something changes with the club.
Do you know what Iggy said to me tonight? Right, I don't know if you know who Iggy is. He's on my channel. He's
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Iggy.
He knows. Okay.
I watch everybody all
He
the
said-
time, so I know everybody.
All right. Cool. I didn't know, so sorry about that. But
No,
Iggy called me up tonight, and he said to me, "Have you seen Antonio's press conference?" I said, "No, I haven't. I'm still because I was dropping off Brian Daigle. I just dropped off Iggy," and he said to me, "When you get home, watch it and tell me what you think." I said, "Iggy, just tell me what you think because you read Conte better than me." And he said to me, "He's been gagged." I said, "What do you mean he's been gagged?" I said, he goes to me, "He is not talking the way he talks. He's been told not to speak. He's just saying what he has to say
Yeah,
by
it's
the club.
obvious.
He,
It's obvious.
He has been. Do you know how alarming that is? Because Iggy goes to me, "This is not Conte. This is Iggy's words. This is not the manager we hired."
But do you remember? Do you remember what
Do you
he
know
said?
how alarming that is, guys? I'm telling you, he's going to walk. This guy
But
is
you
not going to
remember-
be here in the summer. No,
And you know why?
No, but
You know
still,
why?
do you remember what he said? Like,
can't believe this
I'm
shit.
I'm not the manager. I'm only the coach. That's the same word as Poch.
Yeah.
And it's
all the signs are there.
It's
And,
all
and,
there.
and,
He
then,
didn't
and, then,
even-
and then you have people who defend that on Twitter say, but he is the coach because they're blind to see that he said exactly what Poch said. But you have those who are so Levy in that they can't see that. It's like I said in my stream. I even said at the beginning. With Conte, it's like this. You promise him that you are going to be profile A. I'm going to back you in everything that you need to make this team successful. Conte now is in a state of where it's just you can see in his face that he is worried because he's like, what did I get into? This guy, this board lied to me. I would never signed. No, I probably would have waited for United a week later. I would have never signed. And I know what Wall Street Hotspur is saying. What Conte is not he's not a happy camper because the reason is that he is not being fully back the way he expects that he is going to be back. That's just plain and simple. And you can see the signs. He's giving the clues of a person that has been hoodwinked, duped.
But even on the touchline, it's like it's not there anymore.
Dude, there's two things at play. There's two things at play right now. One, a lot of the fan base aren't showing their anger and disgust at what's happening because they're waiting to see what happens by the end of the window, right? That's the kind of fan base we are, you know. Forget the fact we're out the Carabao Cup and we could have bought players that potentially kept us in this competition. Forget the fact we might lose to Arsenal. Forget all that stuff. Let's wait to the end of the window once we're out of everything, because that's the day the transfer window ends. That's the first thing at play. The second thing at play is, I guarantee you, this man has told the board, if you want to be competing with Chelsea, Man City, Liverpool, and you want to win trophies, 50% of this squad has to go, and I need 10 new players of the level
50%?
where I've got 2 in each position. And that is not what the board wanted to hear. And they've shat themselves because they hoped he could come in, improve the current players, maybe buy 2 or 3. And Conte said, no, that's not what I've just seen. 50% of this squad is gone. And by the way, what Mourinho told you, he was right.
Yeah,
that's what's just
you
happened.
mean more,
And now
you mean 75%, not 50, 75.
Well, and
Like,
now,
we
and
don't-
now
Yeah, Dietrich's 50, 60, 70, a lot more than what the board wanted to hear.
Yeah.
The board wanted to hear, 15% need to go. No. And it's all the expensive ones, the expensive players that need to go as well.
well,
the ones you put.
and now with all this,
invested
you hear
heavily
about Levy going to the Bahamas, where we know Joe Lewis is.
He's on
you hear
holiday.
about all-
He's on holiday. He's on
yeah,
holiday.
and all of a sudden there's talk about investment coming from, I believe it was Singapore, but I'm not sure. Somewhere in Asia, Asian investors are looking to come in and buy parts of the shares of the club.
Even US.
I mean, so
Even
yeah,
US.
and American as well. Yeah, so you know, they obviously have investors' interest and stuff like that. All this is coming up now. I think it's because Levy, and if not Levy, you know, maybe Joe Lewis realizes that they cannot continue to support this club as owners on their own.
Oh, they can.
Because
They can.
Well,
choose
they
not to.
cannot.
They choose not
Yeah,
to.
they're not going to. Exactly.
Yeah.
To continue with their business model, they cannot. They can't continue as sole owners of the club with and continue to carry out the business model that they have set. They have to bring in outside investment. Because and you know, maybe that will be eventually what saves us, but will it come in time to keep Conte from walking? That's the question. And obviously,
But how does outside investment work? If I sell 20% of my company to you, and you give me £200 million for a 20% equity stake in shares, right? I'm going to take that 200 million and buy players with it. I'm going to pocket that money because I've built up this business and I'm cashing in on my business. So why am I going to put that back into players? I don't buy this story. I do not buy this story about external investment. To me, this is the newspapers and the media just running with something because they know there's 100 million Spurs fans around the world that are going to click on the story, read it, talk about it, and it doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make sense to me. External investment.
There's absolutely
to buy
no
players.
guarantee that. Yeah, there's absolutely no guarantee that money goes into players. But I'm just saying it's interesting that these stories are coming out at this time, with all that's happening, you know, with Conte and his press conferences, and what's happening with the lack of news in the transfer market. You know, at the same time, Levy has gone to the Bahamas, and now we're hearing stories of an outside investment. It's just strange that all of this is coinciding at the same time, and it's really hard to. It drives you crazy as a Spurs fan because it's really difficult to know what stories in the media to take seriously and what could possibly be like a Levy Enoch psyop to convince the fans that there's hope when there is none.
But
You know, that's
sitting there tonight.
It's difficult to see.
Sitting there tonight was absolute dog shit. Honestly,
I bet.
I wish I never bought the ticket. And this North London derby coming up, if we see a performance like that again, it's going to be fucking horrible. Because I cannot go to this club anymore and have another season of this. It just keeps happening again and again. Honeymoon period's over. Conte honeymoon's over now. It's official. We're back to normal now. Back to normal.
Back to reality.
Sorry guys, man. I'm just saying it as it was tonight.
We are back to reality.
It was crap there. We've got a 63,000 seater stadium. All the fans are they're charged up. We're singing. We're getting fired up. The referee blows the whistle to start. We're as soon as Chelsea got 1-0, killed the whole mood. Dead. That was it. Game over. Everyone was like, okay, right, let's go home. 17 minutes. Okay, thank you. Bullshit.
Yeah, but I do want to thank our Empress, the Empress of Rants, Gogama, for her 2001 super sticker. We appreciate it. If you too want to have your comment read out when we're engaged in conversation, I forget to look at comments. So grab my attention, because I do get not on this screen here, but on this screen here I get a little pop up that says, "Hey, somebody did something." So you can do that. But I mean, my views on Conte today: could the lineup have been better?
Yeah.
Could he have changed his system a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah. To be honest with you, all that's true. Okay, all that's true. And if it wasn't Conte, you could say I'm being biased, but that's fine because it's Conte. I don't want him to change. I don't want him to morph to the crap that we have. I want the club to morph to him. So I don't mind that he's being a little bit stubborn with the way that he's playing the game and doing the things that he wants to do. I want these players, whether good enough or not, to be forced to play his style, not the other way around, because our players don't have a style, in my opinion. So I'm not really upset about what Conte did tonight. You can call me dumb if you want to, but
I don't know
that's
if you
just kinda
guys
where I'm
agree,
at.
but I mean, I know Dietrich doesn't agree, but I think he just conceded. I think he knew we probably didn't have a chance. It wasn't worth risking injuries in key areas. Let's just make it look respectable, and I think that's kind of what his plan was today. I don't know if you guys agree with that.
But it's a second life semi-final. Just take it.
Okay,
Take it to the
okay, yes, we know. I wanted to see what the other guys thought because we already had this.
Yeah, true.
I heard the back and forth. I honestly thought a couple of things. He wanted to rest Lloris. Number two, he wanted to send a message. Like, you see that club over there? They got their backup goalie started with their team, and they're confident in him. While I have someone who I'm not very confident in Galini. Yes, they said I rarely play backups, but in all honesty, this is the crap that I inherited. The water into wine that you want me to do. We should have been prepared before January 1st to start get our incoming transfers coming in. Yeah, you know what? This is a message to the board. I don't know if you saw the picture of Daniel Levy at the game and stuff like that. Apparently, there's a picture of him at the game, and he has this look. He has this look of just like, huh. That look of just like, I don't know if he's finally figuring it out through his thick skull that this team needs a proper rebuild. We need to get proper people in. It is not waiting for a bargain on January 31st. I understand the fan base will say, "Oh, it's only 11 days in," right? It's only 11 days in, and I try to tell those fans, let's have a fair balance. Remember, we are so used to this crap; it almost comes to a point of post-traumatic leaving disorder. And it's the same pattern, the same wording. They're the same things. Oh, now Chelsea and Barcelona's coming in for Tiare, a guy that I think all of us wasn't fond of at first, but took convincing, especially now that Sonny is gone. Well, all right, get him in. Now it's the same things. Levy is haggling Wolves for later payments and for 15 million instead of 20 million. Ajax wants Bergwijn for 15 million. No, we want 25 million. It's just the same old repeat. It's like Groundhog's Day. So it's just, Conte's showing the message that Chelsea is light years, levels ahead of us. I saw that at the preseason, the game that our fan base could be so gullible. Oh, we tied Chelsea. Yeah, when they took all their players out, I was saying then, man, they're levels above us. When we played them in September, their levels are above us. Last week, and it's the same thing I said today, I wasn't even mad. I was just accepting what it is, which is reality. There are levels ahead of us. There are many reasons why they got to that way. One of them I mentioned, when we didn't do business, those 3 windows, it fucked us up big time. And one post I saw, maybe it was the Daily Hotspur, I think it said those 3 transfers that we didn't do business separated the gap between City, Liverpool, and Chelsea, and Tottenham. And this is what we have currently. And congratulations, Will Stewart. Whoop, whoop. 1,500.
The sounds of the police.
Yep, until Cody unsubscribes to troll me and then resubscribes. But yeah, that just came through. So thank you for people who are subscribing. Remember, when we do hit, see?
There you go.
When we do hit 2,000 subscribers, remember, we're giving away free merch. So make sure you go ahead and do that. Go ahead and subscribe. See, there goes another one.
Only kidding.
Oh my god.
I've put it back up.
Cody still hasn't subscribed back yet.
I have. I don't know why it's not registering. You must have lost somebody else.
Somebody else is trolling me too.
Matt Muller is done with us.
Oh, yay! But when we do hit 2,000, we will be doing a giveaway. So, if you want to get some free merch, share the channel with your friends, and we'll be doing a random giveaway. I don't know if you guys remember when we did when we hit 1,000 subscribers, we did the giveaway where it like randomly popped up on screen. People commented in the comments and randomly picked a person. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah. Todd K says, I'm shocked you don't have more subscribers. So am I, to be honest. But no. It's not as easy as you think getting subscribers. But we appreciate all of you. All of you.
Well, it would help if you didn't spend most of your time calling everybody else a fucking idiot.
True.
I don't call everybody that.
Yeah, you do.
I very rarely call people idiots to their face. But I'm trying to think about which players today did you have a particular gripe with?
All of them.
So
All of them.
worst
Doherty.
and best.
Doherty.
I didn't think Doherty had that bad game today.
No, he was shit.
No, he's just terrible to watch every time he
was
steps
shit.
on the pitch,
I'm
regardless.
looking at
I
this
think it's a bit
lineup.
of an agenda.
I'm looking at
No,
this
no,
lineup,
he's shit.
and I'm thinking, when you think about who was available, the only position you could say that we didn't really put our best foot forward is in goal, right?
No, Says too.
No, Sessegnon hasn't
coming
been
back
great,
from
dude.
Injury though.
And he hasn't been great either.
You can,
But
I guess I would
Sessignon-
personally rather start Sessegnon. But
Exactly.
I think Conte's looking at this game thinking, okay, basically the first hour of the game, we have to just protect and absorb whatever carpet bombing is going to come our way, and we have to give ourselves a chance to get into the tie. So
By
I don't know.
starting Galini.
That's the only one that I question. That's the only one. And that's 2 games in a row. Like it doesn't make sense that Lloris is needing rest unless like Jonathan Veal tweeted that it was about rest and that he was talking about the stretch of Premier League games that are coming up. So maybe this is the last time we'll see Galini. I don't know, but I personally think that there's something going on that we don't understand with Lloris right now, whether it's he's
No, but-
waiting to sign his deal to see what they do in the window, or he's asked to leave the club. I have no idea, or he's injured and they don't want to tell us. It doesn't make much sense to be putting Galini out there if you're serious about winning today, and Lloris is on the bench. You know what I mean?
Can I just say, like, my 3 problems this game? First, Golini. Second, why play the same defense that cost you the first leg? Third,
Who's he gonna put in, Dtrex?
but last time it didn't work with Tanganga and fucking Sanchez.
Yeah, but
Play
Road
them.
is hurt.
Go
Yeah.
to a back 4. Play with the
Oh,
back
go
4.
back to a back 4, exactly. Don't play the same thing. It didn't work. Stop it.
Ben Davis left back, Sanchez, Tanganga
That's
centre
why.
back, or Rodon.
That's why I'm saying he
Tanganga
set
right
up
back.
conceding the fact that we weren't going to win today.
Conte
That's why I'm
plays a
saying that.
back 3.
Like,
I'm sorry.
he wouldn't play Galini. He wouldn't play Doherty left wing
it's not
back
good
when
management,
Cesc
man.
and Reguilon are both recovering from injuries, but still fit enough to play. He wouldn't have played Doherty.
Hold on a
He
second.
wouldn't have played Galini if he intended.
We got
to try
we
and
got
win today.
Galini's twin brother in the back.
Fuck you. Twin brother.
Oh, that's fun.
Jesus Christ. If there's an insult, that is it.
Oh, with the shaved head,
got
with shaved head, there is a little bit of a resemblance.
Josh Galini.
Get
I
fucked.
just don't think you.
We've got Stelly.
No, Josh
Coach
Galini.
Stelly. I
Josh
just don't
Galini.
think you understand.
He's got no fucking hair. He looks like a bear. We've got Josh Galini.
He's got no fucking hair and he don't fucking care. We've
don't
got
fucking care.
JTTG.
Yeah, Josh, the Tottenham guys,
you
has
made it
joined
sound
us.
good. You can't make it sound good.
But we do have a super chat here from the True Sets Free. $5.24. I don't know why it's 24 cents. It does weird things sometimes.
Tax.
Is it
Well-
is this a new thing?
Yeah.
Will, I've got a question for everyone. Okay. Before I lose my complete.
Let's do the super chat because you know he's supporting the channel here, Stel. Let's do that first.
But big up
Sorry,
Will Stewart.
I'm so tired, man. You're right. I'm-
1,500 subs. Play that Levy out
Well
beat
said, Cody.
by Mr.
Well
K was utilizing today. Big up Killer Will, Shamu, the panel, and chat. Conte waved the flag. I'll
Agreed.
do that. I will play Mr. K's Levy out thing here in a second. But Mr. Stell, what were you gonna say?
Yeah,
Truth is totally right, by the way.
First of all, apologies to the Truth Sets Free, man. I've had a really rough day at Spurs. Honestly, they've sucked the life out of me, man. They've done it again. Okay.
They've done
So-
it again.
It's Spurs. What more was you expecting?
A fight. A proper fight.
Yeah, to be
Okay.
fair, I was expecting that, but then I saw that starting lineup and I was like, yeah.
Yeah, well, I think for the players that were put out there today, I think they did. I mean, that
they
lineup was
didn't.
Right,
shit.
No, they
They
didn't.
tried. They're
That-
just,
well,
they
the
just,
The fact
they're
that
just
we
really
lost
stuck
1-0
at
with
playing
that
football.
shit lineup, then I don't know. I think that's overperforming. Chelsea is miles and away a better team than us.
Look, Galini
We
made
should
a
have been
couple saves.
battered today. And we should have been battered in the last game, too. We lost 2-0 because we gave them 2 goals. Those were our mistakes. I mean, if they were clinical in either game, it should have been 3 or 4-0 drumming. Both of them.
We are trying to play 3 at the back, and we do not have wing backs to play this system. And not only do we not have wing backs, the wing backs are meant to play up high and really wide. Ours are so deep behind the halfway line. This system is stupid. This is not the way Conte played it at Chelsea and at Inter. Our wing backs are never high up enough.
He didn't have the people.
He doesn't
Will-
have the players
Will-
to do it.
Will,
He doesn't
you-
trust the players he has.
So stop playing the system. Stop playing
No,
the system.
I want this team to
No.
play his system. I don't
No,
want him to play
I
our
agree.
system.
Helios, I'm sorry.
I agree.
I'm sorry.
Because I've had too much of this.
There's only one.
I got broads in Atlanta. She took me in the family. Credit cards and the scammers. Getting no list in the band. Legacy.
That's Stell's mask, by the way. He designed it.
Listen, there is only one proven winner in the whole of Tottenham Hotspur right now.
You got a race.
Conte.
Conte. Okay? This is him saying, put up or shut up. I'm here. This isn't going to work with these players. You need to fucking replace some of them, and you need to start right now. There's no way.
right.
No, I'm not going to a back four. For what? Thing is, if Conte
To win a
goes
trophy?
to
To win a
back
trophy?
four,
To win a
they're not
trophy,
gonna-
maybe?
Still, we were never beating them. We were never
Not
beating
with that
them.
system.
No, we were never
Okay.
beating
No,
them.
we're never beating them, period.
Period.
All right, let
Not
me
with
go
this
to my
squad.
question then.
Not with this squad.
Okay, let me go to my question because I've gone off on one myself. Right, this is my question. This is what I believe, and I was saying it on Mari's show earlier. When Conte went to Chelsea, and when he went to Inter Milan, and when he was at Juventus, maybe not the beginning of Juventus because they were relegated, but more Inter Milan and Chelsea, he had 70%, 80% of the squad, and he just needed that last 20%, 25%, whatever, to get it over the line. He's come to Tottenham and he's got maybe 40% of the squad. So he needs a much bigger number of players to come in of the level of quality that he had brought into Inter Milan and that he brought into Chelsea. Now, given he can take a rough diamond and turn it into a gem, but he's not going to do that with all 10 players that he needs. So the way I look at it is, if he's going to replicate at what he did at those clubs, he's inherited a much worse situation. He needs, I think, between 250 and 300 million pounds, in my opinion, to really make us okay.
400 million. That's what we can spend.
Will 250, 300, 400, whatever the number. He needs a big number, a very big number. Okay, now if we go and drop 300 million pounds on players for Conte over this window, the summer, maybe another window, okay, that effectively makes us Chelsea, because that's exactly what Chelsea do. Right? Yeah, good. Or the alternative, and the only solution that works, is the club rips this down, starts again and says, right, we need a long-term project, a philosophy, a way of playing, the way the academy players can integrate into it, the way we can buy some players, give them 2-3 years, project players, plus 1 or 2 top signings, and build, a bit like what Poch did, and you bring in a brilliant scout, not a director of football, a brilliant scout, and you have a 3 to 4 year plan, which is more financially viable, and it brings back an identity. Okay, now,
and there's nothing wrong with that still, but they should have done that before Conte, before Jose. Now we're in this situation. What do we do with Conte now?
Kieran, hear me out. It's a question. I'm not answering. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just giving you a question. So, either we become like Chelsea now, or this Conte project will fail. Because the only way this Conte project is going to work is if we do a Chelsea, or we do a Poch. So, do you think we're going to do a Conte, or do you think we're going to do a Poch? Because in my opinion, I do not see this club dropping that kind of an investment, which means Conte is going to fail. And
no, I'm tired. I'm tired of the Poch method.
If we go to the
20
Poch
years,
method,
though.
Well, 1 second. If we go to the Poch method, I don't think the fans are going to accept or tolerate that. So my question to you is, do you realistically see us doing a Chelsea? Because that's what it's going to take.
I see, realistically, what I see happening is Conte marching out of the club in March, and us being the same old fucking Tottenham that we have been for the past 14, 15 years. There is no way in hell that Lenik are going to drop that kind of money. No, not a chance, unless we sell big money, unless we sell the likes of Son, unless we sell the likes of Kane. Big investment isn't going to come to the club. It isn't.
Then you need to replace them as well.
Yeah, and that's when you're going to get the likes of Skamaka coming in. You look at Skamaka; he's just a cheap. He smells like a Levy signing. It looks like a Levy signing. It probably is a Levy signing. That's the sort of caliber of player you're going to get. You're not going to get world-class players. You're going to get shit.
No, Josh, I think it's even worse than
that's
that.
Not Chelsea. That's not a Chelsea. That's not a Chelsea, guys. That's not Chelsea.
I know it's not a Chelsea, and that's that
Conte's going to fail.
That's the horrible thing about it. I can just see Conte failing.
Yeah,
because he's clearly not backed.
And if they don't back him, he does walk out. It's gonna be worse than the last 10, 15. It's gonna be the worst it's been since ENIC took over the club. Because what happens if Conte walks is that no serious manager will take the Tottenham job. We will have to get a complete unknown, or somebody who's been coaching in a lower foreign league, I don't even know if you could get a championship manager to come in after that. Because after Pochettino and Jose and Conte, no serious manager will take the job.
What is
Along
going
with
to happen?
I think you guys can agree, as guys who go to the games, we will be the new Newcastle before they got taken over.
No,
Where the
I don't see that
stadium
happening.
will be
I'll tell you what's going to happen. If Conte walks, Brian Daigle might as well just move back over to the UK because he will be at every single game cheering Levy out. Every single fan in that stadium will cheer Levy out until the day that he sells up. And that's not going to happen. We know that.
Look, I come from Missouri. I believe it when I see it, right? Show me state. That's where I come from, right? Like all of this, I always hear about the fans, the protest. Dude,
will happen.
There was like
It
5
will
people at the protests.
Between you and me, right?
The fans got Nuno fired and Conte brought in. So obviously fan power is there.
If the result
Not
against
convinced.
Arsenal goes horrific, which I can see it happening,
What's horrific?
then we're going to get smashed.
I hope, because if Conte walks, if that stadium figuratively isn't burnt to the ground, right? Not literally, but figuratively burnt to the ground, I'm gonna be even more mad. Right? Like you
put it this way,
you don't even want to be on that stream, right?
If Conte walks with no backing, I'm done with Spurs. I will not buy another Spurs shirt. I will not go to another game until Lineker are out, because I am not giving them any more of my money. I am not giving them any more of my money.
See, the thing is, I haven't spent a dime in the club shop. I used to spend at least $3,000 a year in the club shop. I haven't spent a penny since the Super League.
My question is, to make this work with Conte, we have to do more than backing. We have to do a Chelsea. Is this club about to do a Chelsea? That's my question. Because if not,
they better.
No.
They better. No, that's the only option they've got. That's the only option they have to be tenable.
It's the only way this works.
It's the only option they have. They have to. 3 signings this window, at least 4 or 5 in the summer.
I don't look at the numbers I don't look like you guys at the numbers, but we had the NFL, we had the boxing match. Well, Lady Gaga, how come we don't have any money to spend?
Because none of the investment, none of the profits from the boxing are going to get invested into the club on the playing side. They're all going to get invested into the club. Yeah, but they won't. Do you know how much money they made during the boxing? Because it wasn't great at all. They made no money. Guns N' Roses is the only concert going ahead this year. Lady Gaga's been cancelled. The NFL is part of the franchise. They funded half the stadium.
Yeah, and they better fund more of it too. But I do have 3 super chats that I need to get caught up with.
I accidentally just added Jason. Sorry.
That's all right. We got Spurs 72 with a $5 super chat. It says, how is it the Conference League, or how is that Conference League looking now? No matter what Conte did, Conte can't polish turds. Back 4 or back 3. I agree.
But he can.
If there's a player that can come
in a left back position, Doherty's shit at right back, and you can.
Yeah, but Sessegnon isn't much better.
He's not Doherty, man. Come on.
At least Sessegnon can go down the left.
Think about it.
This is why I said he set up the game. He knew we were going to lose today.
Hold on.
He just threw out
No,
players.
it's not setting up to. Hold on. It's not setting up to lose. Okay.
Not setting up to lose, but he knew we were going to lose, and he just threw out what he had.
Who's better defensively? Hold on for a second, for fuck's sake. Who's better defensively? Right? You have Doherty, or you have Sessegnon. Doherty is better. Hold on. Doherty is better defensively than Sessegnon is. So if your tactic is to soak up pressure, because it's obvious we didn't come out and press in the first half at all. If your tactic is to soak up pressure in the first half, then sub in Sessegnon and then attack in the second half, that's exactly what Conte did. I saw that from the very beginning, right? Because Sessegnon can't soak pressure up. Doherty can.
First half, didn't he switch to 4 at the back?
No.
Kind of looked like he did for fucking long.
Maybe playing a lopsided 4-4-2, but he didn't switch to 4 at the back.
Ben Davis would push up, and he has been doing that, pushing up.
The only way that he gets away with doing what he did today is if he put if he put Reguilon on the right and then you put Royal on the left, and you have inverted.
Reguilon's injured, man, or in trouble. One of those two options. He wasn't even on the bench.
You put Sessegnon on the right and Royal on the left. You have the inverted wingers. It doesn't work with fucking Doherty. Doherty's fucking awful.
Emerson was shit.
Emerson's
today.
not much better.
Fucking
Dude, like that cross. Did you see that cross where he was in like 30 yards of space and he kicked it completely to the other side of the pitch?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
That's where I sit.
Yeah, but say, do you guys honestly feel that Conte fucking set them up to lose? Because I
Not set them up to lose. I think he put
I don't
out...
think he sent them out there for them to fucking lose.
No,
I think what he's done, he sent a message to the board.
Yeah, I think
That's
it's
twice.
that, and I think he instinctively knew that we didn't have a chance today because we didn't, and so he put out players that he was willing to risk, other than Kane, who just has to play because we literally don't have another striker, which is, But other than that, it's players he was willing to risk, or players he thought would be able to get through the game without sustaining a serious injury.
So
that's why Lloris didn't play. He rested Lloris for the next three Premier League games.
I'm late to the show, so I don't know if you already covered this, but what the fuck was all that cryptic shit he was saying in the press conference?
He's been gagged. Jason, he's been gagged. He's been told not to speak.
Yeah, but it almost sounds like...
He's given up. Conte's cracking.
It's not even the gagging. It's the bit where the club said
why would you break up without even going through the first window yet? Like, he's only been here 2 months. Are you telling me that Antonio Conte's mentality is so weak that Tottenham Hotspur can crush his spirits in 60 days?
I don't think I think he's just
almost. That's not what's happening whatsoever, okay?
I know, but that's what it sounds like they're saying.
Conte is fucking twisting right now to try and get some fucking leverage and money and investment, right? He is sending out all of these signals. So he comes in, first thing, what does he give? He gives open, honest, detailed answers to every fucking question that he has asked for the first 2 months that he's here. And now that we're in a transfer window, what seems odd about Conte starting to become cryptic, right? He's not ready to walk out today. He's just trying to get some help right now.
Yep.
And all the fans are going to see that in the interview and think the alarm bells are going to start ringing. I'm not saying he won't walk. I'm saying he's not threatening.
But that's like, so after tonight's match, why wasn't the stadium, instead of leaving with 20 minutes left, why wasn't the stadium just screaming out at the top of their lungs, back Conte, back Conte, back Conte?
Will, I told you.
There was 45,000 people there today.
I told you guys what's happening. There's a significant number of fans who are waiting to the end of the window to see what happens before they
Well, then it's too late to back them.
Bollocks! It's fucking 2 weeks into the. It's 2 weeks into the window.
Josh, that's you.
I mean, fuck's
But
sake,
nothing-
that's
I'm not- hold on, hold on.
We got
Aston Villa can fucking sign players.
got
Why can't we?
I don't disagree.
Aston fucking Villa.
I don't disagree.
Coutinho, Lucas Digne.
I'm telling you what I see. I agree with you. I
Fucking
agree.
Villa is
But no, I
signing
understand.
players.
Wait, hold on, Mari, go ahead.
Fucking hell.
We have a weak fan base.
Yes, correct.
Meaning that
I've been saying that for a long time, and people have
should've
been
said
giving me.
that
That's probably
instead.
why I only have 1,500 subscribers, to be honest with you.
Gullible. Will was saying that. Thiago was saying that. I was saying that. Look at the protests in the ESL. How many people showed up to that? We always find an excuse. We're the same fan club that gives the Ballon d'Or for Ben Davies just for 2 good games. We are that fan base.
No. We give Ben Davies big dick energy.
Yeah, big dick energy. We are that fan base. I look at my American football team, the New York Giants. The owner apologized, fired the coach, fired the general manager, because people have paper bags, it's an American thing, over their head. Just a sign of shame. The TV show that they didn't want it. The only time our fan base actually stepped up was the Manchester United game, and then Daniel Levy said, "Oh shit, okay, we need to do something here." Conte, where honestly, I agree with Stel. We are a power 6 team, big 6 team, in masquerade. It's a facade. We're more like we're frugal.
We're a sheep in wolf's clothing.
Sheep in wolf's clothing. We're more like maybe at best, maybe Everton
Yeah, we're closer to Everton than the rest of the top 6. Yeah.
Yeah,
be honest,
That's sad.
Conte believed that, and it's like, oh shit, I got
Yeah,
it.
but I do got it. But so True Sets free with $5.24 again. Thank you very much, man, for the support. This Conte 3 bad games in a row. He looks stressed like Mr. Bean all of a sudden. Yeah, that's what we've been talking about. You're only as good as your players, like Tuchel said at PSG.
I think to some degree that's correct, but you know, a manager like Conte can get a tune out of basically anyone.
Not anyone. No.
If you put him at Newcastle and told him to perform with the players that they've got, I guarantee he gets a tune out of 90% of those players.
Well, that's
they will
to be
perform to
honest
their
with
top
you.
capability.
That's where I think he would go is Newcastle because look at the way they're spending now, and like Wall Street, my good friend, the Wall Street, where'd he go? Shouldn't judge transfer business on one team. Look at other teams. No one else made signings either. Have patience. That's not true.
That's not true.
Newcastle signed 3 players. They just got Chris Wood for $25 million. I mean,
another quality player.
Why not just? And it was a release clause.
Wall Street Hotspur.
I'm not judging us on one
Let me say this.
I'm just saying, Aston fucking Villa are signing players.
Let me do the mic drop. Wall Street Hotspur. I think Daily Hotspur even posted this, and I said it earlier. We are 3 transfer windows behind the big 6. We're masquerading ourselves, right? They don't have to make a move. If you look at the beginning of this year, these teams, Liverpool, City, Chelsea, are 2-3 deep in every position that they have. Right? They don't need to worry about playing Conte. They got Kovacic. I mean, they don't need that. We're in a different position where we need a surgery. We need help, and that's why I'm sorry to pick on you. That is the reason why we.
No, I mean he's a fan of Levy's, right? So,
we enable Daniel Levy.
Well, that's and Maury.
Even if we sign
the
3 players, right? If we. As typical of Tottenham, on the last day of the window, we signed 3 players.
That's too late.
I'm still going to be pissed because we
late.
didn't sign them in the first fucking week of the window.
Exactly.
Which
or
is
even
when we
right now,
should've
like what's
fucking
going on with
signed them.
Troy? Like even now, you know, you got Jacob out there in the chat. You know, he's the baby oil,
Lover.
Hype merchant. You know, he's out there pushing the baby oil, man. Could have been done, and now Chelsea are apparently in for him.
And you're also hearing stories that now they want to change it from a purchase to a loan buy option. You can't make this shit up. And what Maury said was spot on. He hit the nail on the head. We are 3 transfer windows behind the big top 6, the rest of the Premier League, and all of Europe's elite. We are 3 transfer windows behind because we spent 3 transfer windows not buying a single player. And we have not had a transfer window where we bought in 8, 9, 10 players to compensate. So we never caught up. We are still 3 transfer windows behind.
No, we're 4. We're 4. No, we're 4 because last transfer window we signed 1 player, and the rest of our signings are for like 9 years in the future.
Yeah, and
so
there you go. Yeah,
we're like 10 windows behind because every window that we've had has been utter dog shit.
Even if we took our philosophy of getting by for the future, those 4 transfer windows, those 3 transfer windows, we could have probably brought someone young, and by this time now, they're ready to play.
They would be in the starting.
No, but hold on. No, we can't. We got to be honest about things. So like the Højbjerg Regulon window was a decent window, right? It wasn't great, but it was decent.
It's not looking good right now.
It's still their back.
Sure it is.
It's still their back. Host Jose, because Jose wanted Skinner. I believe it to a fact. He wanted a center back. He wanted a
Joe
center back.
Rodon is really good.
We gave him Joe Rodon. Instead, we gave him Gareth Bale. I know it's unpopular, but if you told me at that time, I was like, I think we need Skinner more than Bale. I'm telling you, I was saying that, and I knew from my heart of hearts that's what he wanted, and would have made the difference in games like West Ham 3-3 and the other games that we dropped because of our defense. If we would have had Milan Skriniar, I guarantee you we would have made top 4.
No,
we didn't even need to get Skriniar though. It's not even that we necessarily needed Skriniar. We just needed a starting quality center back, which we could have gotten for less. than what Skriniar would have cost. But to be fair, Mari, he was only 35. The asking price was 35 million in that window. At this point, his value is closer to 80 or 90 million. So, I mean, yeah.
Go ahead, Code.
Okay, so we bought Toby and Heung-min Son in the summer of 2015. Who is the best player that we've signed since then?
Who's the best player that we've signed
Oh,
since then?
Romero, yeah.
Romero, Højbjerg, Reguilon.
No, you can't say Højbjerg.
In terms of
It's
like,
Romero.
well,
Yeah, it's Romero.
in terms
Reggie's-
of potential
Reggie's.
quality, Romero, because we
Okay.
still don't. Let's be fair, we still don't know if Romero's going to make it.
No,
Yeah, we don't
Yeah,
know.
like
He
I
played
don't
like
count.
3
I don't
games.
count Romero.
The few games he played, he looked like it was no problem.
Yeah,
Played
but I don't
3
count-
games.
I can't
But
count
we
him.
don't
Can I
fucking
just
know,
put
do
a
we?
valid point on that as well? We all
Coming off
said
an injury too.
Romero is undeniably one of our best players. Well, if not, he's the best defender in our team. Let's not forget when Harry Winks went off with an injury, he come back and he wasn't the same player. What's to say What's to say Romero's not going to do the same? You know, it's going to take him a long time
But
to
the
fit
thing
back
is,
into
too,
the club.
we paid a lot of money for Christian Romero too,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
I can't
haven't
put
paid
I
anything,
can't
yeah.
put Christian Romero at the top of the list of players that we've signed because he hasn't done anything for us, right? So who is the best player that we've signed since we signed Toby and Son Heung-min? It's Lucas Moura.
Lucas, yeah.
He played
Lucas,
seven games.
That's 6.5 years where
Yep.
not only do you have a hard time naming who the best signing was, but when you go into the second and the third best, it's dog shit. Because Reguilon and Højbjerg as signings, I'm sorry, they
They're
haven't
not
been
good
great. They haven't been
Don't
great.
get me wrong. I can
What do you mean they haven't been
appreciate.
great. Last season, Højbjerg was our best midfielder for the entire season.
Yeah, but still, that's
So
season.
what does that matter right now?
He hasn't been.
Don't get-
He had what?
don't
Because
get me
he's
wrong.
been average. He hasn't
Okay,
been
so
bad.
you put up the Harry Kane Prem tracker because he fucking started off this year
Exactly.
cold because of everything that happened. But
No,
now you want to defend
Højbjerg-
Højbjerg,
hold on.
even though Højbjerg's been
Yeah.
shit for 12 months.
Get him. Get him.
He
get-
hasn't been shit for 12
Yes,
months.
he has.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I
So is
agree.
Reguilon.
Højbjerg has been crap.
He was
So is
poor till
Reguilon.
towards the end of last season, but he was
Well-
overplayed, as was Harry Kane. I think
Listen,
the same
listen,
the same
the point
excuse
is-
goes for both.
The point
in the
is,
sense that they were both
Højbjerg
overplayed.
and Reguilon are not great signings. Okay, they're nowhere fucking near.
I didn't say they're great. They're
They
good.
are no. This is what I'm saying. What we're talking about the level of Toby and Son. Okay, we haven't made a signing close to those two fuckers in the last 6.5 years. Okay, so you guys talk
Well, that's
about
because
like,
we
we're-
haven't had
we're
anybody like
behind-
Mitchell at the club.
We're behind like 2,
Cody.
3 windows. We are
Cody.
literally behind 13 fucking windows.
Cody, right? I disagree, and I'm going to say it again. You cannot bring in players, change the manager every 6 months to every 9 months, change the style of football and the system, and expect players that we bring to this club to settle, get used to their position, get used to the players they play around, and get used to the system if we keep fucking changing it. I've been banging my head against the wall telling everyone this. This club, since Poch has been sacked, the mismanagement, lack of direction, lack of continuity, I'm just talking on the pitch, it has ruined so many players at Tottenham. It has ruined them.
It's the competence of the board, my friend. It's the competence of the board not investing in the
plan.
club.
There
There's
are
no-
players here.
It's not just
What
investment.
system-
There's
hold
no
on, what-
plan. There's no
what
footballing plan in
what
place.
Kyle
system
Walker,
did Chelsea
Kyle
used
Walker
to
was
play?
average. Kyle Walker was average. Poch came. We kept the same manager, the same way of playing, and Walker became brilliant in that system. But Poch was here for 3, 4, 5, 6 years. Okay, he ended up being the most expensive right back in the league. Danny Rose was average. He made him into one of the best left back. You need to have one manager, one system, and time.
Stelios, you're getting caught up in process again, okay? I'm
No,
talking
no,
about
it's how
results.
you-
I'm talking about results. And that, listen, those decisions,
So Cody,
they're all intertwined. I get it, okay?
It's all intertwined,
We
yeah.
spent a fucking fortune before we fired Poch, months later, right? I get that. We've bought players for an attacking system, then we brought in Jose Mourinho, then we bought players for a defensive system, then we fucking fired him, right?
So
I
if
get
you want
that,
results-
but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The reality is,
it does though.
when you look at our transfer
That's why these
record,
players are shit. You're calling them shit. That's why they're shit.
if they're
No,
shit
some of 'em are
because they
just
don't
shit.
fit the system
Some of them are
anymore,
just shit.
why
Donkey's
can we
just
not fucking
shit,
sell them?
period.
Right?
Guys, if you want quick results, like if you want a quick fix, you have to chuck mega money at top players, because quality will always win. Quality will always beat style. Quality always wins most of the time. And this is, I go back to my question that no one's answered. Are we either going to do a Chelsea, which is the only way to work with Conte, or are we going to have to go and do a project? Because only one of the two will work. And
I've already told you. It'll be a project, but it won't be under Conte because Conte's going to walk.
Conte's not a project manager. Conte's not a project manager.
Conte's not going to walk anytime soon.
Yeah, he's not walking anytime soon.
He will walk if we do not make one signing this window, because it's only looking like we're only really going to make one, and even then it's a bang average fucking right wing back, or a bang average right winger. If we make the one signing, Conte walks. Guaranteed. By the end of March, Conte walks.
No, I'm gonna answer your question. I think
he's not gonna walk.
I think it was after Poch, the I like to say the Graham Potter movement. Okay, let's recalibrate, get some young people. I know I'll be for it now. If they gave me a vision, what you really want to be as a club. You want to be a Big Six club. You want to be your philosophy. Do you want to be Ajax? Do you want to be Dortmund? You want to go by the youth movement? Like, give us a clear vision. I think the fans do not want that because we went through Mourinho, Nuno, Ryan Mason. They want a win now. The problem is the identity of what Daniel Levy wants is somewhat a future project, but we don't have a future project coach. We have a win
so
now.
So why
coach.
has he brought in Conte, Murray? If you say Daniel Levy wants that project, he wants that, then he's hired the wrong
manager.
He's hired the wrong man.
No, Conte is good for a project. You can't say it's not good for a project.
No, he's not.
He is.
Conte is a here and now manager.
No, he's not a here and now manager.
He is.
Stop. No, you're being a historical here right now, right? You are not looking at a history.
I thought you say a-hole. You're being an a-hole.
No, a historical, right? Inter were not a good team. They did not have good players. He rebuilt that squad. They won the league. Chelsea is a little bit of an exception because they had won the season the season before. They were in 10th place when he came in. Hold on.
That's not
Italy.
True.
It is true. Inter was barely making top four.
Inter spent the most money that season, and every other Italian
they
club,
bought players while they had Conte.
Every other Italian club got smashed by coronavirus, absolutely decimated. None of them had the money, and Inter was the only one who spent. If that never happened, I'm not taking anything away from Conte, but if Conte never got that backing that was more superior to everyone else, Inter aren't winning the league that year.
But no, hold on. Conte is not a Pep Guardiola. He's not.
No, Pep's a project.
No, Pep is a spend money guy. He can only spend money.
He's not.
And a project.
He's not.
No, man.
He's both.
All I'm saying is this. I just want my fucking club to support the manager they hired in the way.
Exactly. I don't care if it's Conte or Nuno. They should be back.
Right.
If Conte,
I don't give a fuck. Just back him.
Right. So Jason,
if Conte's a project manager,
Jason, you want a Chelsea then? Because to back Conte and to make it work,
do you know,
means
at
we've got to
this
spend
point,
300
I'll
million.
take a fucking Newcastle if it gets me some fucking wins.
I'll take an Aston Villa. They've spent. Look at the signings Aston Villa's made over the past two windows.
Lucas Digne, Coutinho on loan, which, by the way, 125k a week.
Bailey,
what a fucking sell that is.
They've made a ton of signings.
Kusuma, they might be.
But they're going off the back of the Jack Grealish deal. And the thing is, they've spent the money wisely, which is something that we didn't
double
do.
what they got from Grealish.
They spent all the Grealish money in the summer.
Yeah.
And people
also,
also,
I would take a
just
Chelsea.
Want my club to fucking back their manager.
I also disagree with this 300 million level. If this 300 million number, if we can sell players and buy players Conte wants, not every player.
Who's buying our fucking drops?
Nobody's buying.
Okay, that's
if.
I said if we can sell players.
Let's
I'm not guaranteeing that we can because some of them are the situations that they're in now. Well, it's not just that they're poor; it's that their attitudes are poor.
Kieran, the problem that you've got is you've got a chairman who will not budge on an asking price.
Exactly.
He bought in Ndombele for £56 million. Now, everybody here in their right mind would take a drastic price cut if it meant that Ndombele left the club and we got some funds in the bank. Levy's not that guy. Levy will hold on, and he will try to sell Ndombele for £50 million.
Ajax offered
almost
18
guaranteed.
million euros for Bergwijn, and we said no, we want 27 million.
Yeah. Can you believe it?
No, but the problem with
ridiculous.
Ndombele ain't even the fucking asking price. It's his
His
wages.
wages. Yeah.
None of the
Yeah.
clubs in
Yeah.
Europe, which are all financially fucking kneecapped at the moment, are going to pay anyone 200 fucking grand a
And
week.
Ndombele is
They're
going to have
not.
to be a part
And
of a swap
especially
deal
not for
or
him.
a loaned option to buy.
Yeah, with the.
It's going to have to be a loan
Danny
with an option or a
Ings,
swap
they
deal.
bought.
You can't just sell him straight.
Guys, do you think we are going to drop 300 million?
It doesn't have to be.
No, it's not.
million.
Still, it's not about whether I think we're going to.
It has to.
We have to.
Do you think
We don't
will,
have a
though, Will?
choice. So listen,
no.
Daniel Levy.
Not in
If
a
Daniel
million-
Levy
not in a
does
month,
not do this, if he does not do it, he loses everything. All the investments that he's made, stadium, the properties, all of that.
How does
He
he
loses it all. He either tanks it to sell it, right? He tanks the valuation of the company to sell it and get out from underneath it, right?
How does he
Or
lose
he
if
buys.
sells the club? You think he's going to sell for cheap?
Nobody's paying £3 billion for Tottenham Hotspur.
He doesn't
You're
have
out of your
that,
mind.
He
Not when
doesn't
you
have
can go
that.
buy Newcastle
He
for
doesn't have to
10.
get $3.5 billion. It's not
Elon
worth that.
Elon
Everybody
Musk.
knows it's not worth that.
Elon
Right?
Musk.
You don't
Well-
think Daniel Levy, if an interested buyer came along, would get his money?
No, you have to go with the evaluation of the club.
Well, one, it's not even
That is a
Daniel Levy's
rumor.
decision.
That $3.5
Ultimately.
billion shit, that's a rumor.
Well, the stadium is 1 billion.
The assets
The asset-
alone are three.
The, asset,
or at
the
least
assets
2
of the
billion.
club, the club transfer quality. So the club transfer value is £700 million.
Yeah, but all
So
the
that's
land,
1.7.
well, the plans for Levy land.
Then
have
you've
got
got the
to be worth at
goodwill
least
and the cash
tuppence.
flow, and you
You got the training center is probably worth 100, 200 million.
You got the fans.
In the UK, you also take the turnover, you multiply it by 3, and you add that to the valuation. So you know what? It's probably around 2.5 to 3 billion. It probably is that. It probably is, Cody. Believe it or not.
The thing is, this is the annoying thing.
It's ridiculous.
Daniel Levy is a smart businessman.
He's not
He's not a smart chairman.
No, he's not a smart business.
He's not a chairman.
Yes, yes,
not a
he is.
chairman.
Don't. He under Enoch, we have become financially, we are financially stable under Enoch. No matter how much money that we spend on a brand new stadium, we are
And
financially
extremely
stable.
profitable.
No.
Any
Nobody will buy
other
Tottenham.
any other chairman that we've had, like Alan Sugar, we weren't profitable. Every single bit of money that we invested come from his own
We're
pocket.
talking. Hold on. The only people who would be able to buy Tottenham, say, even if our valuation was £1 billion,
Elon Musk, Forrest Lee,
is somebody
someone
who
like that.
has hundreds of billions of pounds. No investor is
I
risking
agree with you,
10% of their total net worth to buy a football club in these shambles that we're in. Nobody's doing that. So then when you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars or pounds, billionaires, you're talking like 5 people in the whole freaking world.
That's why we're not being sold.
Daniel Levy.
Yeah, I think only shares are going to be sold of the club because ultimately
You'd have to do an IPO and then
Enoch's
bust it out.
interest-
That's what you'd have to do.
Enoch's interest is not in the
They're not
football
going to float
club
the company.
itself.
Will.
It's always
They
been.
delisted the company already. They're not going to float.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's the only way they could get out from under it, unless you have one of those 5 people who are worth over $100 billion in the world. The only way you can get out from
There
a
is-
$1 billion
there is actually a
company
way.
is
There is
to
actually a way.
well, you either tank it.
No, there's another way.
What's that?
I'm back in 2 seconds.
You create a Tottenham Hotspur crypto fan coin, and if I'm serious, and if every fan around the world was to buy $5 worth of crypto fan coin, if let's say 10 million, let's say 100 million fans bought $5 worth, that's 500 million. Let's say 50 million bought it, it's 250 million. But they're not.
Yeah, but I mean
that's what I would do.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they're not going to do that, first of all, and then 2, do we want to own the club then? Do we get a dividend from that? From that crypto
Feels
coin?
like
No,
a-
we just own the coin, right? So there's no money coming in from the investors.
This whole thing with Stelios and the crypto, it feels like a villainous backstory right now.
Yeah.
Like, 30 years from now, Stelios
already-
is the Lord of North London, and
I will
we're
buy
all
Tottenham.
his
I will buy
servants.
Tottenham. I will build you all podcast studios. You will be the journalist for Tottenham. And
That'll work. I'll do the
you know
pregame
what?
show.
Daniel
I don't
Levy-
want your blood money, Stelios.
I'll take
I
your blood money.
do. I want all the blood money.
Jason does.
I'll take your blood money too.
Right.
Listen, Daniel Levy wants us to be successful like Chelsea, playing the football of Man City on the budget of Burnley.
Yeah.
And this is why, guys, do you know what? I really, really think Daniel Levy is going to regret the day he signed Conte. I think he panicked. Paratici said to him, get Conte now. They made it happen. He paid him. And now he's been backed into a wall. And Conte,
Good. He needs to be backed into a wall.
Conte's
He needs to be
tightening
backed
the
into a
screws.
dump truck.
Unless you're Daniel Levy and you didn't want to do that.
I don't care about Daniel Levy.
I mean, I do
Elios is
believe.
100%
One thing I
correct.
believe in all of this conspiracy theory shit is I do believe that Conte is fucking tightening the screws right now.
Yeah, he needs to. He needs to tighten them harder. So I'm saying listen.
No, he
That's what I'm
doesn't.
saying. Us
No, he
as fans, we don't need to be chanting Levy out during the window, but we can chant back Conte, because that if you chant back Conte after the window's over, you can't back him anymore. There's not an opportunity. Okay, we chant back
Start
Conte
chanting,
now.
Buy some players.
We chant back Conte now, and if he doesn't back Conte, then we chant Levy out in February. That's what needs to be happening.
I've been chanting back Conte on Twitter for fucking 2 weeks now.
So Stell, get it on. Get the guys over there going on. Back Conte Sunday at the Arsenal at the North London Derby. Especially if we lose that match.
Do you not see my Twitter account? If I'm on the brink of being blocked by everyone. If I do,
But I'm saying you gotta get the fans in the stadium.
Now, Will, this is what I was trying to say to you earlier. I think for you guys abroad, it's a difficult one maybe to comprehend because
it is.
Your engagement with most Spurs fans is through StreamYard, YouTube, podcast, Zoom, right? This is how you get the feel for us, right?
We only know the ultras.
You only know the fucking idiots like us. Spurs
Whoa,
ultras.
whoa.
But when you're in the
I
stadium,
went to a match or 12.
not you, but when you go to the stadium, it's very different. Okay, you see such a mixed array of type of fans. There's a lot of middle class people there. There's a lot of tourists holding South
when I
Korean
used to go,
flags.
it wasn't
There's
so
a lot
much.
of hardcore jumping up and down, drinking.
But that's why. Look, I'm
doing
serious.
cocaine.
Do I
Then
need
you've
to
got-
go? Do I need to go get a GoFundMe to go there? Because I can start chanting in Korean. I can start chanting in English. I'm 6'5". I'll stand out like in there. I'll stand above here
think-
like a
I
freaking
think
mile.
what-
My point is,
Still,
guys,
I think
I'll
what
probably get my
confused-
ass kicked while I'm there,
my
but
point
I'll
is-
do it.
Still, to your point, I think what confuses us, like especially the American fans, is that despite the fact that football clubs in Europe, especially in England, the fans have more power in their clubs than any American sports franchise fans have with their teams. The fans do have more power and influence over the club because in England,
all
it's
the
not
power.
sport is in England. Football is not just a sport. It's
a
like
culture.
religion. It's
But look,
culture. It's
let me ask you a question.
Cultural institution.
Well,
But real quick, let me finish. So, but in the U.S., we don't have that kind of relationship to our sports teams, and yet it seems like American fans tend to get more concessions from their sports teams than a lot of English football fans do, and I don't understand. It's not that you don't have the fan power, it's that you're not willing to use it like American fans are with our sports, and that's what's confusing to me.
Two quick things. Because if the fans don't show up because of the TV coverage, because the TV coverage, especially in England, you have to pretty much show up to the games. Where in America, all right, our team suck. Well, I'm not coming to the stadium, and if I want to see them, I still watch them on TV. And so in America, the teams have to work hard.
There's always a way to watch your team.
What I understand
It may
too,
not
like
be
it's like
legal, but there's always a way to watch.
there's always
your
watch the
team.
game. But like what I'm saying is too, like, and maybe this is something to look at in the future. And I know that this is kind of new, this whole YouTube family and all this stuff. Like all of you guys, like Stell, we are Tottenham TV, Tottenham on Tour, all of those guys who are season ticket holders, you should go in and just buy those together, pitch in the money, buy one seat, so you're all sitting together. And then you got 10 guys sitting there, and you want to start back Conte. It's just gonna, especially in a bad game like today, it's gonna spread. But when you're 2 here and 1 there and 5 here and 3 here, you don't have that.
Well, I hear what you're saying. Right? I hear what you're saying.
He's biased, a player.
The problem we've got at the moment at Tottenham, and I don't know how this has happened. I don't know how. I can't figure it out.
I know how.
We
But
have
go ahead.
we have got a significant number of fans that are diplomatic, non-confrontational.
No, it's not
Called-
diplomatic. It's just
they
Cody
call-
plays
they-
nice with them on Twitter.
They call
It's all Cody's fault.
They call themselves balanced, right? They call themselves balanced. They call themselves. We have an opinion, and everyone's allowed an opinion, and it's freedom of. Okay, when you look at certain podcasts, right? When you look at Last Word on Spurs, it's like a. Who was it today? He said to me, he feels like he's watching a conference. It's like a conference meeting. Then you've got the cheese room, which is very. This is, they're not.
Oh, they're the
not gonna-
worst.
They're not going to push out this.
No, they're the
back
worst,
Conte,
man.
leave you out. Then
They
you've got
are the
Chris-
Tories of Tottenham YouTube.
They're not even Tories, dude.
Right, then you got Chris Cowlin. Right? So just look at it. 3 heavy hitters. Last one on Spurs. Cheese and one heavy hitters, but they're on those sides. Chris Cowlin, right? Then you got We Are Tottenham TV. So there's a 50-50 split. This is the problem. And I don't know how we've got to this because it was never like this at Tottenham before. It was never ever like this. It's almost like because we're in this top 6 now, because we're this big business, and because we're one of the richest
my
clubs in the
mom's
world,
gave 20
and because our profile's raised, it's almost like a section of the fan base feels, okay, we need to up our game as well and be a bit more, almost like thoughtful, and we need to learn to debate, and we need to not crush someone else's opinions, and we need to be a bit more political, a bit more committee-like. It's weird, man. It was never like this at Tottenham before. Before, we were proper fans, real fans.
Yeah, but
And
look,
we've-
I mean, just look. I want the
It's not
75
like that
people
now.
watching the show. You got my mom out here saying, "For fudge's sake," right? Like that's how bad. That's how bad you've gotten this thing riled up, right? Gosh darn it, and for fudge's sake.
People like Brian Daigle, people like people like Danny Kiriakou, people like Ben and Sim, guys,
Love
we
you,
are
Mom.
we are not the majority. Even some of the people, I see some of the people that call in to We Are Tottenham TV, right? And I watch them. They say all the right things. They say good stuff, but I can just tell you aren't going to come to a protest. You aren't going to put your face in front of these cameras on Sky Sports and really say it as it is. And you can't force people to do that, man.
No, but that's what I'm saying. We need to start
So
a club,
hard,
a supporters club within the club. We really do.
I will
Like an
explain this-
ultra. Like I know they have those, but you guys need to buy tickets together. You need to sit together. You need to, that way you can, because I'm telling you, when you have 20 guys that's starting a chant, that's going to spread to 20,000. When you have one, not so much.
I would
Well,
hear
there's a
what
lot of
Cody has
people
to
there with
say.
kids. There's a lot of families that go. There's a lot of people, tourists now. There's a lot of the
No,
real
I have a
fans.
question.
The real fans are in the pubs. The real fans are in the bars and the pubs.
No, I have a
going crazy.
question for you.
Yeah.
Why? And this is what frustrates me about our fan base and even our trust. That I don't really respect our trust. Why is that Manchester City, Manchester United, Chelsea, and Arsenal fan base can protest like hell? Matter of fact, Manchester United, they went berserk. It was all over American TV.
Shall I tell you why? Murray, shall I tell you why?
What separates them from
I'll tell you.
Spurs? A real passionate
I'll
fan
tell you.
base,
I'll tell
but
you.
so soft. What separate? What?
Because those clubs are used to winning trophies, they're used to glory, and they're used to genuinely being called a big club because they win trophies. So as soon as there's a dip, they rally. For us, we've gone from the 90s, which was very iffy, to
Fucking
decades
say
and
the
decades and
least.
decades of being dog shit, being absolute wank, that there's so many fans that are scared that if we take action, we'll go back to the 90s. There's a lot of fans that are scared of that.
We're
Whereas for
heading
me-
there now, for fuck's sake.
Cody,
Jason,
Let-
you and I think
Cody's
like
had
that.
his hand raised for a while.
I will explain this entire scenario to you, okay? Both Stelios and Will are correct about their strategies for going after this ownership. But the problem is, this club is in transition right now. Okay, the whole reason that what Stelios is trying to explain is that the fan base at the ground has now become extremely diluted.
Gentrified.
Okay?
I was hoping
That
you'd
is-
say gentrified because that's what it is. It's
No,
gentrification.
no.
Yes,
The
it is.
stadium, The stadium
the
has
new
changed
stadium,
everything.
the high,
you
No,
let
it's
me-
not
sorry, I had my
gentrification.
hand
Hold
up
on,
for
hold
like
on.
5
the high
minutes.
ticket prices, it
Okay.
prices the
Let-
certain
No.
size
I had
of
my
the
hand
crowd
up for
in it.
5 minutes. Just let me fucking answer my question here, right? They built this stadium, and with it, they've built a global brand, right? With it, they are attempting to gentrify the area. You are correct, right? So you have this now marginalized section of Tottenham fans who make up a good chunk of the social media presence, like Stelios has discussed. And like he said, that's not representative of what the actual Tottenham fan base is like now, right? You have the families, you have the tourists, you have the people who are just there for a day out, man. They don't give a shit as long as they're entertained, right? What you guys are suggesting in terms of, you do it like we do in America, that doesn't fly yet because we are in the process of becoming a fully on just stadium football club. That's the only thing that'll matter. That'll be the only thing that brings people. They only go there for the game day experience. They couldn't care less. There's enough parity, right, in American products that people stay engaged. It's really like the number of shitty owners on this side of the pond. There are some in every sport, but the sports are big enough, right? And there's that local connection that we don't really have, right? There's something about being a Tottenham fan that we will never understand if we've never lived, if we're not from North London, if we aren't born and raised as Spurs fans, right? That's what's being taken away. That is what it means to be a big club in the world right now, is to be a global brand, but it comes at a price, and the price is the soul of the club, and that's what's missing at Tottenham.
Yeah, you make a good point. And do you know what, Cody? Just to add to that, there was a game we went to where after the match we went to the pub. There's many pubs near the stadium, and Ben from We Are Tottenham TV, he was up on the table singing Tottenham songs, raising his fists in the air. And there was other fans
Antwerp
around
Arms.
singing. And no, it wasn't the Antwerp Arms. It was where it was on the corner of the South Stand. And this guy goes up to Sim, Ben.
And throws something at him.
Throws his beer across his face and goes, "You're the fucking problem with this club."
Good.
Yep.
And I don't mean like good that he did that to Sim, but I mean like I've got something I'm working on here. I'm gonna show it, and I think it's worse.
That would never happen. You'd never see a fan turn on a fan and say, "You're the problem with this." What do you mean you're the problem?
How the fuck's he the fucking problem?
Jason, I'm telling you, Cody pretty much summed it up really well there. Honestly.
Listen, those
we
people,
are a diluted fan base.
Those people who are like hardcore, old school,
They're still
have been
there.
fans
They're still there.
for 40
They're still
years
there.
plus. They see exactly what I just explained about the globalization of the brand, and they look at Ben and Sim, and they are a part of that. I'm not justifying what they did. I think what they did was despicable. I would never treat another person like that. I'm just saying, if you're trying to crawl inside the mind of somebody who would do something like that, that's what they're doing.
And you can see evidence of what Cody's talking about in the lack of history on display at the stadium, the lack of a statue of Bill Nick or any of the other great Tottenham legends. You can see it in their use of terminology and their press releases, legacy fans calling people. I mean, and the only thing I have to disagree with what Cody said is that this is necessary to become a global brand. I disagree. Liverpool are a global brand. Liverpool do not disrespect the history and tradition of their fans and fan culture. Liverpool call attention to it. They're proud of it. It is at the forefront of their brand. That is global. So it's not that this is the only way it could be done to get where we want to be. It's just that this is the route that Enoch has chosen to take.
Kieran, Liverpool is a very unique situation for two reasons. One, it's one of the poor. It's renowned for a very poor working class area. It is. That's all they've got.
Didn't Tottenham used to be that way?
Tottenham's always been.
London.
It's London, isn't it?
London's changed. Liverpool is renowned football or nothing. Okay,
London
and secondly,
now
the other
isn't
thing with
London of
Liverpool,
even 30 fucking years ago.
the other thing with Liverpool is, like I said to you, when you win trophies, even during their 30 years of not winning the league, they won Champions League, European Cups, FA. They win trophies. It's different, man. Like Tottenham have been. This is the worst run in our history ever of not winning trophies, and because we've now got this stadium, and because now we've tasted Champions League, and because now we do spend 50 million on a player, fans, there's a large number of fans that are scared of us going back to the 90s. But I'm not one of those. I'm like Jason, where we can see we're fucking heading back there. But there's fans that are scared if we disrupt it now, we're definitely going there. And we're not a united fan base, guys. We are not a united fan base.
We're not.
I think it's the stadium that was the final nail in that coffin. The stadium is what allowed them to do this to the fan base.
That's what Cody said, yeah.
And change the culture. Yeah, exactly. Cody's spot on. And
This is
a
one of
part
my-
of me has thought for a couple of years now, I wish that stadium was never built. And yeah,
This
you
is-
can say there's drawbacks from that, but I know that, but still.
And this is one of my favorite quotes, right? First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. And I think with that fan base, that Levy, I think we're in that laugh/fight phase, right? They're not ignoring us anymore, right? They ignored you guys for a long time still, right? Now they're laughing and fighting with us. So the next step means that we win. So we got to keep pushing forward. Once we win, when you're fighting an ideological war, that's what this is. It's an ideology, Levy in, Levy out. You got to be willing to take the hits along, with the successes.
And
And
you
the
got to
more we
acknowledge
protest-
the victory. You got to acknowledge the victory that happened with getting Nuno out and Conte in.
I think
fans
Nuno was
did
on his
that.
way out
Well, I mean, still,
anyway. But
whatever they had to say to get Conte to walk through the door, they said because Levy was shitting himself when he heard his name ringing around that stadium.
I mean,
The
that was
fans
just
did
talk.
that.
We don't know that that's
What
true.
was said? Like, I'm so.
Well, why
fucking
else would he? Why
sick
else would he
of all
come
this
here?
I heard it. I heard it.
Why else would he come here?
They said,
It's for
yeah.
Tottenham. Why would Antonio Conte come here if there?
Why
weren't
would he come here?
assurances made?
That's what I'm saying. We don't know because obviously we haven't bought anybody yet. So apparently the assurances weren't for this winter window.
Okay, just because assurances were made doesn't mean that Daniel Levy can't do what he's done dozens of times and lie to a
Right, and
manager's
that's
face,
the point
which
at
is
which
probably
Conte-
what
yeah,
happened.
but
He probably
that's
made
the
the
point at
assurances,
which
and now he's
Conte
coming back
walks.
on it. Just
He
like
says he
made
has
that
no
gentleman's
expectations.
agreement with
Hold
Kane
on.
and went
He said
back
he's
on
got
it.
no. He said he's had no expectations.
That's
That it's not
press.
about
That's
buying. Please,
press
just doing this.
card.
No, stop. Wait. If Conte was promised transfers, then he would say, "I was promised, and they're not delivering. Fans, help me out." I mean, you can't tell me right now if Antonio Conte in a press conference looked at the camera and said, "Daniel Levy promised he would support me. He's not. Fans, let's do something about it." Boom! That place would be in an uproar. You can't tell me.
Well,
He's not
I
gonna
think
do
I think
that.
there's things in your employment contract that you can't say. Otherwise, it's breach of contract and you can be
Please
dismissed.
quit. If he walks, he doesn't get paid anyway, right?
Who hires him after that?
Yeah, but he
Anybody.
can't blast the club in the media
That would-
like
He
that.
blasted
let's-
Chelsea in the
be
media.
honest.
What are you talking about?
It's a nice
He
thought. It
fights,
would never
but
happen.
He
didn't
blasted
say-
Chelsea in the media.
He
But
sued
he took-
Chelsea. He
He
sued
sued Chelsea and won.
And
He's
won.
still got another job after
And
that.
blasted him. Have you watched?
Couple.
You hire a coach
Yeah, but he
like
never did
Sarri
that.
over me?
He never did what you're saying.
What? Yes, he did. Have you not
He
watched
didn't
the press
call on the
conference?
Not while
fans.
he was
He didn't
employed.
call on the fans to turn against the board. He did not do that.
Thing is, what happens if Conte says that and there's real violence on Tottenham High Road and 3, 4, 5 people get killed, right?
Yeah.
Nobody would do that.
You're not inciting violence by saying let's push the owner to support the club.
Yes, you are, Will. You don't
He could
understand.
be.
You are
Then those people
inciting
are dumb
violence.
themselves.
But
Yeah, of
You
course, but like the media
is
will
that your
we
defense?
blame it
Is
on
that your
Conte.
defense in court?
Like,
When
We
you're
don't have-
defending,
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah,
there
even
are
though
strict
we
rules
don't-
against
the
inciting
government,
violence. It has to be direct incitement.
We don't have.
Oh,
Learned
I'm
anything
sorry, I
from the
forgot
Trump
this is a sensitive
incitement?
topic for Americans.
We don't have the freedom of speech that
Yeah.
you guys have in America. We have been we have been stifled somewhat the past 5 years in the UK.
Not even the past 5 years.
Jason,
not even
Jason,
that.
you
In
can't say
Britain,
shit over here anymore.
Footballers.
No. In Britain, we've never had legally. We've never had freedom of speech in Britain, ever. Legally, ever. Unlike America, Britain has never legally had freedom of speech.
No, and I don't think the UK fans are too soft, or that the US fans are all talk. All us US fans can do is talk, unfortunately. Because I guarantee you can ask my mother, if I was there, I wouldn't just be talking.
Also, a lot of the younger
he's
fans.
bringing the old mum card up. He means business.
We've also got a lot of younger fans now at Spurs because they supported Spurs because as they were growing up, Harry Kane, Pochettino, champion, you know. So we've got a lot of younger fans that support Spurs. They just don't know the history of Levy and Enoch, like expressions. He only found out last year who Joe Lewis was. I mean, fuck me. Fuck my life, man.
Well, apparently he didn't even know who Bill Nick was, so...
He didn't.
He was joking.
No, he didn't.
I don't think he was joking. He probably just forgot.
Jason, you know Crackers?
Yeah.
I spoke to Crackers on a stream before it went live, and he said to me that he met him at a charity event, a five-a-side football match, and he asked him, he mentioned something about Bill Nick, and Expressions turned around and said, "Who's Bill Nick?" And Crackers went, "Are you serious?" He goes, "Yeah." He told him, he's like,
that's
he goes,
fucking disappointing.
He goes, "Oh, that's the guy who won the league." Geez, mate, that's what I'm saying to you. We've Cody Mack knows more about Tottenham than I'd say 70% of our younger fans.
I'll be honest, I'd say a lot of the American supporters are very knowledgeable about the team in that regard.
They read up on this shit, yeah, they do.
Did you guys
Cody is not American.
Did you guys
Sorry,
see,
Canadian. North American.
Not just
American.
Cody. I said
still American.
Cody.
He's just North American.
I
He's
said
US.
I said Cody because I know he reads up on Tottenham a lot, but I'm sure all of you do as well. I wasn't just singling him out.
I tried to. I think I should get Steve Perriman's book. Did you guys see him on Tottenham Tantrum Gold?
Oh, he was great. He was brilliant.
There was a We Are Tot. Sorry, Jason. After this, I promise it's going to be all you, man. I've been waiting to hear you talk all night. But there was a We Are Tottenham TV stream where they came to the end of like a 90-minute stream, and they were like good night and everything, and then the cameras just kept rolling, and I was like, oh man, what's going to happen here? Like everybody in the comments just saying like hot mic, and you could hear them kind of talking about, and they were talking about the American fan base, and actually they mentioned you too, Will, and they were being very complimentary. And
I doubt that. Who?
Ben and Sim.
Oh, yeah. Ben and Sim would be complimentary.
Yeah, but I don't think it was the two of them in studio together. But anyways, it was just kind of funny. It went on for like 2 minutes, and they were talking about like how impressed they were with how much the international fan base knew about football, which kind of came off a little bit patronizing, but they were trying to be nice, so their hearts were in the right place. You know what I mean? But they did mention you, because I think it was the episode you went with the Matrix. Yeah.
I remember that episode because I was just like, they're still live, and I was listening attentively what they was trying to say about Americans and regards to knowing their football and soccer, and it's tough because you have to be fair, you have those. I'm in the South where you have some people like, I don't care about the game and blah 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 blah, and then I'm like, it's the most popular game in the world. Blah, blah, blah. It's a lot of the America first, everything in America count. And then what people don't understand is a huge population of those who love the football, especially those who have descendants from football playing countries. Like, someone could come to me. I know one on the street, someone will say the difference between, someone's African American or someone's from Caribbean or from Africa. And I said, well, my parents are from the Caribbean. My dad loved the Caribbean descent children who live here. You watch football games, you know about football. We know in the Haitian culture, South American style of football. So for me, I grew up watching a lot of South American football, and also then my dad say, "Hey, look at Italy, watch them play." And so when I went out to England the first time, I was like, "Oh, you're American. Let me tell you about football." I'm like, wait. I know about football. Now, you can tell me about the clubs and stuff like that, but I'm not your stigma, like typical American thing who doesn't know about football. I know a lot about football, you know, and rest in peace, my dad. But I wish my dad was there because my dad would be like, you tell them, sorry, son, people, I got taught by Argentinians how to play football because they did clinics there, because Haiti's a poor country, so Brazil and Argentina did a lot. But sometimes I feel you kind of have to defend yourself because you're from America, and then what they don't understand is that you have a lot of English people, Italian people, a lot of people from Argentina, Brazil. They move here. You have generations here, and they taught them about football. They're like, "Hey, watch this team." So I think that stigma is going less and less, but it's still there because you have to prove. Like I mentioned, one of my favorite players watching was Hagi.
Good night. Dietrich has got to go. Follow him on Instagram. Look for Dietrich Chan on Instagram.
Not with you guys, but I remember I was over there, and they're like, "Oh," they were surprised, like, "Oh, you know about him?" Like, yeah, he played for Romania. I watched him play.
Mari, Americans know about football, man. Americans know about football. What they don't know is the history of the culture within a club. For example, that stuff today that we were talking about, Rent Boys and Yids, stuff like that. What effect, a particular incident that might have happened in the 80s between the fans, but you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that unless you lived it or your granddad told you because your granddad made you a Spurs fan and stuff. So, but that's any sport. It's like, I wouldn't know the history between, if there's some beef that went down between the Dolphins and Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I wouldn't know that shit. But doesn't mean I don't know about the sport and the rules. So
no, the Dolphins have been crap since Tampa Bay even existed. So
that's my team.
I'm
Dolphins,
telling
relax.
you now, man. Like, I sat and watched that fucking game and watched us get the piss taken out of us by fucking Chelsea on the pitch.
I know
and the piss taken out of us by fucking Chelsea fans.
I hated that today.
And
Jason,
I was fucking fuming because I fucking hate Chelsea. Hate fucking Chelsea.
Do you know what?
Fuck them.
To feel that hate for Chelsea.
That was so annoying.
To feel that hate for Chelsea, man. You got to live and eat and breed it over here, man. It's the
dude. I know so many Chelsea supporters, and they're all like, can I swear?
You had to go to bed.
They're all cunts.
They are.
All of them.
I know.
Careful to see
the hate.
I think we can get.
The hate is unbelievable, but you know
Take
what?
it back. They're all useful.
You don't have to take it back. Just don't say it again.
I do. I hate them.
American fans are very well researched. Like you're well. I think because in your sports in America, you get bombarded with so many stats and facts and analysis.
No, man, it's not. Let me tell you what it is. No, it's not even that we're nerds.
Sport culture is nerdy.
We do bring that. We do bring that to it. That's true.
That to football because in the UK we're not as nerdy like that. So you bring a different angle, and it makes you come across like you know your shit.
I tell you what, all you North American guys, you could drown me when it comes to your knowledge of football. You're way more knowledgeable than I am. Way more.
Yeah.
I'm just very passionate.
So let's
yeah, but we don't. We don't. One thing that we don't get as an international fan is we don't get the stories.
Yeah.
We don't get the stories sitting around with four guys at a pub just ordering fucking pints, getting in fights. All the hatred and blood that's been shared between brothers growing up and sisters growing up supporting the club. There's just a part of that that's always going to be missing that we'll never understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can't because you're not there, right? So, but that's why we
got to get you guys over here.
But we get a taste of we get a taste of it with these types of shows, right? Talking to people overseas and stuff like that.
I promise you now, if my channel ever gets big enough and YouTube pays me well enough, I will pay for your hotel and your ticket to come over here and come to a game. I promise you.
If this channel gets big enough, I will be going at least 2 or 3 times a year. Like I'm not doing this for money myself.
Wouldn't need to pay for a hotel. I've got a fucking spare room you can have.
I'll get
the rest of the international fans
Mari, Kieran,
subscribe
Jason.
to.
Yeah, subscribe to the channel. Support it with super chats. All of that money. Get a membership. All of that money that I have now. This stuff here is almost paid off of what I'll owe minus the tax burden. So I've almost got it paid off. Every cent after that is going into getting me to the UK. Like I don't. Well, I mean, maybe when it's a large amount of money, I'll start.
You guys would fucking love it, man. Just spending a day in Tottenham. Just spend a day in Tottenham.
Yeah, just don't come yet. Just don't come yet.
Yeah, I'd like to wait till the COVID crap's over, just because I don't want to have to wait for 2 months.
Mari's favorite.
Fucking Collins gone to like the third or the fourth hotel in the whole time he's been here. He's currently staying in Thames Ditton, which is like Surrey.
Yeah, we actually had a guy from one of the supporters club here in Atlanta who went to London and ended up having to spend. He had to be there for 2 weeks because he had to quarantine to go watch a match, and he was there for 2 days. So he was out of quarantine for 2 days, and he was in London for almost 2.5 weeks.
I'd be all right if I ever went back. I've got like aunts and uncles and cousins I could go and stay at. You know?
Jason,
But there's one more thing. There's one more thing I do want to say. Sorry. There's one more thing I do want to say about the American fans, and maybe I'm speaking for myself. But it's because we're not there, right? That we do all this research, because we have this angst, this passion that we got to get out somehow.
Yep.
Right? We can't go to the match day. We can't scream. We can't, jump. We can't fight, or whatever people are doing. So the outlet for that passion is data, information, tactics, at least for me, right? Like I spend as much time, I spend 2 to 3 times as watching streams as I do streaming, right? So,
Yeah, that's the same for me. I would say the same thing. One thing, if you want to hear more stories and stuff, like other international fans, like Cody was talking about, like Tottenham Tantrum Gold with Dermot and Kuva and all those guys, they do a great job, man. It's an awesome channel, and for like an international fan like me who wants to get more connected with the history, the tradition, and hear the stories and all that, it's awesome. So yeah, go check those guys out for sure.
Yeah, watch. I mean, it's a good channel and all that stuff. But I mean, we've been going for about 2 hours now. We can go as long as you guys want to go. It's midweek, so I don't know how late people are going to be staying up. But I would like to get into some type of a player rating and stuff like that.
Before you do that, I'm just going to answer Jason's question as to why Colin is in Surrey. So
go on.
he flew over, stayed at an Airbnb in Seven Sisters.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Got a hotel in the city after, obviously, he'd done his stay in Tottenham and seen everyone. The day before they were due to fly back, his wife tested positive for COVID.
Oh, fuck.
So his mum and his best friend flew back. He stayed with his wife, and he's just come down with COVID. Since then, they've stayed at a hotel in Victoria, and from there they've gone to a place in Surrey, in Thames Ditton, so they can be closer to the airport, but they're having to wait for a negative PCR so they can fly home.
Yeah.
But he was only meant to be over for a week, and so far he's been over here nearly 3.
Oh, what a fucking time!
Yeah.
Shit.
That's extra money, and I mean, that's...
Yeah. Well, bear in mind the hotel in Chelsea was costing him £135. Not Chelsea. The hotel in Victoria was costing him £135 a night.
Why did he stay there? Why did he stay in Victoria?
I haven't got a clue. I told him he was Premier in down the road from me.
He wasn't planning on having to stay a lot longer than he thought,
Yeah, but he's picking the most expensive areas to stay.
I'll tell you
it's
what.
It's like me going to America. I'm stuck in America. Right. I'm gonna go and
stay at the Hilton.
Let's get a hotel in Times Square, in Manhattan Island. That's a good idea, isn't it? And a 5-star.
I stayed at the hotel.
I told him to get a fucking Premier Inn like down the road from me. It's like £450 for 2 weeks.
I know.
Yeah.
And
I
yet
stayed at the hotel in Peckham, one of the roughest neighborhoods in London.
Peckham. You want to go to, back in the day, you could have said Hackney was worse than Peckham, but Hackney's actually been gentrified now.
100% Hackney used to be worse than Peckham.
Yeah, Hackney's been gentrified now, isn't it, though? So it's more, you don't get much trouble there anymore.
When did that take place?
Oh, you very rarely see any trouble coming out of Hackney now, mate.
Really?
Yeah, they've proper turned it up market now. It's like Tottenham. They've really done the area
I remember
out.
when Hackney was fuck, dude. I used to hang around down there, and it was dodgy as.
Nah, Hackney's still grim, man. Hackney's still Hackney. It's still Hackney.
I will say this though.
Dodgy as fuck.
I'm rich from Brooklyn, from New York. The roughest area I thought I was in England, and every time I go there, is that whole area near Everton in Liverpool. It is so
Goodison.
They had kids.
More side.
Yeah, they had kids.
Or Toxteth. No, sorry, it's Toxteth. It's Toxteth.
Look
More
at
sides
me.
in Manchester.
Look at me as a grown-ass adult. Like, want to mess with me? Want to kids? Kids in the corner.
Well, put it this way, Colin come over last year as well, and he stayed in Turnpike Lane, which is like just on the other side of White Hart Lane in comparison.
You get stabbed there.
I was just about to get to that. He had a knife pulled on him.
I'm not surprised.
Welcome to Britain.
Yeah.
Jason, where do you live?
Me, I live in
Josh, that's where I grew up.
You live in
Josh, that's where I
Canada?
grew up, Wood Green
Yeah,
Turnpike
I'm not
Lane.
from Canada. I'm an Essex boy.
Well, fucking clearly. Whereabouts in Essex you from?
Oh fuck! Well, I was born and bred in sort of Loughton. Well, not Loughton. I was actually like Debden, which
fucking hell.
So, Jason, you're a Towie? Jason, are you a Towie?
No.
It's Towie territory.
No. If you know the fucking area, mate, hold your fucking horses. If you know the area, Debden's a working class fucking hole that's surrounded by all the rich cunts.
It's a proper dive. Debden is a dive.
Debden and Loughton's got money now, mate.
Right, but not when I was there, and I was like,
I know it has because I got.
And then I lived in Harlow, which was rough as a fucking badge ball sack as well. Not like London rough, but it was bad enough. But
Anyway,
we all had our characters.
Fuck all this shit.
Yeah, I live near Hainault, so.
Oh fuck yeah! I used to go to school in Hainault.
Yeah, I'm originally from Romford, but.
Oh, yeah, I know where this conversation is going. Oh, do you remember Mrs. Johnson? Do you remember Mrs. Smith?
Hold on. Do you know the Limes Farm estate?
I gotta go.
Limes Farm. Yeah, I know that estate.
That's where I spent the first 12 years of my life.
Yeah, I got an early morning meeting tomorrow, so.
All right, everybody subscribe to Murray's channel. Murray from that Spurs episode, The Love Lounge.
Lounge.
Yeah.
Terry Dodds, you get to make an appearance, man.
Yeah, I know. I need him to come back. Bad Conte, Levy freaking out. I'm out.
All right, peace, brother.
Take it easy, Bob.
See that, buddy.
Stelios, I wanted to ask you if you had to rate your stadium experience on a scale of 1 to 100. What was it today?
Experience.
Yeah. Like
everything. Atmosphere.
Average.
Value.
Average. 50. Average.
Do you know what? Every time I've been to the new stadium, I've actually thoroughly enjoyed myself because we've never actually lost. So it's tell a lie. No, we lost once, but I left after 90 minutes. We played Norwich in the FA Cup and got knocked out.
Today, I honestly couldn't give a shit, man. I was so. It's not even. I'm not deflated by the result because in my heart of heart, I knew we were going to go out to Chelsea. It's everything surrounding Tottenham. That honeymoon period with Conte's over. The buzz of the team turning around has gone. The reality that these players just aren't good enough for the system Conte wants to play. The reality that the chairman is stalling. The reality of what I'm hearing Conte say in the media. How I feel on podcasts and YouTube again. It's just that here we go again, and I just don't like it, man. I just want to get after 2 years of COVID. I just want to get out of this fucking depressing shit, man. And it's just
sorry to sell. It's Tottenham till you die, apparently. So
it is.
The question
is, so close with Poch, man. We could have been something wonderful. We could have been something special with him. And this fucking wanker Levy hits the self-destruct button. Why?
Yeah, how they murdered our boy.
Why did he self-destruct, man? What was he thinking?
Supporting Tottenham Hotspur is very much like having a cocaine addiction. It's 50. It's 50 quid for a 90-minute high and a 12-hour come down.
They didn't account for COVID.
and Levy's the coke dealer.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Mr. Clean.
Cody, but Cody, but they didn't.
No, I'm not saying that's all they did wrong. I'm just saying like that was the straw that broke the camel's back because they didn't plan for this massive interruption of partial income.
You know what else they never planned for?
What's that got to do with sacking Poch, man?
He was ahead of schedule.
Yeah, that was idiotic.
truly-
I have no defense for that.
No,
Do you know-
I
do you know
truly,
the biggest
no,
fuck
I
up?
truly believe when they sacked Poch and they got in Mourinho, I truly believe he intended throwing money at him. But then
When we got Mourinho in, I thought it. When we got Mourinho in, like I thought it was a good move. I know as soon as Poch was sacked, I was like, we're going to get Mourinho now, and I tell you what, under Mourinho, we're going to do well. Look how that fucking turned out. I've been wrong every single time.
That transfer window, where a lot of fans said, "Oh, what a brilliant transfer window." I was saying, "No, it's not. No, it's not. This isn't a good transfer window." Oh, but Doherty, look at the stats. He was the second best wing back in the country. We've prized a gem. I'm like, no, we haven't. This is. Do you know the biggest fuck up? The biggest fuck up, and I don't 100% blame Levy for this, believe it or not, but it's the biggest thing that fucked us. We built the stadium at the wrong time. Building the stadium when Poch was peaking stopped us from buying players for those 2 years.
Poch was ahead of schedule.
It fucked us. The stadium build, had the stadium build been 5 years later or 5 years earlier, we would have been all right.
Had the stadium build been on budget, if it had been on budget,
yeah.
Because I think
it wouldn't have fucked us.
The initial cost, it was meant to be £400 million, and then when the deadline was there, it then became apparent it was like 800 million, and then by the time it was fully built and opened, it was already late, and it cost like £1 billion.
Yeah,
it says everything you need to know. What got me as well is that Levy gave himself an £8 million bonus for delivering a fucking stadium. It's 8 months too late.
I'm telling you, I think his involvement with the NFL is what led to the stadium being what it is. Late, over budget. All of these things. I think his involvement in the NFL, talking to these NFL guys, meeting them, seeing their stadiums, the stadiums they build here, which are like amusement parks, and are partially subsidized by the taxpayers of the cities in which they're built, unlike the stadiums over there. I think he saw that and he wanted it. He wanted that for him. The stadium is a testament, is a monument to his ego, and that's what it became. Because it doesn't need to be what it is for it to have been.
The only thing that we haven't got over here
for the club.
The only thing that we haven't got over here is the whole franchising ordeal.
Yeah.
You know, where an owner can just move the club to wherever the fuck he wants.
Don't start that. Don't start that conversation.
That's not gonna happen in our lifetime, mate.
I hope you guys don't have it. It would ruin English football. I mean, franchise system would not work.
That's why people were against the ESL, because the ESL was a franchise.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep.
Kinda. Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah.
I always bang on about trophies. Do you know what? I'm now beginning to lose my hope on that, and I just want to enjoy watching my team. Literally, I think I'm now in a place.
Me in the 90s, mate. I just
Jason,
want us to win a fucking game of football.
Jason, you better stop watching.
Do you know what it felt like going to White Hart Lane and watching Poch's Spurs? You knew no matter who turned up.
I never actually got to see.
Jason,
Spurs.
no matter who turned up, whether it was Chelsea, Arsenal, United City, you knew you were gonna fucking take the game to them, and you knew that you were always in with a massive chance of winning it. And that's what Poch's football did, man. It was the best.
I loved White Hart Lane.
It was
fucking loved White Hart Lane.
Under Poch, it was the best ever. And we won nothing. I would take that back in a heartbeat now, because I can accept not winning trophies if I can just enjoy battering teams and just fucking cussing the shit out of the other fans for
in a word, it brought pride back to the fans.
What's Cody doing? What's Cody doing? What's he
I don't know. Do they have lockers at the stadium?
Cody, why are you doing the camera thing for?
I don't know.
It was a moment.
They have pay lockers at the stadium.
It just brought pride back to the fans.
Yeah, they do. They've got a bag drop outside the stadium.
A bag drop outside?
Yeah, you're not allowed to take bags of stuff into the stadium.
Yeah, I figured as much.
No bag bigger than A4.
Because like if I came with like a backpack of camera gear to do stuff outside the stadium afterwards.
Yeah, you can do that.
Drop it off and then.
Oh, Will, our stadium has got everything covered. I mean, fucking everything covered.
Apart from football.
It's an unbelievable
from
venue.
players.
It's an outstanding venue. Next to me today was this guy, and he was with his daughter. His daughter was a Spurs fan, but he's a Man United fan. So he's sitting next to me, and he said to me, "I didn't realise you lot were that bad." I said, "Mate, we're awful." And he goes to me, "Do you know what? I'm glad I came though, because my daughter's happy because it's her first ever Spurs game." And he goes, "I've got to say, your stadium is out of this world, mate. It's absolutely phenomenal." And I said, at half time, go underneath the south stand, go to where the food area is, the kind of fan park bit, go around the bend to where the bar is, just have a walk around. He came back, he went, "Fucking hell, your food's good. Mate, you know that brewery thing he was overwhelmed, and he supports the biggest club in the world.
Believe it or not,
the biggest club in the world. Our stadium is sensational, guys.
And it's fucking cheap. It's cheap.
And it's doing us so much good on the pitch.
I know, that's Jason, it kills me, man. Honestly, I sat there watching them today, and I just felt I fucking, like, I work in football, and I'm watching everything I would not coach, and everything I would not want to see myself delivering. And it's gut-wrenching, man. It's shit. The football's been shit for 3 years, man. 4 years. Even the last year of Poch, the football was shit.
But we've got we've got beer cheaper than the pubs outside.
The funny thing is, though,
I know. He gets them in. He gets the people in.
Right, but the funny thing is, I'm not one of those entitled Spurs fans. I don't think we're entitled to win this or we're entitled to do that. I just fucking want to see us play good.
We are the only team that can come third in a 2-horse race. Ultimately, we are the only team that can come third in the 2-horse race.
We played good that year.
We're just not.
We played good that year, though.
But we fucked it. Look, just like typical Tottenham fashion. We had it in our hands and we just fucked it.
Yeah, because Levy didn't buy Poch those extra 2 or 3 players. But now it's gone so bad. I would take not winning trophies just to enjoy watching my team give everyone a game again.
No, that's where me and you are different there, mate. Because I'm sick and tired. We used to win at least 1 trophy every decade. I'd be happy with that. 1 trophy every decade. It gives us something to work forward.
Are you enjoying watching this at the moment? Are you enjoying watching this at the moment?
Who is?
That's my point. I'll
tell you what I am enjoying, and I'm enjoying watching the Conte effect. It's mesmerizing.
Yes, I enjoy
being 8.
I enjoy the Conte effect, and I'll enjoy it more when we actually start getting players in, and I can start seeing what Conte will look like with players who can actually play. But before we get on further into that, because I would do it at some point. Would like to get into ratings and also talk a little bit about Arsenal coming up on the weekend. We got a 5,000 won super sticker from Gogama. Thank you very much again. She is the Empress of Rants. And we also got a £5 super chat here from Matthew THFC Collins. Awesome panel lineup tonight. Smash that like button and sub if you haven't. Big Will in the panel. Come on, you Spurs. Thank you very much, Matthew.
Thank you for your kind words earlier on as well. Thank you for your kind words.
You're a legend of the Spurs YouTube community as well, going on all kinds of streams. Well, not on the streams, but in the comments for all kinds of streams. And
the next comment's brilliant.
And the latest one with this one?
No. World-class stadium, world-class manager, and a pub team.
Pub squad.
Yeah.
The thing is, I've seen League 1, League 2 teams give more heart than what we have.
That's where Doherty will be after Spurs, playing for his local pub squad in Ireland.
Bryce just won't give up on Brian Hill. 10 out of 10 rating today.
I'll tell you what.
Don't you mean Hill Messi?
I'm not going to blow smoke up his ass, but I have to say, the last 2 or 3 games Brian Hill's come on, he has been more direct and constructive and speedy.
He's added something to the game, hasn't he?
Yeah, but the biggest change for tonight was when Skip came.
His mustache?
Skip came on into that midfield. We started really raising the levels, man. Skip was a bit of a game changer tonight. Not that anything came of it, but at least he raised.
I'll say one thing.
Level.
I think even just no matter what happens with Conte, after Kane, after Son, the one hope we'll have in this club is Oliver Skip. because he's this good at this age. He's only going to get better. He's going to be an incredible player. I think he will. I think when he retires, he will be. We will consider him a Tottenham legend.
The one hope we've got of this club is that young French lad we got coming next summer.
Pape Matar.
I don't know.
I don't know, man.
He's in and out of the Mets squad.
He's good, man. He's good. He is good.
Then bring him in.
Is he gonna cut? Is he gonna cut it in the Premier League though?
Listen. This is
give him £2 million and bring him in.
This is what you got to remember with him. He's 17. He's very young. He needs time.
I thought he was 19 or something like that.
I thought he was
17
20.
when we bought him.
I'm fucking sick and tired of this buying players for the future. We need to buy players for the here and now. Stop with this shit.
Pape Sarr will be a very, very good player.
He's 19.
If he gets, he's 19 now. If he gets game time, he needs game time. If he's not playing, it's not going to work out. Like we're beginning to see.
Does he start against? Does he start ahead of Mora?
He doesn't play Mora's position.
No,
he's a right winger. I thought he was a right winger.
No, he's a defensive midfielder. You're talking about the guy from Watford. You're thinking of the Sarr from Watford.
Aaron Dove.
There's 3 Sarrs. You have Sarr at Chelsea, Sarr at Watford, and then
Josh, he's a box-to-box player, but he's more defensive.
Yeah, defensive midfielder, center mid. So he's a DMT.
Oh, do you know what? Jacob in the comments. He's so insistent on Adama Traore. Fuck, because can Spurs just announce him already so Jacob can just shut up?
What do you mean? Jacob's in love with Jason's voice. He keeps telling me.
Jason's voice. So Pepe Sarr is a little bit more offensive than Skip, but not quite as defensive as Skip. But technically and tactically, he's about the same.
He can hit some.
He's a powerful player as well.
He can hit some nice long balls, some nice through balls.
There was like people who talk. Sorry. People who talk.
Zero says it all.
So people who talk say he's a little bit of a Conte 2.0 type, a Golo Conte 2.0 type of player.
The problem with Pepe Sarr is I don't know if he's going to work under Conte because Conte needs the finished product now. Okay, Conte's not going to be here long enough to develop and nurture these players. Pepe Sarr is probably 2 years away from being the player we want him to be.
Fuck's sake.
It's true.
No, I'm laughing at Jacob's comment.
Yeah.
Oh, Josh, put one of them undies wet from my dome. You can't stop the flow.
You can if he ends up going to Chelsea. But look, listen to what I'm saying. if why the transfer window's like halfway done now.
Yep.
It's halfway done.
Yeah, just under. Yeah.
If we don't sign anyone this January, what does that mean for us?
We'll sign someone once we're out of the Carabao. We're out of the Carabao Cup. Once we're out of top 4, we'll make a move.
What makes me laugh is that we're 13 days into the transfer window now, and all we've got to show for it is that we're leading the race for a player that is the race that we never win. We've got all this speculation about Adama Traore coming in now. Apparently, Barcelona and Chelsea are interested in him.
Have him.
We got Comparatici's fucking list of players that he wants to bring in, like Scamacca. Yeah, it's Con Paratici. Guy's a fucking con artist. Just look at Galini; he says it all.
Do you know what worries me about Adama Traore? Do you know one thing I don't understand about this? We're gonna sign him to make him a right wing back, yeah? Why not just
Everton?
Why not sign a right wing back?
Lemon Fieldberry?
Yeah.
Again?
Why if we're going to sign Adama Traore to make him into a right wing back, why not just sign a right wing back? I don't get that.
Tariq Lamptey.
Dude, look, I saw something today. If we end up signing Traore and having to play right wing back, we will have spent £85 million on right backs in the last 3 years.
Unbelievable.
Because we've never got it right.
£5 million.
This is why
we could have gone out and bought Trent.
This is why I say it's
we
not.
could have gone out and bought Trent Alexander-Arnold for that.
Every single one of them has been a downgrade.
And this is why I say it's not just about the amount of money spent. It's the recruitment. It's the recruitment, the players you bring in, and like Stell says, it's the continuity of the systems. It's those two things combined.
But no, I just want.
Traore reminds me of.
Who's that?
Not in his physicality and not necessarily the way he plays, but he gives me that Aaron Lennon vibes where he'd fucking always speed past people but never know what the fuck to do with the ball.
That's exactly what Adama Traore is.
Do you know what I mean? Because Aaron Lennon used to do that. He'd fucking rocket past motherfuckers and then do nothing with the ball.
The only thing that Adama Traore brings is that when he's on the ball, when he's dribbling, every player goes to him. That's the only thing he brings.
That's no good if he doesn't give the ball to someone else in all the space.
It's Adama Traore is like he basically just edges the Tottenham fan base because he makes that move. He'll make that move, and we just think, oh yeah, you're just about to bust your load, and all of a sudden he just fucking swings the ball in fucking over to the left hand side of the pitch, and you're like, for fuck's sake.
We already have that in Lucas. Lucas does that all. I mean, I love Lucas. Don't get me wrong.
The only one
but Lucas does do it all the time.
And he didn't give the ball to fucking either of the two options he had.
Head stuck down.
Yeah, but I thought Lucas was probably our best forward today by far.
Well, Galini made some good saves, but he made a terrible decision, just like Lucas did. So
you know what?
Galini's going to get roasted for making a bad decision.
I didn't think that was. First of all, if we want to talk about that goal that Galini let in, yeah, he has. The only criticism I would say for him on that was that he hesitated coming off his line. If he would have come out stronger first, he may have been able to get position on them. But
so you're only going to criticize him for the mistake that actually caused the goal. It was a huge mistake.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. That goal, right? If he doesn't come out of his box and he stays in between the posts, goes in anyway. That ball clipped off the upper, the top, the crossbar, and just trickled into the top of the net. There's no keeper in the world who's stopping that header if he stays in his blocks. The only way he stops that goal is by actually completing that punch. It's the only way it stopped.
The thing about Galini,
upper right corner, clipping off the crossbar. No goalkeeper stops that.
Some of Galini's mannerisms. He's just Octopus 2.0, isn't he? He's just Huriel Gomez 2.0.
Great saves. I didn't think
he's like this. He's trying to make himself big. He just doesn't fucking work.
Because he's 6'5".
Get stuck in.
Can I say none of you answered my question that I asked about 2 hours ago? You know,
we'll answer it.
We're not going to do a Chelsea. We are going to lose Conte because he will not.
I said, dude, Chelsea like 12 times.
Cody, Kieran, and Jason didn't tell me what they think.
What's the question?
Do you think we're going to do a Chelsea and buy players in, or is it going to be a project squad like Poch?
Are we going to drop the £300 million needed to fix this problem?
I don't know if it's going to be
300.
What
I think?
No, what you think's we're going to do?
Well, we ain't dropping no 300 fucking anything. We're not even dropping 300 fucking pence. Now, 300 fucking million. Because we ain't spent shit at the moment, have we?
So then, Jason, then Conte's going to go then because this will fail if we don't.
Eventually, he will.
I don't know if I can take. I don't know if I can take a fifth manager in 4 years or 2 years.
If we don't back him, eventually he's going to have enough. And go, why would he want to ruin his fucking reputation on us?
Well, that's what it's going to take, though, isn't it? Like, what about
Hugo doesn't punch that 10 out of 10 times. Stop it, Jacob.
He really doesn't.
No, he doesn't. Hugo is probably one of the least. The reason why he's been so good this season is because he's commanded his box more. He is the biggest camping goalkeeper ever.
Hugo doesn't come
he
off
also
his line.
Comes. When he does come off his line, it fucking matters.
Yeah,
Yeah, but there's no way he reaches that cross.
I'm watching the replay right now. Okay, and you talk about if Hugo stays on his line there, he can make that save.
No way.
He does all the time.
No way.
No, he could have. That's what I was going to say. Actually,
I'm not
going to
say
that.
it's likely.
Yeah, no. Hugo.
You made it seem like it was impossible. Lloris can make that save.
There's pace on that header. It's direct, and it clips right off the crossbar.
I'm watching.
It's not an arching header.
I'm watching it over and over. If Lloris was standing on his line in the middle of the box, he makes the save.
No way.
Cody, are we going to do a Chelsea?
No, but we actually don't have to. We do and we don't. Like, if we knew we were going to have Conte for 2.5 years or 3 years, and if we had a fan base that wasn't so fucking fed up with the way that the club is being run, maybe we would afford not to be able to do a Chelsea. We need to do a Chelsea, though, because you're talking about three parties: the ownership, the fans, and the manager, and two of them are volatile substances, and they're about to get shaken up real hard. I'm sorry, there's no way that this is going to end well for Tottenham, because I don't see Joe Louis deciding to just suddenly become a benevolent billionaire and donate $500 million.
It's shit timing, isn't it? Like,
this squad needs exactly what Stell was talking about. I said it in November. 250 million to turn this squad into what Conte wants it to be. And the thing is, you talk about like Conte pressuring the board right now in this transfer window. This is how Conte operates. He pressures, he gets what he wants. He pressures, he gets what he wants, and then he just keeps pressuring, because he knows that if you're gonna be guaranteed success, you need constant investment, and that's when you have a foundation to build on. And we don't have that, so I think in the end, we're fucked.
Kieran, are we fucked?
I think.
Put your heart to one side, man. What do you really believe is going to happen?
I think aside from two things possibly happening, either us being able to I think minimum we have to sign 2 players in the January transfer window. At minimum 2 players. If we don't, he walks. I think we'll do that. So I think he stays till the end of the season. Then it's all on the summer. The only way we have a summer that Antonio Conte will be satisfied with. I don't know about this 300 number necessarily. It depends on who he wants. But more than anything, it depends on either if we can sell players like Tanguy Ndombele, Dele Alli, Gio Lo Celso, players like this, or if the outside investment that is rumored in the press is actually used towards building the team. And if neither of those things happen, then yeah, absolutely, he'll walk in the summer. And then what will follow is a complete implosion of this club. I think we will be mid-table mediocrity. We will not see Europe for 5 years minimum. Being able to get a decent manager in will be impossible. The next manager will be a nobody, because that's all who will take the job. If Conte walks, this becomes the most toxic environment and the top level of European football, and no self-respecting manager will walk in. No top-level players will want to come, and at that point, it's straight downhill. Somehow they convinced Conte to come in. Somehow they got Romero to come here in the summer, even with Nuno as the head coach. So if he walks, it's over, and it'll be back to the 90s, like Stell was saying earlier.
The typical.
I gotta get the super chat in real quick here. Matt Collins, another 5,000 or 500 or 5 pounds.
5,000 pounds.
I'm dreaming. People say we're leading the race for this player and that player. We wouldn't even.
We wouldn't even lead the Cheltenham race.
Cheltenham race. That's true. But also too, I do want to talk about the Scalini goal again. I do, because if you guys are gonna get on him for this, Rudiger's completely unmarked.
I'll be back in a minute.
Completely unmarked. Not a single person marks him in the box. Ben Davies leaves him. Nobody picks him up. Then he bodies, as he's heading, he bodies the keeper. Then the ball, with pace, clips off the crossbar. No way Hugo Lloris stops that goal.
He has done that in the past. I'm not saying it's likely. I'm saying it's possible.
Well, it's possible, yes.
It's
possible to stop a shot in the upper right-hand corner, too, but it doesn't happen often.
It's not that much pace. You know what has pace? Hugo Lloris's instincts.
He's not Spider-Man.
No, but he's got fucking cat-like reflexes.
He's made harder saves than that. Much harder saves.
Don't know. On a cross, it's different, dude. There's so many bodies in the way. You're not paying attention. Your reactions are reflected.
Are you saying it's impossible that Hugo Lloris would have saved that?
Is it impossible? No. Is it likely? No.
I just said it wasn't likely. But
Okay, well then why are we even arguing?
I think he would. I think if I just watched it just now again. If Hugo stays home, he knocks that over the top of the crossbar.
It's right
Guaranteed.
down the center.
No.
Hold on. It's not right down the center. It's
that goal
in the upper right. Hold on.
Wait,
stop. You said it's right down the center. It's not. Okay.
Do a poll.
It is.
Let's decide it with a poll.
No, a poll.
Why not?
Is
you
not
got
objective.
66 people watching.
I've seen
Let
Hugo
the people
Lloris
speak.
Yeah, the people speak. Well, it doesn't matter. You got an
They can
opinion.
vote.
I just want to touch on.
We've made
before
the argument. We can't prove it either way. You can't prove your argument. I can't prove my argument. So let the poll decide.
That's fine. But what I want to ask too is, why is Rudiger the only center back that scores almost in every match, completely unmarked outside the 6-yard box?
Because we're fucking shit. Our defense is shit.
Yeah.
And we can't mark. We can't even fucking mark off a number on a bingo card, let alone a player.
Davies leaves him. Davies is the one marking him before. So at 5 seconds on this particular replay that I'm watching, Ben Davies is marking number 4, whoever that is.
Make it stop.
Then you have Højbjerg. Højbjerg is standing in front of Rudiger. Completely leaves Rudiger. Davies leaves Rudiger to pick up number 4. Tanganga is like 7 yards off the pace. Emerson stops running when the cross is halfway through the air. And then Golini gets body slammed by Rudiger as the ball clips off the crossbar into the right side of the goal.
Golini gets body slammed because he does some weird jumping hesitation. Yeah, when the ball is in the air, he's like scrambling.
No, he dives. He dives straight in the line. What are you talking about?
So you're not going to do a poll then?
I will say this though. Neither of those two penalties.
I mean, do I have to demonetize the video and like throw it up there? Because
when the ball goes in, it curls to the right. I've literally just watched it now.
Yeah,
if Hugo stays on his line, all he has to do is shuffle himself a couple of inches to the right hand side, and he saves that all day long.
Taps it right over the bar. It's easy for him. I've seen him make dozens of saves over the years. Way more difficult than that.
No, because in a corner, the goalkeeper doesn't sit on their line. He's
put it
2 yards off the line.
It's like a coin toss.
It's Hugo Lloris. He sits on his line. This is what he does. It's what he always does. It's the thing we've always complained about, is that he's not more willing to come for crosses. But in that situation, if he was there, he would have saved that ball. Absolutely, because he wouldn't have come for
shot stopper.
He would have also noticed that Rudiger was unmarked and probably called somebody to get on him, or at least when he saw he was unmarked with the ball in the air, that further incentivizes him to stay on his line, try to react to the header instead of compete for it.
Unpopular.
I think in every angle, Hugo Lloris would have handled that situation.
No, listen. Look, I would say it's a coin toss, but it's definitely like Ugo could do it. But I do want to say that was Golini's best game in a Spurs shirt. It was.
Why do you think Hugo Lloris wasn't played?
Because he was rested for the next 3 Premier League games we have.
But he was rested on Sunday.
Yeah, no.
Because we played Morecambe.
He's
something going. He should have. Why was Hugo rested in that game?
You can't say that
he's a 34-year-old goalkeeper.
No. He's played every fucking game for us this year, basically, except in the Europa Conference League. And this is a semifinal of a cup, so something isn't right there. It's not rest.
Cody, that's where I'm leaning, mate.
Because
I'm leaning with Cody.
I think Conte knew we didn't have a snowball's chance in hell of winning this game.
He
rested Hugo because he'd rather him not get injured. We didn't have it anyway. We were 2-0 down to a far superior team.
You just made an argument that Lloris would have stopped the fucking goal that decided the game.
Yeah, I think he would have. Yeah.
Right?
I mean, it still would have been a 0-0 draw.
If Lloris is healthy, seriously, you don't think Lloris could play today and then
out
Sunday?
Of any of us, who saw that lineup and thought we had a chance? Who thought it would have ended 1-0 after seeing that lineup?
Paul Anderson, if you have a question, throw it in the chat.
Golini.
I'll read it out.
I never said that Golini had a terrible game. I'm not the one who said that. I just think Hugo would have saved that chance.
We're talking about why.
No, I said even if he sat on his line. I didn't say he would sit on his line. I said even if he sat on his line. the chances of him saving that would be.
And I'm not
slim.
I'm not judging the coach. I'm just saying I don't understand.
There's a couple of things. There's a couple of things that I could see.
To me.
I could possibly see. Number one, Lloris might be asking for a move away from Spurs because he sees the end coming. Maybe. Number two, Conte is pointing a loaded weapon at the board, saying, "This is what you're gonna have if you don't sign this motherfucker," right? Because they're in contract negotiations. We know that. I don't know what the holdup is. Just pay the man. Pay the man whatever he wants. Pay it for as long as it takes. Because if you lose this fucking key piece of our team right now, you know how much Lloris covers up our deficiencies defensively? It is unbelievable what he does.
Josh,
for this
leave that
team.
there. I'm going to share yours in a second. I just want to say, this is a shot from outside the box with Hugo on his line.
Tips it over.
Exactly similar place, right? But the shot came from outside the box. This was not a corner, right? This is a shot from outside the box. That's about where this goal was at, and he barely got fingertips on it.
I can tell you right now, you're not proving anything.
From a corner, that's exactly where that ball hit. That is not getting stopped in a corner with Hugo. First of all, 2 or 3 steps towards the corner, a yard and a half out of his line. There's no way that same shot gets stopped on a corner.
Look at the positioning, man. Look where he is. Rodriguez here. All Hugo Lloris has to do is sit here and then shift over when the ball comes over.
But nobody sits there on a corner. No goalkeeper sits on the line in a corner.
Or even here.
Not if they're lined up.
Or even here. The problem that Galini made is he come out for it. That's the issue.
Yeah, but it's not even that. He didn't fully commit to begin with. It was almost like
he came out slow.
Yeah. Right. If he'd have come out fast, he may have got there first, but he fucking didn't, did he?
Lloris has been a lot more aggressive lately since Conte arrived as well. But I do want to say, Will, I'm disappointed in your argument.
Can you show me the first image again, Will?
This is not up to your standards. This doesn't prove anything. You got one picture, and you're going to tell me that's now we're just supposed to fucking believe you?
This is a shot from outside the box where he was standing on his line.
Prove anything, okay?
Cody, you don't know what you're talking about.
No, you're giving do your own research vibes here, Will. I don't think this proves anything.
Guys, sorry to say, I've just seen it again now. Galini fucked it, but this isn't a goalkeeping issue. If you look at this image here, you got 2-on-2. Yeah, defensively. Go to the next one. You got 3-on-2. The defenders should not be conceding that.
Well, yeah, I mean, we all agree with that. It's obviously their fault to begin with.
The defenders have cost us here. Galini just made it.
The problem with Galini in here.
Conte did say Galini didn't have a bad game. Conte wasn't blaming Galini.
The problem with Galini here is his eyes are shut. He shuts his eyes when he's jumping up and going in for it.
Yeah, no, that's because he collided.
This is after he got. This is after the ball's been headed, right? And he's been just back, like completely chucked into his chest. I would close my eyes too.
Stel, look at the position. Look at the position of where this is. Every day of the week, if Hugo is here, all he does is he shifts himself over and saves the ball.
Watch.
Yep.
No.
I'll tell you now. Where that ball is going outside of the 6-yard box, right? The goalie should not be going for that ball.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Would stay. Yes. The three of us are
Looking
right.
at it again, I blame the goalie now.
Hold on.
Yeah, he should have. Well, I mean, it's still a mistake from the defenders. You don't leave Rudiger, as Will said, the only center back who consistently scores headers for Chelsea. You don't leave him unmarked.
I don't think
Hugo Lloris in this situation. Hugo Lloris would be parked here. Galini's here as the corner's swung in, so he's had no option but to commit. Hugo Lloris would just go there, shuffle over, and save that and tip it over the bar.
Yep. Exactly.
Like half the time.
Why are our
I think Lloris makes that because we can't.
Yeah, nobody picks him up. Hold on, let me show you. I'm gonna share this. I'm not gonna play the video, so I'm gonna be pulling this in and out.
What are Lucas
different
and
times.
Kane even doing, man? Oh my God.
We can't defend set pieces. We're terrible at it.
How? But this has been a problem for like 3 or 4 years.
But
How is it not been
Sanchez
solved?
and Ben Davies are great now. Everyone told me.
We have 10 players back.
This is how you know these players aren't good enough. No matter how much they've improved under Conte, they're still making the same mistakes under several different managers. There's no amount of coaching that can improve this.
They're
They're
not
just
at the
shit.
level of the
They're
Tongan.
just shit. Ben Davis is shit. Davinson Sanchez is shit. Like these guys are just not good enough for this. The level of football that we want to play.
I gotta do this quickly.
I'm going to bed. I cannot watch this shit.
I gotta do this quickly.
I'm
So look where he's set up. Hold on.
Jason,
Good night,
21
Jason.
years, dude, man.
Thanks for coming on.
Take it easy,
We love it.
Jason.
So Galini's setting up here. If you notice, there's nobody pressuring him inside the 6-yard box. So there's no reason for him not to line up there. Any goalkeeper with any type of training is not going to be sitting on their line for a corner kick with all of that space in the 6-yard box. Period. Correct or not correct?
Well, against Chelsea, when you know you've got you
Hold on.
know the way they're going to attack.
I agree.
Okay. So I'm going to remove this. And I'm going to skip forward a little bit. I'm going to put it back in. Now you got Rudiger here. Ben Davies was lined up with number 4 in that last picture. Højbjerg was the one marking him. Completely lost his man. He's no longer marking him. He's looking at the cross coming in.
Unbelievable.
I'm going to remove it again. I'm going to skip forward a little bit more. So now we're sitting here. The ball is right there. It still hasn't even reached halfway out yet. You're talking it's maybe... You see my mouse? Yeah, you're talking maybe the ball's here in the air. Galini starts to make his run out from that position. Rudiger is completely unmarked.
Will, do you know what's key to this? Because we're just seeing still frames. As Galini comes out, does he look to see where his players are? Because if he doesn't check, then he's fucked it completely. Because if he doesn't.
Hold on,
I don't know if he looks. If he's fixated on the ball,
his eyes are fixed. Everybody is ball watching.
Everybody's ball watching.
Everybody. All of
the
them.
only person. Do that second frame
Oh
again.
my
That second frame
God.
just before.
Still, tell me you wouldn't be like absolutely screaming at your players after this. At your players.
I mean,
Players you coach.
I want you to watch.
How does this happen at the Premier League
The
level?
only person that pays
my
attention to where
God.
players are is Ben Davies because he looks behind him to see where everybody else is. Completely loses sight of Rudiger.
Ben Davies stops marking too and runs away.
Like,
Ben
guys, I
Davies
don't know
doesn't check anybody.
I don't know
But then
if you guys in the comments
Højbjerg
realize
is the
how
one marking him.
pathetic this is at
Hold on,
this
watch.
level.
Højbjerg is the one marking him. Højbjerg is the one who lined up with him at the beginning of the corner and is marking him. Okay. Højbjerg is here. Where's he at? Okay, he switches from here. Tanganga's marking him here. He runs across. Højbjerg is completely ball watching. Doesn't see that Tanganga lost his man. Rudiger makes a clean run.
We'll go back to the beginning. Wait, Tanganga's got 2 players.
Yep, Tanganga's got 2 players.
That's the
Højbjerg's just
problem.
standing
That's
here.
the problem. There's your failure. We're outnumbered in that situation. So this guy here, who's that? Emerson. Emerson's not marking anyone.
Yeah, Emerson's not marking
That's
anyone.
the problem, guys.
Standing
That is
there.
the problem. That's how they got the free man.
Watch.
Tanganga
Emerson does even worse. So Højbjerg picks up this guy, 31.
Dude, Tanganga's marking 2 players. That's impossible. You
Emerson tries to double team Lukaku. Look at where Rudiger's standing.
It's too late. The damage is
Completely
done.
unmarked. Completely unmarked. There's not a man within a yard of him.
Yeah, and in that situation, Hugo Lloris would see Rudiger and then move back into the goal.
He's already committed his run at that point.
Yes,
Well,
but he's already committed his run because he's ball watching and he hit.
Regardless of the goalkeeper's actions, I mean, this is just inexcusable defending of a set piece.
So you know when like let's say a team scores a goal, you could go back many phases and see right where did we lose the ball that then allowed them to attack, and you can say right that's the beginning of the problem. For me, looking at this now, like we've been doing it for a couple of minutes, the failure here is why is Tanganga marking 2 players,
and why does Højbjerg
that's the
not
beginning
pick
of the
up the
problem.
loose man?
Yes,
Second one here, and look at Galini. He barely misses that punch, just barely.
So you got multiple. See, this is where we miss Dyer, right? This is where we miss Eric Dyer.
Yeah.
Eric Dyer would have said, he's got 2 players. Emerson, help. Or he would have orchestrated us to be slightly better set up. We don't have a vocal presence that's setting us up for these set pieces.
And the ball bounces off the back of Rudiger's head.
I think Galini's completely just fucking missed the flight of the ball, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he had Rudiger's ass in his chest too.
But he wouldn't be in this situation if we were marking 1 man per player at the start of the set piece. So the failure for me is Tanganga having 2 players to mark. And Tanganga got shafted there.
But I'm saying even if you're on your line, because any goalkeeper is going to be facing the man taking the corner. He's not going to be dead center sticks looking forward. He's going to be facing the corner flag. Even if he stays home, he's going to cheat towards the near post, right? That save right there is a tough save for any keeper when you have your back to where that hits.
Do you know what? To be fair, this isn't why we lost the game. We lost the game because we didn't attack enough. Apparently we had 13 shots, 2 on target. Just like.
But I'm just saying the chances of Hugo Lloris saving that is maybe 20%.
I'm going to be honest here. I actually switched the game off after that goal. I didn't watch the rest of the game. I refused to.
It was terrible, man.
I refused to.
I did too.
I knew from the moment I saw that lineup, we weren't going to play well. You start Lo Celso, you start Doherty, you start Galini. When you've got Lloris who started the first leg, was perfectly fine. You're playing Doherty in a left wing back position yet again when you've got a left wing back on the fucking bench.
Guys, let me ask you a question. What club, what team have you ever heard of drops their captain for a semi-final? I've never ever heard of that. He's our captain, and we dropped him for the semi-final against Chelsea.
Something's not right there, man.
Dude,
whether he's
fucked.
Whether he's hurt or he's trying to force his way out.
Was he on the bench? Was he on the bench?
He was on the bench.
He was on the bench.
He's not hurt. He's not hurt then. I just find it flabbergasting that you drop your. This is what I was.
Well, it was okay. Hold on. I was trying to explain this to the lads earlier, right? It was Galini's competition until Conte came in, and Conte pulled him out.
No, it was Galini's competition until we started getting the big boys.
I'm sorry, a semi-final is not the same as fucking.
Who played in the first leg in goal?
Hugo Lloris.
Hugo.
This doesn't make sense.
I'm saying in the competition, Galini was the one who was playing until West Ham.
But he played Hugo first leg.
Yeah,
you played Hugo against Chelsea all day long.
That was Conte's reason.
Do you know what, guys? Lloris, the captain not playing in this match, Reggie not being in the squad,
Bargain Bucket FC, according to
Doherty being played at left wing back. All of these things, there is no sense in this. This has to be a deliberate.
It is. That's what I've said.
It has to be, man. There's too many pieces that don't add up. If it was just one thing, like the Lloris thing, okay, but Reggie and Doherty again at left back.
Well, Reguilon's got to be hurt. Okay, so
the same manager took off Doherty at half time in the first leg because he was dog shit, and he starts.
Welcome back
in the second leg.
Stel, do you remember last season in the FA Cup against Everton? Do you remember how Jose changed the style of play completely? Told the team to press and play as attacking as possible.
We went for it.
Yeah. And we ended up losing. It was 5-4, I think, right? 5-4.
Crazy game.
Yeah. And afterwards he's like, look, well, you said, I sit back, I played you defensive. Well, this is why I do that. And I think this is a similar thing. I think this is a deliberate move by Conte to send a message. And I also think that he didn't think we would. I honestly don't believe that Conte walked into that stadium thinking we had a good chance to win the game, regardless of who he put on the pitch.
I said to Iggy, I said to him at half time, I said, Iggy, what is Conte doing, man, with this lineup? Like, is he sending a message? Is he throwing the towel in? And Iggy said to me, Conte doesn't throw trophies. He doesn't throw cup games. Something. We're missing something. There's something we don't know. Something has happened here, guys, and I can't suss it out. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't at all. Conte's not the kind of guy. He's like Mourinho. He's a winner. You don't sabotage winning. He's not like that. But he has. But tonight he has sabotaged it.
There you go. Right, boys. Anyways, it's 5:12 in the morning. I'm going to bed. So I will speak to you all very much. Well,
Good night,
very
Mr.
soon.
Josh.
See you later on. Peace out, guys.
See you later, Josh.
Like on the Galini thing, I just don't think. Yes, it was a mistake. Do I think it's a major mistake? I don't. And I don't think we're being fair. I think people's dislike for him is getting in the way of an objective view of that situation.
Do you know what was really bad tonight? When we got the lineup outside the stadium, everyone was like, "Oh."
Everybody on Twitter, everybody in the group chat, everybody
knew the result. That was the worst thing of all. Like you knew. It's fucked up, isn't it?
It is. It was a real shitty feeling when I saw it posted on Twitter today.
Because I don't even like. This is bothering me. It's bothering me now because I don't even like Golini. I don't like him. I'm only sticking up for him because technically and tactically, the only thing he did wrong was coming out of his box too late.
He made a good save about 10 minutes before that when Lukaku...
And 5 minutes after.
Box.
Yeah.
He made a good save before
That's what I mean. He had his best game in a Spurs shirt today.
I think people have been really harsh with him. I really don't think he's that bad.
Well, how many games has he played? He's only played like... Maybe he played more in the Conference League.
I think he's about as good. I mean, you guys remember Paulo Gazzaniga? I think he's about.
I like Gazzaniga better.
I think he's about that level, though. I think Gazzaniga was probably a slightly better goalkeeper, but I mean, I don't know. It's hard to tell now because like, where's that guy now? I mean, I remember before
he's played 3 matches.
Do you know when we had the preseason? I don't know if you remember the preseason games. Alfie Whiteman looked really good. He was making some really good saves. He seemed very good coming out of his box and catching the ball, punching it. And I thought, who's this goalkeeper? Alfie Whiteman. He looks really good. And I thought, this is a really good backup. We've just, coming through the academy as well. And then when he went on loan and we brought in Galini, I thought, why have we done that? Why have we spent money, even if it's a loan, on a player that we already had covered? I never understood the signing of Galini, even if
because they said he was going to replace Hugo.
Yeah, he wasn't brought in just to be a backup. He was brought in to be a potential replacement.
I mean, he played for Atalanta. He was like a starter for Atalanta, wasn't he?
Yeah, in the Champions League, he was good. He was a really good goalkeeper for them.
But if Hugo signs a new contract, then he's not here to replace Hugo, or is he?
Well,
Jose's here.
Hi,
Jose.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, I think with you have to remember that was done with Nuno as the manager. I mean, do you think Hugo was going to sign a contract extension with Nuno as the manager? I mean, now it's a possibility because Conte, but I think the club, Paratici, I think they were all looking at that like, yeah, he's probably going to go. We need to look at a replacement. So.
Yeah.
Can I take this question here that I've just seen from Sushant Busal?
Which the last one?
514.
14. This one, Crackers.
Crackers, James, Ricky, Chris Khan, they were all talking about the board really bad. I assume that was today because I don't watch their shows no more. What's your thoughts, Stelios? Are they still bad or what? This is my thoughts, okay? This is my thoughts.
Get them, Stel.
I'm very honest with this stuff, okay? They're talking about it because it's a talking point, and if they don't talk about it, people will go to other channels to hear about it. So they're covering it because they're forced into talking about it. Come back to me when they say, what action should we take? Come back to me when they say, there's a protest going on this date. If that's your thing, get over there. Come back to me when they come forward with a strategy to take on these people. Anyone can talk about it, but are they prepared to take action? And are they prepared to back, support, or let the fan base know of others taking action? You'll never, ever, ever, ever see them do that.
Stelios, let me ask you something.
And that's the problem.
Let me ask you. let's say this all goes fucking to shit, like we all kind of feel like it's gonna.
Yeah.
If there's a protest,
yeah,
and you see Ricky Sachs there, would you trust him as like someone that's actually protesting on behalf of Tottenham fans, or would you look at him and think you're just farming likes and views and clicks?
No, I would see him as a like-minded protester, because once he puts his face there,
yeah,
he's then putting himself out there for the media to see him there, Sky Sports to see him there, other fans to see him there. People will come on his show and comment, "Ricky, I saw you at the protest." He's officially
him there.
putting himself into the parapet, into the mix. So I would see it that way.
Yeah.
If he went there with a microphone, going around and interviewing everyone for his YouTube channel, then I'd be like, hold on a minute. Because I'll tell you what happened at the first protest. Those wankers, the supporters trust, they came to the protest, but they didn't protest. They were giving out leaflets to promote their plan. And I thought, how dare you? You've come here to use our protest as a method to market you. Come and join us. Come and tell people to support us. Don't use what we're doing to promote your brand. It's like me going to Walmart, standing outside Walmart saying, "Hey, have you come to my grocery store? Come and try my vegetables." You don't do that, man, you know?
Oh, see, when I was asking you about that, I was assuming that you were picturing him doing the whole interview thing down the high road, like, "Oh, I'm Ricky Sachs, the price is right, blah, 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 blah." You know?
If he did that, he wouldn't like... If he came around and did that, I don't think he'd like the reaction he'd get.
Yeah.
Not from me, from a lot of people.
Fair play.
Yeah.
But if he came there and joined in with us, saying, "Levy out, we want Levy out," then I'd say, "Ricky, do you know what? Well done, man." I'd shake his hand and say, thanks for getting involved, man. This is what we need.
And the man of the day is here as well.
Hello, guys. Hello. Good morning, good evening.
He was so happy at the stadium, man. He was so happy.
Listen, you guys can probably see the smile right through this, right?
I can hear it.
Yeah.
Look, there's two of me. Fantastic. Have I logged in with my phone or something? That's
No,
Cody.
Cody changed it just for you.
Thank you, Cody.
Thank you, Cody.
My chest and my voice is gone a little bit because I haven't slept for quite some time. I was doing some housework, but I got to come on here. Guys, honestly, this has probably been like the best live experience of my life. Forget the 1-0 loss. I don't care. I really genuinely don't care.
So wait.
But I thought Galini as a goalkeeper, right? Yeah, and Doherty on the left back. I thought, forget it, mate. We're not getting nothing out of this game. Enjoy what you can. And I did. Honestly, I enjoyed it much.
I missed my first time to the stadium, man. It's such a wonderful
So was that your
thing.
first time to the stadium ever, or just the new stadium?
That's the first time I've ever watched a football match live in my life.
Wow. I didn't realize that.
Unless you call the local park and kids kicking the ball around.
Mate, he was like a kid outside. He was like nervous and excited.
And that's
I
what
was like...
it actually made me mad. So after I edited the video, I mean, if you guys haven't watched it yet, go watch it. It's a fun video. After I edited the video, I realized there was 3 other clips from outside the stadium before the match that I totally missed in the chat, and it made me mad. I was like, ah.
Will, I went and bought him a burger from the burger van, and I said, "What do you want to drink? Or whatever you want." I put a burger in his hand, and I put a can of drink in his hand, and he's staring at the stadium. And I went up to him, I was like, "Mr. K, what are you doing? Like, are you going to eat your burger?" He's like, "I don't know what to do with it."
Awesome.
I don't know what to do.
I wasn't even hungry. I wasn't even hungry. But I felt that everyone else was standing around with a burger in their hand and a drink, and I thought, well, I might as well join in.
Yeah, I said to him, "Mr. K, if you weren't hungry, why did you say to me not to buy it?" He goes, I just wanted to be part of the experience.
Outside a stadium and there's a burger bar.
Well, it's a good thing he didn't see anything really raunchy. Buy me one of those.
Dude, it was so funny, man.
So
it's literally like that first time you ever go to a big game, like in your life. It's like kid in a candy shop, man. It was amazing, man. I've never seen anyone.
Well,
so happy.
I'm going to have that
Lane.
same experience. Well, not football because I've been to football matches, but I will have that same experience when I go there too. It'll be my first Premier League match.
I'm going to buy you 2 burgers, Will, because you're bigger than Mr. K. By about 2 foot.
I'll take 2 pints instead.
I'll buy you a pint.
The strange thing is, when I got to the east stand, there was no one there. I was sitting in this horrible.
Yeah, I saw. I was like, there weren't many people sitting by.
No, there was just one fella on the same row as me, and that was about it. He's the only one I could strike a conversation with. I don't know how to get what's going on. But yeah.
Someone said there was like 15,000 fans, like seats empty today. It looked, in the top tiers, it all looked empty. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just behind. It was where we were because we were directly above the Chelsea fans.
Yeah, you're above the
Chelsea. That whole section was just above the Chelsea fans, and that's why it's sparse. But when you looked on the other side of the stadium, it was all full up, completely. So I think that stadium is amazing. The capacity it's got. I think one of the things that got me the most was because under COVID, right? Yeah, I think we've all been like in small spaces where there's X amount of people. You go to your local high street, there's X amount of people there. But when you went to that stadium, there was people as far as the eye could see. And you know, when you've been in COVID, it's like suddenly it's a bit of a shock to come across so many human beings in the same place. Nobody with a mask, of course, apart from security. I was the only one wearing a mask. I ripped that off straight away. It was fantastic, honestly, guys. I think I'm going to be smiling for a week at least.
That's good, man. You should be smiling for at least a week. And thanks for sending me those clips. It was fun to put it together, and that you've got your first time memorialized now too. On and if you want, I'll send you the full video. Although I don't know if I can upload it all at once. And...
that was good, man.
There can't be any video when I go for the first time because I think as soon as I see the pitch, I'll start crying like a baby.
Oh, honestly. It's gonna be like mine's gonna be video. I'm gonna be videoing all over the place. Like people are gonna get mad at me because I'm just gonna be videoing everything.
So negative, Will. So negative.
Yeah.
Well, they'll probably get mad at you for being American first and foremost, but
yeah, that too. I have knife proof vest I can wear underneath my shirt.
I'll tell you.
I've seen it.
I'll tell you, it was a great experience when we played Liverpool at Wembley Stadium when they were building the new stadium. We had to move to the National Stadium, and we broke the record for the highest ever attendance of a Premier League match. It was like 87,000. To hear, I mean, 3,000 must be in Liverpool. To hear over 80,000 Spurs fans singing together was unreal, man. When we beat Liverpool 4-1 that day, that's the day we beat Liverpool 4-1, and that I've never ever felt that before because just so many Spurs fans. It's just fucking. I didn't realize there's that many of us, but there's shitloads. That was pretty good. The good old days, man. The good old days under Poch. When we used to beat Liverpool.
Will, now that you're in Atlanta, are you going to go to any Atlanta United games this season?
Yeah, I am. I actually have tickets to the season opener. I bought tickets. It was like a lottery thing where if you bought them in advance for the playoffs, I was going to go to the first, but we ended up getting knocked out before they had a home match. So they said that rolls over to the first home match of the new season, which starts February, March, something like that.
How much do American football players get paid?
Depends on the player.
On average, kind of like a...
Wait, American football
like
or
MLS?
like footballers in America?
Soccer. American soccer. MLS players.
MLS. Oh, yeah, it depends.
Players.
So the problem with MLS is there's the big players, which are called DPs, designated players, and they can get very large salaries. Like, for example, Insigne, he's signing for Toronto FC.
Yeah, crazy money. I've seen it.
Yeah, ridiculous money. But that's because he's one of their designated players,
if
they're allowed a certain amount
a good
of.
American player that's just not a big player, but they're renowned as, that's a good player.
Not a lot, dude. Like, so it says the average MLS, this was in 2021, it says the average MLS player makes $51,000 a year. That's less than what I make.
But that's skewed. Again, that's skewed because it includes DPs. Like a lot of these like rank and file
$51,000 a year.
A lot of these rank and file like MLS guys, like the real just grinders. These guys make like 30 to 35K. Like it's really not much.
But it says that even like the highest paid Americans or some of the American stars make like $85,000 a year, which is nothing.
You know what? You're never gonna win a World Cup until you sort that out.
No, because our players can just go play in Europe. They can just go play in Europe. They don't need to play here.
Yeah.
So like, okay, so here we go. Clubs, it depends on the club. So like clubs like Columbus, New England, Salt Lake, for example, their average salary is around $85,000 a year. But then when you get to clubs like Los Angeles, Chicago, DC, and New York, you're looking at $100K plus. Los Angeles being about $300K.
If you start paying like the kind of Premier League money, so let's say, but let's be realistic. Let's say you're paying players $20K a week. Yeah, $20,000 a week. That'd be really, really good for MLS. Yeah.
Yeah, right now
you will attract so many more people to the sport. So many more, and when you attract more, the competition's more fiercer.
Well, still,
and you'll start bringing through, like now, the Premier League. Look at the youngsters that come through nowadays. They're really, really good. It's because the money has drawn so many people to the sport, and it's drawn so many more people to take it seriously at a young age, and the competition is so more fierce that the ones that do get through are just so good.
Well, a huge problem is well, the attendance isn't there. A huge problem is also that like it is really popular.
To pay the salary.
There are more kids playing football or soccer in America than they are playing any other sport. It's the most played youth sport in the country, and it's only growing more. But part of the problem in terms of like our national team, because that's where you're talking about winning a World Cup, part of the problem there is that the development structure from youth to the professional level has been a mess or in mostly non-existent in most parts of the country.
It all to me.
Yeah, so and now that that's starting to change, that's where we're getting better. But I mean, there's also the fact that our players can just and are being recruited at like 13, 14 years old by European academies, and they're getting trained there with the best and then playing in European leagues with the best. So yeah, I mean, we will get there, but it's going to take time. In the meantime, we're already improving exponentially because our players are going to Europe.
I think you need a strong home league first, though. A strong home league.
But here's the thing: is it's growing, right? So it's growing. Once you get to the point, because you have major league players who are making less than 100K a year, right? Major league baseball players making less than 100K a year.
Baseball?
Yeah.
I thought that was big bucks.
It's not a lot of them.
It is
for the biggest players. But your average dude who just who's like a backup pitcher or something like that, like you maybe sees the mound once a season, dude's making like 100K a year.
There's not one Premier League player that's on a shit salary. Even if they're playing for Norwich, they'll be at least on 20, 30K a week at least.
Not here, but you do have, there are some people, but you have to understand, Pepe being sold for $20 million. That was a record fee out of MLS.
Yep.
That was the largest purchase or largest price paid for a player out of MLS ever.
So
$20 million.
So like American football and basketball, I'm guessing are the two biggest sports in America, right?
NFL. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's probably nobody on less than $1 million in the NFL.
All right. NFL and NBA. Yeah. Is that £1 million a year, Will, or month?
Yeah, a year.
So NFL and NFL and NBA, everyone gets paid big.
NBA is probably lower than NFL.
I think the lowest, like the league minimum in the NFL is like the league minimum in the NFL is something like $300K a year. So,
but that'll be like a rookie who's not that good, who's just
the minimum salary this year is $610,000.
NBA rookie minimum salary
way up.
gives you $1 million.
600?
Yeah, 600. So 0 years of service. This is NFL CBA minimum salaries. So that's like zero. Okay. So you're like a walk-on backup dude. You don't ever play. You're on. So this year for 2022, it's $705K. Is the minimum.
NFL and NBA
for a veteran
is the same as basically.
That's for nobody. That's for a rookie.
Kind of
if you've been playing 2 years, it's $900K. minimum.
So NBA and NFL is the same as Premier League salaries then.
Yeah. So $1 million a year is like pretty much the minimum. Nobody's even though that's the minimum, nobody's on the minimum, dude. Like maybe some like third string lineman or something might be on the minimum.
A long snapper.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Joe Hart when he came to Spurs and got paid peanuts to just
like $10K a week or whatever he's on.
Organize cricket matches in the gym.
Yeah. Do you know India the top cricketers in India are on insane money. Insane.
Yeah, I mean the country only cares about one sport. Like when you only have one sport for a nation of 1 billion people, yeah, it kind of makes sense that they make crazy money.
They are cricket crazy over there. Like,
they don't care about any other sport. It's only cricket. It's only cricket.
They love
it's
cricket.
crazy. I think it's really cool, honestly. I don't think any other country really has that, where it's like just one sport and all the money, all the media attention goes to that one sport.
It's just, maybe I'm going to move to India and just watch cricket, man. I mean, it's the way forward.
It bugs me when people say I'm wrong or I just made it up. Like, boom, like 0 years service, 706K.
I
didn't make anything up.
Fucking hate stats.
Dude, the IPL ain't too bad. You know, it's quite exciting to watch.
10 years plus, which is a veteran, is 1.1 million minimum.
All my Indian friends are cricket crazy, man. All of them. They're all fucking lunatics.
No, but like it's like the minimum. The minimum CBAs are like it's like record. You can't. That's the minimum. It's not even a stat.
What's the CBA, bro?
Collective bargaining agreement.
Yeah, agreement. It's from like the NFL has a they have a players union.
I love America. Everything's got to sound like it's some super secret high intensive formula. The collective bargaining agreement. Why can't you just call it the fucking salary or the wage?
Well, no, because it's the deal that the NFL Players Union negotiates with the league, which is the owners of all the different franchises. So there's the 32 owners and then the commissioner, and they negotiate with the Players Union, which represents all the players in the NFL, and then they set these minimums that increase each year and blah blah blah. And that's why in American sports we have what are called lockouts, when the unions and the leagues can't reach agreements. They literally won't play. They won't have a season.
Currently in one.
Yeah, or sometimes they'll have what are like lockout seasons, where it's all the scabs, all the guys who crossed the picket line, and guys who were like third, fourth straight backups. Guys who are barely making teams. They'll go and they'll play instead, while all the big players sit out the season, wait for the new.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like practice squad that never even show up to game day. They're not even sitting on the bench. I'm talking about actual players, right? Contract players.
What the hell is Sushan on about? Stelios, you look like an Indian origin. Are you Stel? I've been called Arabic, Egyptian, Turkish, Italian, Jewish, now Indian. My name is Stelios. Where do you think that name comes from?
He's Greek and he cleans toilets.
I'm a toilet cleaner, for fuck's sake. Come on.
Jesus Christ.
No, I'm not of Indian origin.
Honestly, I haven't looked in so long. Is that guy still making videos?
Yeah.
Did you see what he said?
No. Let's not go into gossip mongering. Come on, leave that guy.
I'll send it to you later, Kieran.
Okay, yeah, off air.
Even Cody's giving the wave. Come on, let's move on.
Let's just say that he's been talking rubberish again.
Oh my god.
But man, we've been on here 3.5 hours. It's 12:30 in the a.m. I think we're gonna shut this. Jose, you didn't really say a whole lot. I want to let you give you your opportunity to talk before we shut this down. Any topics you want to talk about?
Yeah, you've got the floor. I want to discuss Northern Ireland with Aaron.
I just kind of realized today. Always
I'm
been
joking,
a
Aaron.
fan,
I'm joking.
But today I just realized that I think he needs to come out of the side. The attacking threat in the midfield is just not there when he and Skip are paired up. Even with a third person in the middle. There's just
we're playing with 3 DMs, right? I mean, that's just
but it's like you see Kane dropping down, or Mora when they're attacking and they have the ball, and you see Højbjerg and these midfielders making their runs behind, and they just refuse to pass the ball to them, and it's just I can't. It's just crazy.
Jose, do you know why that is? Because the three up top, the only way you can get the ball to them is by one of the holding mids pushing slightly forward into the centre mid and then releasing the play, or the wing backs being high up and crossing the ball into them. Both wing backs can't do that because they're shit. The holding mids, they couldn't deal with Jorginho and Kovacic in the middle. We got completely overwhelmed by a better class of player, which meant those three up top, we couldn't get the ball to them. So do you know what they do? They drop deeper to try and get the ball.
Back.
And then the whole system of having three up top collapses. And it was just...
Good night.
Good night, Kakuma. And it's just a shit show, Jose, man. Honestly, it's...
Yeah.
It wasn't great to watch, man.
Yeah.
If I'd been past the ball to the Celso, I think we might have scored a goal. We passed to fucking Mora.
Oh, that Harry Winks pass. That he too much weight on the pass and it got...
Yeah, that was another one.
That's why I'm worried about this. Talk about a center back and Adama Traore, and like we need a midfielder who can pass through the lines, or at least dribble through the lines, do something, break lines, pull defenders out of position.
We need a midfield. We don't have a midfield.
Yeah,
we need a midfield.
We have three defensive midfielders playing in the midfield.
One player to play alongside Skip that can do
It's because our defensive midfielders are the only ones that are even like somewhat competent, right? So any attacking midfielder we have, Deli,
Trash.
Lo Celso, and Ndombele, they're all garbage right now.
So
it's
at least in this system. Still, I know what you're gonna say. You don't have to.
No, I agree with you. Actually,
I mean, Lo Celso today was awful.
Terrible.
The passes were so bad.
I mean, he's a player that's just come back from injury, man. He needs game time.
Yeah, but still, he wasn't even being pressed, man. And his passes were like a yard and a half wide or a yard short. Like, if I'm not getting pressured, I could have done better. And I'm a fat 40-year-old man.
Why is he always injured when he's at Tottenham? And yet he's fit every international break to go and play for Argentina. And when he goes and plays for Argentina, he's brilliant. I've defended this guy for a long time, but I've got to the same point where Mari is. Like, he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't want to play for Tottenham.
But still, like, this is what I'm. This is the one thing like with Celso that really ticks me off. And still, you'll know what I'm talking about. You know those types of passes, and Ndombele makes these a lot. So you have the type of passer who's really clinical in their passing. They'll lean into their pass, right? Their body will be over their kneecaps, and their butt will be out a little bit, and they'll really just kind of pop and fire that pass in there instead of that little just flick of the leg with your body leaned back. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Celso today was just completely without any intention, shoulders past his hips and then just lobbing it. And that's why your pass is a yard short. And you're playing Chelsea in a semifinal. You're not even being pressed. Why not just get your body in the right position, right? Your knees slightly bent, your butt slightly out, your shoulders in line with your kneecaps, and just play the pass right. I don't understand why a professional player has his shoulders behind his ass when he's passing a ball, not being pressed.
I think that. Now listen, I'm not going to defend the Celso because today he wasn't good, man. I sat there and I always defend him, but today I just sat and I thought, I do think though that if your style of play is to keep possession of the ball, but you're doing it for a reason, not just because possession is cool. If you can keep possession of the ball with purpose, and that's how you train as a team, week in, week out, every player will improve on their passing. But that's not the team we are, Will. This is what I mean. Like, this isn't the way we play football under Conte. Conte isn't a possession-based team. We're not.
Right, but I'm just talking about the fundamentals, though, man.
I know, but then there's a lack of repetition in the practice. There's a lack of repetition in the practice because you're not practicing it. The best way you develop technique is repetition. It's very boring. It's like martial arts. How do you practice a punch? 1, 2, 3.
Still, do you honestly believe we could play a Poch type high pressing possession system with these players that we have right now?
Hell no.
Well, Brighton do it with their players.
Okay, yeah, okay. Let me narrow this down.
Yes,
what?
I do.
All right, so
Yes, I do.
okay,
Yes, I do.
so assuming we play that style, and you would rather see us play a back four, am I right? Because we don't have the wing backs.
No. I don't mind playing with the back three, but if we're gonna play with back three, and the wing backs aren't good enough. I'd only play with one holding mid, not two. One holding mid. I'd play with two attacking mids. So I'd play 3 at the back, 1 holding mid, 2 attacking mids, 2 wide players, and 2 strikers. The way we do it with this 3-2-3 and the wingers, I don't think it works against good teams. Good teams will just suffocate the midfield, and that's where we get dominated.
I felt that our pressing was like not synchronized properly.
There's no pressing, man. There's no pressing.
No, we did some pressing. It's just that
Kane can't press. Pressing. Kane cannot press.
No,
Kane can't press, and
Moore is the
these
only
center
one that can
backs,
do it.
these center backs cannot play a high line. They just can't do it. None of these center backs can play a high line.
When they tried to press, I felt that their pressing was unsynchronized. You get 2 players like trying to cover 2 angles, and the third player wouldn't get there too late. Moore was getting there too late.
Do you know why? Do you know, Mr. K? Because it's all right if 3 press.
Yes.
But then the 2 behind are too far away. So you need the wide players to press. But this was what I was saying to you. We're not playing like a Conte team. Conte's wingers are really high up and wide. Ours are really deep. Even when we get the ball at the back, the wide players, they're too deep. We are not playing like a Conte team. We're not set up like a Conte team. Go watch Conte's team at Chelsea, how they set up. We're not set up the same way. Our wing backs are too deep. I think he's beginning to do what Mourinho did, where Mourinho was worried about us defensively, so he's being a bit more cautious on the defense.
That's exactly what he's doing. That's exactly what he's doing.
I don't know.
I've been saying this for weeks. That's what he's doing. He doesn't trust the back 3, and he doesn't trust the wing backs. He doesn't trust them to get up the pitch and then track back into defense. He doesn't trust them. Reguilon's not fit enough to do it. Sessegnon's not disciplined enough defensively to do it, and Emerson is just too damn slow. So and so is Doherty. So in general, he has to play. It is more of a back 5. Honestly, we play more of a 5-2-3 than we do play or a 5-2-2-1 than we're playing a 3-4-3. Because those wing backs are deep. Because they can't be trusted to press high up the pitch and then recover. They can't.
So then this goes back to the point I was making earlier, where you cannot play this system against half the team. But then Cody and Will say, no, play it and let the thing self-destruct so that Levy would implode.
So Conte's...
Which I don't disagree with, by the way.
Conte doesn't play a 5 at the back. So Conte's wingbacks are wingers. They're not even fullbacks. So normally
that's what we're saying, though.
Hold on, I know. Hold on.
Not playing that way.
But they're not playing that Will. That's the point.
Hold on. Yeah, that's right. I know. What I'm saying is normally that defensive midfielder who sits in that pivot in that 3-5-2 drops into the back line. That's why his left center back and his right center back are almost like fullbacks, right? Yes. So they will actually play like a 4 in the back and defend. In fact, those guys really are they're really not even dependent on to come back and defend. That's why Traore, who's worse at defending than Lucas Moura is, will be coming in to play right wing back, right? Like defense is not an issue for him, for his
But the outside center backs still won't. But either way, you run into the same problem. The outside center backs can't be trusted to push forward and recover. They can't. So yeah. I mean, even if
that's because that's why he wants to replace Davies, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why he has Romero playing on the right-handed side rather than the center.
Exactly.
Because the center back doesn't push forward. So now we have
Sanchez, who's useless on the ball, can't push forward, and can't track a ball in the air, which means he absolutely cannot push forward because you can't trust him to be able to recover because one ball over the top and he's completely burned.
That's what I'm saying. With 3 signings,
we don't have the squad to play his.
With 3 signings, we can play his system. A striker, a midfielder, and a left-sided center back. Right. So if you get a better, because obviously Emerson can't play it right. Well, yeah, well, because Emerson can't play that position.
So I think that's 4.
Will Emerson? Yeah. He never takes on the player. He never takes on the.
No, and he's apparently Brazilian. Apparently, he was supposed to be a really good dribbler, but
no. He tried. He failed every time. I saw one of the Chelsea defenders just take the ball off him. Literally take the ball off him. And then he had to run after him.
He's too slow. He's too slow.
I just don't know what his deal is, man.
He's 22. He's very young.
A couple of games he did.
Yeah.
Exactly, that's what he's asking for. But I've been saying that since Conte came in. People told me I was a dummy. But now that we know what he's asking for, it's come true.
I saw a lot of. I saw some of the problems that the younger players are having. They don't have enough experience yet.
Very good. One of the best dribblers in the league.
They're just, the maturity is just not there for them. Tanganga, right, yeah, he's a lovely lad, love him to bits, but he was taking that split second longer to decide what to do with the ball when he gets it. And as opposed to Sanchez, a more experienced defender, gets the ball and slickly moves it forward or moves it sideways.
Sanchez had a good game today, to be fair.
It's a very good game. I love the way he played. I mean, when you
Sanchez
see him with your
wasn't bad
eyes
today.
and you see him playing around with the TV cameras not there, that's when you get to see the skill of Sanchez. I mean, you know, last year we used to get scared when Sanchez had the ball, right, at his feet. Now, I look at him, he's so confident with the ball at his feet, which is amazing. I think it's a great transformation. Tanganga, he needs to grow a little bit more. He needs more experience. He's not quick enough.
Man. He's gone low.
Yeah, but then who's gonna come in to take his place? We're gonna
Joe
be
Rodon. Joe Rodon, just sitting there doing nothing.
Wait a second, Joe Rodon, who's been on the pitch once?
Yeah, but
there's no sign there. If you're
why
gonna
is he
send somebody
still
on
there?
loan, it'd be him.
What's the point of keeping him there?
No idea. What's he on? £9,000 a week? £7,000 a week?
Yeah, that's good. He costs the club nothing, and I mean there already are rumors in the market about him getting a loan or a transfer away.
I mean, see, this is the difference between Emerson and Torre, right?
Yep.
It's huge.
What
forward.
colour's Traore?
Green.
Green, yeah.
Technically, bloody hell. What's ATT?
Attacking.
Attacking.
Creativity.
Creativity, defending.
Defense and tactical.
So he's better
Technical,
at everything,
yeah.
really, except for defending.
Tactical and
He's
defending.
an awful defender, actually.
Yeah. Worse than Moore on defending, but he's better than Moore on creativity, attacking, and technical ability.
Can I just say to Aaron in the comments, Aaron.
Which one?
Aaron Dub. I never said it's all the manager's fault for Ndombele being a flop. I've never blamed the managers. I blame the owners for changing the managers all the time and changing managers that play different styles of football all the time. I'm blaming the continuity or the lack of planning by the club with the football team. I believe that has helped fuck up a lot of players at Tottenham. That's what I was getting at. I do not blame the managers. I don't blame
long
them.
and thick.
Look how long and
my
thick that
God.
green box is.
Oh,
I thought you didn't
God.
like stats, Jacob.
Jacob, bro, chill. I know you love Adama, but man,
Dude, this guy.
He's been stroking his microphone too much.
This show's been going on for 3.5 hours, and he's literally spent 3.5 hours talking about Adama.
I feel like I feel like he's on his laptop and he's just sitting in like a kiddie pool that's filled with Johnson and Johnson's baby oil, and he's just
Jose,
like,
Jose, you gotta jump out there and just get your man smell and just jump out there and grab something if you want to talk. Don't be shy.
1, 2, 3. Okay, I'll introduce Gil. That was one of the most exciting things I saw on display today. Was Gil. As soon as he came on, oh my days!
You mean how bad he was?
The action, the ability on the ball. I loved it. He's young. He's very, very young. But
I
there's so much.
Yeah, I like watching my son play U14 football as well, but I don't want him starting for Tottenham Hotspur.
Well, he's not starting. He's too young to start. But what I'm saying is he's developing, and at the same time, he's developing more than he was at the beginning of the season. And secondly, there's a real tenacity about it.
Listen,
he really gets out and about.
I get super excited every time I watch my son play. Right, I do. I'm seriously. Well, not every time. Sometimes I get really mad too. But.
Listen, you can't be watching our team thinking that you're going to be happy when they get success, because that's just not happening. You're just going to have to find different ways to be happy with the team.
I get happy when they play well.
You gotta see the potential in this guy, though. I know he's not that great right now because he's young. He's a kid.
I don't.
Gotta see the potential.
I don't.
In him. Oh my God.
I don't see it. I see Lamella 2.0 is what I see. That's the potential that I see.
No,
Really?
A guy that runs hard and has no end product. That's what I see.
He took a shot. I'm sure he took a shot.
No shots today.
Lamelo didn't run hard.
Might have had one blocked.
Do you know what's actually quite funny about today's game? There was enough moments in the game. Had we made the right decisions, we could have scored 4 or 5 goals.
Four goals easily. 4. Like
when Harry Kane passed
Harry Kane's
the ball
pass to Lucas Moura was so bad.
Instead of
so bad.
Fucked it. The other one was Lucas Moura. Instead of just chipping the ball over the goalie, he passes to Kane for the offside decision. Then there was the
That's because Harry Kane yelled at him when he took that shot like before.
Yep.
When he had the keeper and Kane was off to the right and he took the shot himself from the D. Kane, if you watch that, Kane yells at him.
He was losing his mind today.
Yeah, like, what are you doing? Blah blah blah. I was standing right, and so Moura, instead of taking the chip.
Then there was
Guys, I haven't watched any of the replays or slow motions or anything like that.
Don't do it.
That penalty decision was the out. It was a penalty or not?
No.
No,
It
both
None
the
of them were
decisions
penalties.
today were correct.
Then there was
I'm talking about the free kick they took instead of the penalty.
Well, the free kick could be argued to be because his momentum was carried into the box, and according to the law, right? If your momentum carries you into the box, it can still be given as a penalty. So the Højbjerg one, where the knees collide on the line,
No, I saw
could
that
have
very,
been
very
considered
clearly.
a penalty. That one, it could be questionable. The other one,
That's the one I
not a
thought
penalty at
was-
all.
That's the one I thought was a penalty because I was watching it right there. I could actually see it because I was literally in the corner where I was sitting, and it was right there in front of me. And I said to myself, 100% that's a penalty.
Yeah, no, the one on the keeper wasn't a penalty at all. He got to the ball clean and
James.
Yeah,
good tackle.
the Mora one. I saw that on the big screen, and it showed basically that he didn't actually get the ball first at all. He just carried
James
it
is
over.
right.
Yeah, Winks
James
had
is right. There was
bad
another
passes
chance
today.
where Winks overhit the pass when Kane was through. That was the third
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, he was
That was
clearing
bad, too.
on the goal.
Fucking
Too
ridiculous.
much weight.
completely straight. It wasn't even too much weight. It was completely straight.
And the fourth one was when we broke, the ball went out wide, and Emerson crosses the ball to the corner flag on the other side of the fucking
Yeah, and he was
pitch.
nobody. There wasn't a man within 3 yards of him.
Will, do you know what's funny? Someone, I think it was Tottenham Hotspur or Spurs Web or one of these Everything's Great at Tottenham channels. They put a tweet out of a video.
Sure, it wasn't Cheese Room.
Conte working his magic, practicing on the things that need to be practiced. And it's a video of Emerson
Doing
I saw
crosses,
that.
and
I
each
saw
cross
that.
looked like garbage, and it was in practice.
Not only that, but Davinson Sanchez took a cross, and it was better than all of the ones that Emerson took.
Dude,
That is embarrassing. Are you serious?
I replied.
Oh, my
I replied to that video saying, "Why is he practicing crosses with no defenders in the penalty box
No pressure.
and no one trying to tackle him?
Yeah.
It's not realistic."
Well, he's got to start somewhere. If it's already bad with no defenders, you got to start there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like you
This
learning
is a
how to fight.
professional
It's like you learning how to fight.
Yeah, Emerson did have a
Premier
header too that
And
he
no one
probably
throwing
should have
punches
put
at you.
away.
That was a good save Kepa made.
That was
Yeah.
a great save, Cody. I was right behind that. That was such a good save, man.
Man, I really think that if
He's a good
it
backup.
just sucks
goalie.
that Kepa. It sucks that Kepa
Yeah,
is
it
at
costs
Chelsea.
80 million pounds. That's why
It sucks that he's at Chelsea because he would be a perfect replacement for Lloris. And I mean,
Kepa,
yeah,
do you watch Chelsea?
it's not that bad. It's really not. He gets a lot
Last
of
season
shit,
he was
man.
so bad, dude.
Yes, he was bad last
He got what's his name sacked, dude.
he was bad last season. I think things went sour for him and have soured for him at Chelsea ever since that League Cup game where Maurizio Sarri wanted
pulled
to
him
take
off the
him
pitch.
off and he refused. Ever
had a
since
hissy
then,
fit.
things. But honestly, I think he's a really good goalkeeper, and I think if I could take anybody's backup keeper to take, it's either him or Dean Henderson. Like if it weren't for the fact that he's at Chelsea, he would be a realistic option to actually replace Lloris. But
I still don't understand why we didn't get if we're gonna do loans for people. I don't understand. Ariel has been bouncing around from team to team to team.
He's a backup right now.
Yeah, you're talking about an experienced keeper. If you were talking about backup, he would have been a great backup that we could have just not paid anything for.
You know, if we're not going to take the Carabao Cup semi-final seriously, right? What's the point of us being in the FA Cup? Because what's going to happen when we get?
Let's take the FA Cup seriously, though. Like, if you're going to take one of the two seriously, FA Cup's the one to take serious. Right?
Yeah.
Are we going to beat Man City when we draw?
Yeah,
them?
but
are we going to beat Chelsea when we draw them?
Actually, I totally believe.
Hopefully,
as long
after
as
we
Son
sign
is in the
people,
team,
yeah.
As long as Son is in the team, we have a chance to beat Man City.
If Son doesn't play, we have no goals.
We've got no chance.
We have 0 goals.
I've been saying that.
Son is carrying the team.
Season.
Son is carrying the team attacking wise, absolutely.
First leg we had Son and we had nothing.
Will's right. Dietrich's game can cry about it.
Did we hit
He's
a raw
right.
nerve?
Do we? Is there a situation where basically you've got Kane who has the ability to basically drop back a bit, grab the ball, and pass it to one of the either Mora or Son, and Son basically benefits from the fact that Kane can do that.
Yes.
And therefore, but there's no one that can do it for Kane.
Nobody was making run. Did you see one person
When
make a
we buy
run today?
second striker, we can do that.
Kane stopped dropping deep. If you actually watch back.
Yeah,
there was no service for Kane tonight. There was no service for Kane tonight.
Well, no, I'm saying Kane stops dropping deep to pick up the ball after about 35 minutes.
Probably because doesn't want him to
he turned. No, he would pick up the ball and turn, and there was no one to play the ball to. Nobody was making that run. Son's always making that run on the left on a counter. Mora wasn't doing it. Nobody was making that run. So we just stopped.
I think that's one thing. A long time ago, when I was like messing around with like football management and software and computers, one of the things which got me the most was the fact that you have to create little pairings of players all over the place.
I hope so. I hope it gets done tomorrow.
Right?
Yep,
So
I want them to play on Sunday.
If you look at the pairing between Son and Kane, it works perfectly. Well, it used to work a lot more perfectly, but it still works today. But if you look at the rest of the pitch, there needs to be more pairings.
Yep.
Players that are comfortable with each other and they can work off each other.
Mr. K, right. This is the problem with us achieving that. You're right. There should be many teams on the pitch. The left back and the left winger should be a pairing. The centre backs, the two holding mids, the two. You're right. You're absolutely right. The problem is every fucking week I don't know who's going to start in that midfield.
But that's because Conte turned around and said, "Look, I need two players in each position." When you get something similar to that, as much as you can for that, that's when you're going to start to see regular pairings appear.
You don't know who's going to start in the wide areas, and you don't know who's going to start in the middle anymore. Today,
right?
I expected Skip to start. Why did Skip not fucking start against Chelsea? He's the best midfielder.
I would have rather seen Skip and
he's
Winks.
On the fucking bench again.
I would have rather seen. That's the only thing I'm upset about Skip.
That needs to be the pairing going forward. Is Skip and Winks in the league? That needs to be the pairing.
He sabotaged the game.
I think he did too.
To send a message.
Yes.
He doesn't do that.
This is exactly like that Everton Cup game last year with Mourinho. It's the same thing happening again.
Why else would he put
Doherty
in again at left?
Everybody look, I don't have the players. He's doing the same thing that Mourinho did in that game.
No crossing. Had to come back on his right foot the whole game.
Do you know the only player on that entire pitch today that actually went and attacked with the ball at his feet was Lucas Moura?
Yeah, he was good today. Moura was good today. Kane was fairly good today.
Lo Celso was shit. Emerson was
Kane
shit.
could have been better.
Højbjerg was okay.
Højbjerg was all right.
Winks
was okay.
But then faded out.
I don't think he was used to playing 90 minutes.
Ben Davies didn't do anything. Tanganga was...
Ben Davies wasn't good or bad. Ben Davies is actually probably partially at fault for that corner. It was Emerson and Davies and Højbjerg who are at fault for that corner.
Just when we get that ball at the back or in the holding mid area, there is literally nothing in the middle of the pitch. And there's nothing going wide. It's like, oh my God.
No, defending those corners was absolutely terrible. The way they left massive gaps. And I was shouting. I was thinking to myself, I know where...
Look, I'm telling you, I'm not a fan of Torre either as a winger. I'm not. Because then he has to score goals. But as a right wing back, if he only scores 3 or 4 a season, that's great, right? So that's kind of right up his vein. And second of all, in the box for corners, the dude is strong.
Yeah.
Right? He's strong. He's gonna be a lot better force defensively in the box. It's where we suck at anyway. Like open play, I'm not really concerned about his defensive abilities because we should have Romero there covering his a-hole.
Exactly. Right? And that's to Mr. K's point about the partnerships. I mean, on that right-hand side, if we could have Adama and Romero right behind him to cover him defensively, I mean, we'd be real dangerous down that right-hand side.
I'm a little
and that
nervous
also
about what Jacob's
takes the
doing.
attention off Son on the left-hand side.
What the fuck did you ask him?
I didn't ask him anything. I'm just talking about Adama. He's like,
he's replying.
Let me do it in his voice too.
So strong, Will. Yeah. So strong.
Oh my god.
I'm afraid that Jacob's going to clip that and do weird things with it.
Guys, I've not really seen Adama do that many crosses. Is he any good?
He's not
better than Emerson.
He lacks the finishing as well, correct? I remember he missed that goal against Spurs.
Compared to wingers. Like, so if you're comparing him to a winger, yeah, he's garbage. If you're comparing him to fullbacks and wingbacks, decent.
A decent fullback and a decent wingback can cross the ball.
This guy
he can cross the ball.
He can cross.
If you can cross the ball, then that's perfect. Then
that Lee McQueen on Twitter today.
Oh, that guy is insufferable, man.
He tweets, Emerson, everyone's on his back. Please remember, he's only 22. He's moving to a new
Cody's
country.
best friend.
Wait. He's moving. He's 22. He's young. He needs time. He's moved to a new country. He's got to learn the language. I replied saying, "What language do you need to learn to cross a fucking ball properly?"
Exactly my point, but apparently I'm wrong.
Oh my god.
What language are we waiting for him to learn? English?
Got an argument for like 2 days with Cody's Twitter followers about the exact same thing.
Mexican? Like, what language have you got to learn to cross a fucking ball? How do these people get a voice? Why do people follow them? I don't understand.
I don't know either. They have no idea what they're talking about.
Everyone just subscribe, yeah. So I'm gonna say that's really good. Yeah, just subscribe to that. Subscribe. I couldn't believe what I was reading, man. I was like, And they get like 1,250 like hearts on Twitter.
So he's at 25% in his crosses. I think Emerson's at like 22%.
He's shit, man. He's shit. He's not good enough for Tottenham. He'll never be good enough for Tottenham. I don't care what Conte does. He will never be good enough. I can tell. He hasn't got the confidence to take on a player. You can't teach that to someone in their 20s. If you haven't taught a player how to beat a man when they're in their young age, you've missed the boat. You've missed the opportunity. You can't teach someone at 14 how to dribble. You've missed the boat.
Yeah, you got to teach them. They got to be dribbling.
If you're 22 and you can't dribble, 10. You're done. You're not a dribbler. It's over.
I don't know. Maybe he's worth keeping as like a backup to Romero on the right-sided center back.
No,
maybe he'd be better
you got
there.
Tanganga for that. You just play him. You play him in cup matches and stuff like that. Or if you want to,
Tanganga needs to go on loan. I'm a huge fan of his, but like, he needs to go get some time in the championship, like Skip did.
We just don't have enough center backs to do that, though. We have to have 2 guys in every position, so you have to have 6 center backs. We can't send them out on loan.
6 centre back.
We have.
You know, one thing I was
in
impressed
this first team, you have to have 6 center backs. If you're playing 3 at the back, yeah.
How many have we got that are good enough right now? 2.
Well, I mean, you'd have like Sanchez behind Romero. You know, Rodin. You can only send one of them, Rodin or Tanganga, on loan. That's the only people you could do.
Well,
and you don't have anybody. Davies is a backup. If you sign another left,
do you know what was the funniest thing tonight? When he made his substitutions, Tuchel, and he took the absolute piss out of Conte. Right? He brought on Ziyech.
Oh my
God. N'Golo Kante off the bench.
Kante. Kai have this array. Pulisic. They've all come on. Right, and he looked at Conte, and I honestly swear to God, he whispered, "Look what I've got."
They literally got stronger.
He deliberately made those subs to say to Conte, "Look what I've got." What about you?
Thiago Silva comes on. I don't know why.
Thiago Silva comes on.
Honestly, you're right. Thiago Silva comes on. I don't know what for, but just
Thiago Silva as well for no reason.
Loftus-Cheek comes on. Kante comes on. Ziyech comes on, and Alonso comes on.
There was no reason.
He's getting the COVID players some fitness before the Man City game.
They're 3-0 up. They're 3-0 up. The game's over, and he brings on 5 top players, and he looks at Conte. I swear to God, he took the piss, man. He took the fucking piss today.
That's why I'm
The
saying
bench
I
was
believe,
worth 200 million.
That's why I believe Conte did this on purpose. That lineup, everything. He knew what was going to happen today.
And like the 5-year-olds on the bench too. Bringing in U14s to sit on the bench.
There was two players on our bench. I don't know who they
today,
are.
it's different,
I don't know who
but-
Maxim is. I don't know who the fuck Maxim is.
I don't know who it is either.
He's Estonian.
He's Estonian, yeah. Okay, good.
He's a right back.
It's good to know. Oh, right back, good.
Slash center back. He's
Yeah,
played a few
Pakistoki.
for
Pascozzi.
Oh, yeah, I know who Pascozzi is. Was that Maximum?
Yeah, I think his name's
I know who that is.
Maxim Pascozzi.
He was
actually
good
not
in
bad.
preseason.
He's actually not bad.
Yeah,
so
he was very
so he'll probably make his debut at left back for us.
He starts for the
That's the way it's
Estonian
looking,
national
yeah.
team, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Listen, in Tottenham, if you don't play out of position, you will never make it. You will never make it at Tottenham. You've got to play out of position.
I mean, say we can't get Vlahovic. We got Bone Star 2K here with the.
I've got the shout for this.
$6.81 super chat. AED is what?
But it's not a saturated market.
What's AED currency?
I have no idea.
Australian.
No, it's not
European
Australian.
dollar.
That's just a dollar.
Arab.
United Arab Emirates.
I thought that was UA. Is that what it is? United Arab Emirates dollar?
Dirham.
Dirham.
Oh, is
it's
that
about
dirhams?
Yeah, $6.81.
You divide it by
Bonus Star
5.
2K.
Just divide it by 5.
Dubai.
Dirhams were more expensive than the dollar.
It's actually more than that. $6 and 68.
UAE,
$6.81.
What he says.
But in
That's
British
cool,
currency,
man. Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks for tuning in. He comes up. Bone Star's on the show all the time. He says
Star 2K.
who. I think he's even come on the show a couple times. Correct me if I'm
Oh,
wrong.
really? I don't think I've
yeah.
been on with him before. That's cool.
Conte also wants a second striker. If Vlahovic is not possible, who else do you guys think we should go for in this saturated market?
Pookie from Norwich.
No way.
No.
Although he does have more goals than Kane this season.
I've got a better striker from the championship.
The thing is that, I mean,
It's not a joke.
Cody, Matt, what do you have to say about that?
Oh, apparently we're allowed to go back further into a player's history to judge them. So Kane over the last 6 years has been one of the most dominant strikers in all of world
What are you talking
football.
about?
So we could just count it that way, right?
I don't
Doesn't
know what
matter.
that sarcastic
Doesn't matter what
tone
his
means.
form is since the start of this season, right? Like
Wait,
Højbjerg.
you're talking about Højbjerg?
No,
Højbjerg's
not
form
Ivan
for this
Toney.
season hasn't been as bad as Kane's. I don't even want to hear that. It's ridiculous.
Not Ivan Toney. Come on.
You play raspberries.
No.
I think Højbjerg
Højbjerg
had as
is
many goals
dog
as Kane
shit.
did up until like 2 weeks ago.
Dog shit.
I don't even know who's available that's any good.
I'm telling you who we should get.
Tony's not available.
Ben Brereton Diaz from Blackburn Rovers in the championship. He
No,
scored
I'm done
20.
with championship strikers.
No, he scored 20 goals. He's tall. He's athletic. He's got some pace, and he started for Chile in the Copa America, and he played. Yeah, his mom's. No, it's Chile. That's Chile.
It's Chile.
That's not how you pronounce it.
Chile.
Anyway,
I think Uruguay as opposed to Uruguay.
yeah, his mom is Chilean, and so he was able to register for Chile because somebody found that out through playing like Football Manager or something. There's a crazy story, but anyway, he started for Chile in the Copa America, and he was really good. He was actually really good for them. Scored a couple goals, and he's having an outstanding season at Blackburn in the championship. Who are honestly, they're not really a great
How old
team
is he?
otherwise. He is 22.
No.
22 years old.
I don't want to sign anybody under 25 for that position.
He's a bat. I mean, I think he would.
I don't want a
as
backup.
Okay,
we
well,
need
even
somebody
at
to
one
play
position,
alongside him to start.
20 goals.
But
It's
Will
needs to start.
January. He scored
Vlahovic
20
is
goals
21,
in
Will.
it's January.
Vlahovic is
Yeah,
21.
but Vlahovic is a different beast. You're talking Holland, Vlahovic, Mbappe. Those
Bro,
guys are exceptions to the
half
25
team
rule.
in the championships or like in the championship or could probably play well with the bottom half of Serie A right now. Honestly,
do you know
they
a
could probably
striker?
hold their own. The
I
championship
like
is a tough league.
I tell you a striker I like the look of, right? I don't know his name.
Guys, I'm going to make a quick move out. I'm sorry, it's like 6:15 in the morning for me.
Yeah.
Got things to get ready for, get the kids up soon. So it's been an absolute pleasure coming on here. Thank you very much, Will, for making that lovely video. Honestly,
You're welcome, my friend.
It topped a beautiful experience for me. Stelios, absolutely, thank you very much for pestering me yesterday to make sure I took that ticket.
Thank you for standing there with a burger in your hand, looking clueless.
I don't mind. That was a nice burger, by the way. I went back to the stand and actually thanked them.
I think Cody says he's got to check out too because it's like 1 o'clock in the morning for him. He's got work in the morning.
Guys, good night. Come on, you Spurs.
Good night.
And viewers out there, smash a like, smash a subscribe. If you can, share this stream with everyone. You can. And if you haven't seen that video, please go and watch it.
Yeah, go watch Mr. K's video.
And everyone email Daniel Levy to resign.
And with that, Levy out.
Levy out.
The striker.
Cody, hold on. Cody's guy said he's got to go too. So
all right, let Cody go.
Yep. Everybody
See
have
you,
a good
Cody.
night. Yep.
Have a good night.
everybody go follow Cody on Twitter. He's one of my. If you too. Go follow Cody on Twitter. He's one of my favorite guys to pester on Twitter. You have to please, people are watching if you're a new subscriber, because we did get about I don't know, like all of a sudden Spurs YouTube opened up again. Got like 5 or 6 new subscribers today, just during the show. So Cody and I always razz each other. So it don't think it's like, oh man, like they don't like, no, we're like a married couple. So but yeah, so back to the strikers.
So I've been watching a bit of Portuguese football lately, and there's a player, I don't know his name, damn it, I keep forgetting. I think he's really, really good. But he plays forward for Benfica. I don't know, if you can get the list of Benfica names up, it'll click in my head. I haven't heard that.
Benfica.
Yeah. I think he looks quite young, actually.
Darwin Nunez?
No.
Or Everton?
Yaremchuk?
Ooh, no.
Are you sure it was Benfica?
Yeah.
Nunez, Silva, Grimaldo.
Everton, Nunez, Yaremchuk, Silva, Seferovic, Ramos, Pino.
He's
I will say Yaremchuk.
He's black skinned and he looks young.
We don't. Everton maybe.
Is it Everton?
Only one who's dark, or maybe Ramos.
How old are they?
Ramos is 20.
Yeah.
And the other dude, Everton, is 25.
How many goals? I think it's Ramos. How many goals has they scored, Will?
Ramos looks older than the other dude, though. He was younger. Let me see.
Where's the other?
Ramos has scored 1 goal. Everton scored 2. 3 assists.
No, man.
Darwin Nunez has 13 goals.
How old's he?
Yeah, this guy's got like white hair, and he's definitely not.
Nunez is 22.
Yeah, that's him young. That's the one.
He's got 14 goals and...
Yeah,
13 goals and 14 appearances.
2 assists.
Right. I think that's the one. He...
In the Premier La Liga.
He looked like a player. I've only watched 2 games.
3 in the Champions League.
I've only watched 2 games, but he looks like a real player.
Or Ryan.
22. Is he any good, Jose? Is he any good? Do you know
I'm reading stats to you, brother. I don't know if he's actually.
Uruguay.
Yeah, it's from Uruguay.
At his national debut, he'll probably be in there now that what's his name retired. I guess that's Argentina. But
I think he'll be cheap.
I mean, you YouTube the guy, and it's like Darwin Núñez is unstoppable. Darwin Núñez, perfect striker.
Just watching a bit of Portuguese football, he looked like a player to me.
He had 32 goals and assists.
Yeah, this guy looks like Dusan Vlahovic, though.
Well, it might be a cheaper version that no one's talking about. How much is he worth, do you reckon?
It'll tell me here.
No one's talking about it.
I think transfer market's down right now.
Yeah, it's down. 24 million is what it's.
24 million for a 22-year-old striker who scored 13 goals in 14 games. Listen.
Yeah, but what's his name was the golden boot in that league when we signed him.
He never played though, man. He never got game time.
And he's 6'2" as well.
Maybe. The thing is, he scored in the Champions League, which is good. You said he got 3 goals in the Champions League.
Yeah,
that's
3
good.
goals in the Champions League.
Listen, I'm telling you, maybe that's a hidden gem. I should become a
Could be.
scout. I like the look of that Alvarez from Real Athletic. Oh my god. From
Benfica
River
just
Plate.
signed him though in 2020 for 24 million.
Oh yeah, I mean Alvarez. Yeah, but that's one for the future. I mean, to
He
make
looks
the
really
jump
good.
from
Yeah, he looks really good. But
Jonathan
make that jump
David
from
would be worth.
Argentina to the Premier League. I mean,
Jonathan David wouldn't be a bad signing either, but I don't think they'll sell him though. I just don't think he's up for sale.
he would be expensive if they would.
I
mean,
think
that's why.
Yeah.
That's why I brought up Brereton Diaz, just because it's a realistic signing. It's a signing we could make easily.
I'm done with
he's
these little
affordable.
10 million pound striker things. I'm
But
done with
we
them.
haven't brought any from the championship in years, and I just think that like he's English, he'll come in, slot in straight away, he'll have no problems adjusting to the atmosphere and everything else. It's just
What about the pace?
how he does on the pitch. That's the thing. But I mean, again, it's January and he's already scored 20 goals in the championship.
I mean,
in
we
an
could have
average
gotten in.
Blackburn
We could have gotten in
Riverside.
Calvert-Lewin. We could have gotten in Watkins. We could have gotten in Tony. We didn't move for any of those guys.
Well, I think Watkins would have been a good choice. I mean, the other two guys, honestly, I think are kind of overrated.
Calvert-Lewin?
Yeah, I think he's overrated. Yeah, for sure.
Him and Harry Kane would be amazing together in the pair.
Yeah, no, sure. They'd probably work fine. I don't know. I think they're too similar, actually.
Núñez.
That's why I like
Son
Brereton
Núñez.
Diaz, because he's
Núñez,
different than Harry
I'll have
Kane.
to
He's
check him
not
out.
He's not a target man. He can run in behind. He's fast. He can pass. He's a more well-rounded player, and I think he would pair well with him. So
We could always go back in for
Says he's got
Martinez.
pace. Says Núñez has
he's
pace.
fast.
We're talking about the guy from Benfica.
Well, yeah.
Listen, I was just
Núñez is
literally-
very fast. I've watched him play for Uruguay. He's a very good player, honestly.
I was just watching a bit of football because we get a lot of random European football on our Sky, and I watched a couple of Portuguese games, and he popped up, and I was like, "Who's this guy?" It's the way he moves. The way he moved, I thought, this looks like someone that's got a brain. And then I didn't know the stats about the goals though until you just told me. So
Ogazi just went to Everton.
This guy Núñez can dribble. It looks like he can dribble, and he's cool.
Can you believe that?
He's a really good player.
El Ghazi's good. El Ghazi's good. Like, he's better than any midfielder we got right now.
Yeah.
Bone Star said that Newcastle are interested in Núñez. We're not going to sign Núñez anyway, I can tell. Like, no one's talking
Why? Because
about
he's
it.
too good?
No one's talking about it. There's no rumours, there's no nothing. We're only talking about it now because I said I watched a bit of TV and I saw him. I didn't even know his name.
Like our thing is just so, our club is just so bad at scouting. It's not even funny.
Will, do you know how depressing it fucking was? I can't explain to you. It's like, it's never ending, man. When's it going to end? When is this going to end? Please, God's sake.
No, but like, why? If we're not, I don't understand.
It's the same shit every transfer window, Will. It's the same.
I just don't understand. We could have got Bailey for £30 million last
We're
season.
going to sign Traore on the 31st of January when we accept a bid of 22 million from Ajax from Bergwijn. We're just going to take the Bergwijn money, give it to Wolves, and Lloris is going to sign a new contract. And there you go. We've signed Traore, and Lloris is staying. We've
Biggest
done it,
signing
guys.
of the window.
We've done it.
And maybe a pre-contract. I think we might get a pre-contract.
And then Conte's going to lose the fucking
Pre-contract with Kessie that we would have just gotten on a free anyway. So we're going to pay to sign him now so he can come in the summer when we could have gotten him for free.
Kessie,
but like El Ghazi, dude. It doesn't say what it is. It says on loan. They got him on loan. They're not even paying anything.
Who's El Ghazi?
He's the midfielder for Aston Villa that was like that scored half their goals with Grealish.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
Right. They got him on loan.
McGinn's a good player for Aston Villa.
Yeah, that's why El Ghazi doesn't play so much, is because McGinn is just really good.
Who's that player scoring quite a few goals for West Ham at the moment?
Bowen.
Oh no, nah, he's not that good. He's
scoring a lot of goals.
He reminds me of Smith Rowe, you know. He reminds me very much of Smith Rowe.
He's not a bad player.
Their other attacking players
scored 2 today.
Draw defenses away, draw more attention from defenders. I think he just ends up in the right place.
He's kind of like he's kind of like a Højbjerg type player, but scores more.
Do you know what?
He's a hard worker and he's fat and he does have some pace, but I don't think he's really all that good.
He gets forward more.
He's good in the team.
He's a good
in the team. He's a good piece in the team, but he's not somebody I'd ever want to bring to Spurs. No.
I'd like to see Declan Rice next to Skip with Madison just in front
goals.
of him.
I'd like to see.
Declan Rice is fantastic. I hate that they have him. He's too good for that.
No, if we're gonna get Declan Rice, we need to sell one of Skip or Højbjerg. I'm sick of having like 550 defensive midfielders, man.
But you say
call us defensive midfield FC.
You say here we are. You say Declan Rice is too good for West Ham, but West Ham are 4th in the league.
Yeah, I know, it sucks.
They're better than all of us.
Yeah, it won't last though. It won't last.
Once Rice gets sucked up by City, Chelsea, or Liverpool, West Ham goes right back down to 7th and 8th.
Do you know what? I would take Cavani on loan to the end of the season. Mr. Casey Edison Cavani. I'd take him on loan for 6 months.
He'd score 10.
I'd take Bale back. I'd take Bale back right now.
This whole Eriksen talk
if he scores
man.
goals,
I'm so down
I'll
with
take
that.
him as well. If he's going to score, apparently he's not having a good time.
Bale always scores goals when he plays.
But like Eriksen, people are talking about bringing Eriksen back. No,
that's
not having it, dude.
There's no way.
Not having it.
He couldn't wait to leave.
Couldn't wait to leave, and now he's going to come back because he can't play anywhere else, and so we're going to put Pickwatt. Just be all sentimental.
How is Eriksen going to run the kilometers required in a Conte system? How is he going to do that?
How are we going to get insurance?
Conte doesn't play a defensive or a number 10 type system. He doesn't have a 10.
Well, no, he fit him in as a deep-lying playmaker when he was at Inter Milan. That's how Eriksen ended up getting into the team. He had to adjust.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he does. He switches 10s to 6s and has them play as a deep-lying playmaker.
I mean, Eriksen was good in the role when he did it because he could make all the passes. He can pass and hit any.
I mean, that's why Winks
on the
is
field. So, yeah, exactly. And that's why it should be Skip and Winks. And that's what we need to play with going forward.
No, we need Winks and 2 actual midfielders, like a Winks, Son, McKinney. That would be a freaking midfield.
I agree with that. I'm talking about what's actually going to happen in the next game against Arsenal at the weekend. I would love to, even if we do sign a midfielder, which we probably won't, but even if we do, like tomorrow, they're not going to play in the North London derby. So
as long as we stop Martinelli, we won't lose. If we don't stop Martinelli, we'll lose. If we stop Martinelli, we can get a 1-1 draw. I don't think we're going to lose to Arsenal, man. I've said it all week. We are not losing to Arsenal.
They're going to be weaker.
Son is out as well.
But we don't have Son.
Not coming to our
Well,
house.
maybe. I don't know.
Son, is he still iffy?
Son always comes back faster than they say.
They're always. Yeah, they also always are deliberately.
We'll see. I don't think he'll be back for Arsenal or Leicester, but I do think he'll be back for the Chelsea away match.
We are going to get butt fucked in that game at Chelsea.
It's going to be terrible.
You know when we went to Chelsea in the first leg and we lost 2-0, in the
to
Carabao Cup.
to their C team.
Yeah, and everyone said we're lucky. It should have been 5-0. The 5-0 is coming in the Premier League match.
I don't think so. I don't think so. We always tend to do this. Whenever we lose to somebody twice in a 2-legged tie, we always beat them in that next match.
We never win
But
at Stamford Bridge.
it's the
We
next
never win
match is at Stamford Bridge.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I got a feeling.
It's a 20-year curse. Like,
I love it.
It's not going to change now.
When Will's got a thought, it's always, I don't care. I don't care what you think.
I'm telling you, I have a feeling. I could be
man's
wrong.
got a feeling.
I got no rationale or logic to back this one up. It's just a feeling.
Honestly,
Chelsea own us, man.
I would
Chelsea
be.
fucking own
I
us.
could put up with everything else that's been going on if we could turn them over at their ground. That would be my cup final because I hate Chelsea so much. One of my best friends is a Chelsea fan. Oh God, that would mean
I don't
so
have
much
any.
to see us.
The only
finally
friend I
go to
have
Stamford Bridge.
that supports a different club is a guy who supports Liverpool. That's it.
Well, that's good because
No
Chelsea
Gooners.
fans having
Like
a
my
Chelsea
son's
fan
coach is a
friend
Gooner,
really
and that
shitty.
bothers me.
Mate, that should bother you. You should change club and coach.
Yeah.
It's time to go.
Like I go up to a parents' meeting or whatever, and I got you know me, I'm always wearing Tottenham something, and he's like, "Oh, Tottenham."
R.I.P. Club.
I'm like, "Yeah."
Yeah, that's us.
Yeah.
Do you know you should actually demand a change of coach, Will?
Well, you got to tell my son just to play better, and then he can change coaches on his own.
Has he not been playing well lately, or?
He's so weird, dude. And I don't, it might just be the age. Still, you deal with kids at all ages. I don't. He's the only one I have at this age. So, you can tell me if it's normal or not. But he's kind of in this phase right now where it's like, so he gets in the car yesterday after training, and he's like, "Dad, I had a really good match. You know, I beat all these big beat all these big kids 1-on-1. I scored like 3 or 4 goals. Nobody could stop me." I'm like, "What'd you do differently?" He's like, I just had fun. I just didn't care. I just went out and just did what I wanted to do." And I'm like, "I've been telling you to do that for the last 2 years, you weirdo." And like, because he's always in his own head. If I make a mistake, or if I do this, or if I do that, I'm like, "No, son, you're developing. Go make mistakes. Go try." Take a man on, because when he was like 12, he didn't care, dude. The kid was, like fearless. I mean, he had 22 goals and 22 assists that season, playing at basically the same level, at a different younger age, obviously, but playing at the same level that he's playing now. 22 goals and 22 assists in one season. Mm-hmm. The next season, when we moved to a bigger club, same tier, but a bigger club, that had higher tiers, because like he was maxed out the one he was at. He went to the tryout, got a little bit scared, and then has been in his own head since. And then we moved again, and he's in his head again. And like, you remember like when Brian Hill the other day, he beat that guy on the byline, or on the touch, not the byline, but the touch line. Yeah. So he cuts it back in and plays the ball into the Celso. My son did the exact same thing in a game. Not his last match, but the match before that. And almost had 2 or 3 assists that match. Like the kid, when he's not thinking. So then even this past weekend, he was playing right wing back. They were playing 3 at the back because they were just getting smashed. They were like down 3-0 at halftime. Coach switched to 3 in the back. He normally plays winger. So he's playing right back. He's in acres space. He takes guys on. He beats the right back. He left back. He beats their center back. The striker is not making a run. He's just kind of like a yard inside the other center back, the deepest lying center back. And so my son, instead of just playing the ball in, so he's like, "Well, the guy's not making a run. I was trying to keep possession," and he ended up losing the ball. But the problem is the kids that he play with, they don't play that way. They don't play to keep position. They won't make runs until he plays that ball in. Like, they just won't. They sit on the line. It's frustrating. Yes. And he gets frustrated. Dad, nobody's making a run. What am I supposed to do?
So he's getting frustrated that the players don't play to the way he plays.
Right. And I'm like, you got to adjust to them, son.
When this is exactly my argument about Ndombele.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
All right,
he's
guys,
got
I
to
gotta peace out.
take it easy, man. But
See you guys later. It's been a great show. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you
let's
Spurs.
Go get,
we'll
let's
see you
go
after
get
the
scum at the weekend,
North
man.
London
We're not losing to them,
Derby.
Kieran, don't worry. We're
Yeah,
not losing to them.
let's go get them, man. Like, we cannot, after all this, we cannot let them beat us at the Tottenham
If
Hotspur
we
Stadium.
lose to them, I'm selling all my tickets for the rest of the season because for me it's done. All
Oh
hope is
well,
gone.
maybe I can go to my first game then.
Do you live in London, Jose?
No, I'm in Los Angeles.
Well, if you fly over, you can have all my tickets.
Oh well, I appreciate that. Well, we're not gonna lose, so.
All right,
we're not.
guys. Peace. Come on,
Take it
you
easy,
Spurs.
Kieran.
Levy out.
Thanks for coming on. Always love having you on the show.
Evie out.
But yeah, so it just frustrates me, man. Like, because he's technically and tactically better than every kid on this team. Like, he should easily be playing on the first team. And now he's grown. So he was always one of the smallest kids on the team. But he had his growth spurt this winter. And he went from like 5'4", 85 pounds, and now he's 5'8", 120 pounds. In
Did that
4
affect
months.
did that affect his football?
Yeah, because he had a little bit of Oscar Slaughters.
No, I mean, did it affect the way he played? Did
No.
you find that he couldn't play quite how he used to?
He was overhitting things because he's stronger, so he hadn't gotten adjusted to his strength yet. But
Some
no.
kids, when they get a growth spurt, their balance and coordination needs
No, he still
realignment
beat-
because they're not used to that height. They're not used to that.
No, see, he was kind of weird. He was always
ability they've got.
So he was always kind of a weird player. When he was smaller, he was
got a weird dad.
He does have a weird dad. But when he was younger, even when he was 11 or 12, he always ran like a tall kid.
Yeah.
So people used to tell me, like, they used to really frustrate me. They used to tell me, well, he's just too small. He's too small. He's too small. He's too small. And I said, do you watch him run? And they're like, what do you mean? And I said, well, I mean, you're not tall, so maybe you don't know. He runs like a tall person. He's going to be big. Not like not me big, but he's going to be 6'1", 6'2". Like, he's going to be that size. He's going to weigh about 170 pounds fit. He's going to be a player that is physically going to be able to dominate games. You need to teach him that way, that style. You need to help him to be physical. Well, sir, I understand you're his dad and da-da-da-da, but, you know, he just doesn't have that size. He will. So when he did have the growth spurt, it hasn't affected his coordination on the ball because he already moved like a tall person anyway.
Well, do you know what? I wouldn't worry too much about physical because once you get to 16, 17, it's the technical players that take over anyway. That's why Xavi and Iniesta, they bossed the midfield in Spain.
Yeah,
And
but I
for
mean, the
Barca.
problem is if his confidence gets so bashed up before he gets there, that's my thing, is I'm worried that it's going to keep him because it's
So confidence comes from progress, not from trying to be the finished article. I'll give you an example. If you go to the gym, if you focus on benching like the same weight as the guy next to you who's been there for 2 years, you're never ever gonna be confident. But if you go to the gym and you say, right, I need to bench press 20 kilograms, and then you do it, and then you go to 22, then to 25, and then after a month you're benching like 30 kg from never doing benching. That progress is where confidence comes from. So you've got to keep going. So because if you keep going, you'll get progress. Once you get progress, you build momentum. That's where confidence comes from. So if his
but see, that's the
so
hard part.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying to you. So if his confidence takes a knock, go back to building momentum. If you focus on building momentum, confidence comes from that, not from...
Because we have moments like the kid played rec league, then he went to travel, then he went to like top team in the state, top club in the state, top club in the region.
The best momentum he can have is just by being selected to start every single week and playing in the position that he loves. That's why I'm critical of when people bash Tanganga. I say he hasn't been given 10 games in a row. Like,
yeah, he always used to be starter, or at least play the majority of the minutes. Like in our system, players have to have a minimum of 25% playing time because they're paying for it, right? So even if they're crap, they have to play at least 25% of the minutes. He normally was, played 75% of the time anyway. But but this season, because we came in late and we missed tryouts, he's not allowed. He's only allowed to even go to a match, to even dress, if somebody's missing, because the roster was already full. They brought him onto the team to get him into the pipeline.
Do you know something that's not helping you here? Your system in America. The system is hurting you here because in the UK, like just my area, my zip code, there's about 70 clubs. So I could just say, right, pull him out, we're going to that club. In fact, let's go to that club. In fact, I've got so many options that I can find a space that works for him, the coach is good for him, and where the club will push him. And let's say I get to that point where I say, right, we can't do no more here. You can go to the next level of club, and there'll be lots of options. You just don't have options in America. You don't have enough options.
Here in Atlanta, I have options, but the options to get farther and farther away. So, which I don't mind driving an hour. No, but I just rather not.
When I say options, I mean options that work for everyone, the family. It's like without you killing yourself for it, man. Because that's not you can't do it. That's not just, like Chelsea. Hardly ever do any of my players sign for Chelsea because the distance involved is ridiculous. It's like they're not prepared to do it.
I drove an hour to training every day when I lived in North Carolina.
Chelsea's not a realistic option. Yeah, but I think in America you're used to those long journeys because you're such a vast land. But
the problem here in Atlanta is when I was in North Carolina, there was traffic, but it was small town traffic, so it was doable. But here in Atlanta, around 5, I mean, you can ask, Jose from California, from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., it's like you might as well get out and walk. You'd get there at the same time.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. No better way to put it. It's just all you see is red lights in front of you from the brakes.
It's ridiculous. And I live on the highway, like I live on off of 85, which is the busiest highway in Atlanta. So.
Yeah, here in Los Angeles, no traffic commute, a 10-minute no traffic commute with traffic here. You're talking about an hour. Yeah. It's crazy.
Do you know, that's one of the only places I've been to in America I didn't like was LA. But I think it's a place you need to know someone to really see LA properly.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. It's not like New York where you go
to Manhattan,
Times
you're
Square.
cool. Yeah.
Exactly. Like you need to have somebody to know. Yeah, like Orange County with Disneyland and all the theme parks.
New York, Miami, San Francisco. I went to this fucking small place.
Miami's not easy to find something fun to do either, really.
Unless you're on the South Beach.
Just hang around the beach.
I love Miami. But then again, I live in the cold country, so anywhere with the beach and the sea is great. Austin,
you just hang out on the beach. Yeah, anywhere you can just walk up the coast of Miami and be fine, right? But when you get outside of that beach area, there's not a whole lot to do unless you know what you're talking about.
Austin was my favorite place. I loved Austin.
Texas, huh?
I loved Austin. Austin is great. Phoenix, went to Scottsdale. That was pretty cool.
Come to Atlanta sometime, man.
I will.
We'll do a show from in here. I have a whole camera.
COVID shut me
COVID's
down.
done.
COVID, we couldn't come to America for ages.
Like I got a whole place to do for someone else to sit.
I can see beer. That's good.
Yeah, it's just empty cans from.
Most important.
Yeah. I tell you, Santa Barbara was lovely. I love Santa Barbara.
Oh yeah, beautiful place.
Beautiful place, man.
Yeah.
Down south. What's it called?
San Diego.
That was okay. Gaslamp District. That was pretty.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one place where it was just fucking crackhead shit. like I don't want to go back there again, was New Orleans, man.
Really?
Mardi Gras is okay, but anytime else, it's not good.
No. Every 2 minutes, you got $1, you got $1, you got a cigarette, you got a bud. I was like, just leave me alone, man.
Oh, well, that's LA now as well.
Police sirens going off every 2. I spoke to someone.
And you like San Francisco? It's almost the city of America.
San Francisco is interesting because, like, one day it's like terrible, the next day is pretty cool. It's like I like the mix, but New Orleans is just broken, man. The place is broken. And I was speaking to a cab driver there, and he said to me, ever since Hurricane Katrina hit, it changed everything, man. It changed everything for them. It lost its soul because people relocated across from Houston and I forgot what it's called, Lafayette to, and he was telling me the story, man. I actually felt sorry for them, but it was too much for me. I can't take that shit. When I'm on holiday, I don't need that shit in my life. It's too yeah.
Yeah, it's a big problem.
I want to go Chicago. I'm going Minneapolis.
I messed up my camera and it's gonna bother me.
Minneapolis.
Yeah, I'm going Minnesota in May for work.
Minneapolis is okay. It's kind of Midwestern. Yeah, it's friendly.
I've only been to New York on the East Coast. Other than that, all West Coast.
I'll tell you one place I went and it was very edgy and it was a bit grimy, but there's something about it I really liked and I don't know what, and it was Philadelphia.
Philadelphia is not a bad city. It can be dirty. It can be clean. It just depends on where you go.
But they're a bit.
Some of our
crazy.
history is there.
A bit mean, yeah.
They're a bit crazy there, man.
You gotta know somebody kind of in Philadelphia, or you can get in trouble.
I've got friends there, so. But Austin's the best place I've been to in the States.
I think we're gonna call it quitters. 4.5 hours tonight. Crazy, but yeah, I have a whole mic here, boom arm, camera, lights, just like those lights that are blue with the touch of a button, they turn white for when I have a guest in the studio. I've just never had a guest in the studio, so if you ever come to Atlanta, we can do a show from here. I have a guest room upstairs. Let me know. Plug your show, man. When are you going live next?
I don't know. Maybe I might not do it again.
I'm gonna tell you what. If Conte walks, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do a show.
I've had enough.
Conte walks.
I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna support Tottenham.
No.
That would be. But am I gonna be? Will I do YouTube? If Conte leaves, if he leaves, I'll have to take like a 2-month break. Sorry,
what is after Conte walking?
Like he quits without being back. Like so, if we sign players this window, we sign players in the summer, we sign players in the next winter window, and he gets pissed off at leaving and leaves, no problem. I'm good, right? But if we don't sign anybody this January and he walks in like March or something like that, no, man, I won't. You probably won't see me. I'm just gonna switch the channel to a U.S. men's national team channel. Just pretty honest with you.
I tell you what, James Joris, I am gonna come to Chicago one day because I was meant to come there. I had it all booked and paid, and then fucking COVID happened and everything got cancelled. So I'm gonna go there, and when I do, I'm gonna hook you up, man. I'm gonna find you and you can show me. I want a nice slice of Chicago pizza, man.
Yeah.
Everyone subscribe and like this channel. Don't worry about me and my channel. I've had enough.
So if you're subscribed to Stells, no, come on over here. But you're probably already subscribed to both. Most of my subscribers are probably subscribed to Stells anyway.
Everyone leave Tottenham away immediately. No, I'm joking. I don't know. I think we're back on.
We've been on long enough that like transfer news is starting to pop up now on my Twitter feed.
We might do a show next morning. We might do a show on Saturday.
Yeah, because it's what your time? It's 6:46 in the morning over there.
Yeah, it's 6:45. Yeah.
But
I don't know why I'm awake.
I don't know either. I didn't plan on doing this show till 1:45 in the morning either. I usually quit around 12 at the latest. So,
perks of being on the West Coast, but waking up early sucks too when it's the Prem games.
Yeah, that does.
Sometimes the 4
Even here
a.m.
on the
wake
East
ups.
Coast, man, it's like I'd love to go to more. Like I wish all the games were at 3 p.m.
I thought Atlanta's quite central.
No.
It's on the western side of the Eastern time zone. So like if I drive 35 minutes west, I'll be in the Central time zone.
On the
so
map,
it's kind of like
it's east of Texas.
Yeah. So like you see at the Mississippi River.
Yeah, east of Texas. Okay.
Get the Mississippi River, right? Where Louisiana is, New Orleans, and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's the dead center of America, pretty much, right? And then now I am 4.5 hours from Memphis, which is right on the Mississippi River. So if you could imagine driving due east for 4.5 hours in the UK, you'd probably end up somewhere in Germany. But
Atlanta always pops up on the when you look to fly to America, you've got to get a connection. Atlanta always pops up with I've got 7,000.
The main airport hub.
Yeah. 200.
It's been the busiest airport in the country for.
Yeah, it's like New York, Chicago, Atlanta, Dallas, Fort Worth are like the 4 busiest airports in America. Even LAX isn't as busy as those 4.
No,
probably.
you'd be surprised it's not as busy. Yeah, you get these Atlanta's. I never thought Atlanta would be the busiest.
Yeah, JFK, Atlanta, Chicago, Dallas, Fort Worth, then probably LAX are the 5 busiest airports.
I learned your airports by listening to Biggie Smalls in the 90s because he always used to talk about the airport codes. But anyway, we're not even talking
ATL,
about
baby, ATL.
Next topic: airport codes from
LAX.
from Biggie.
Chi-town, CHI. That's where that comes from.
Chi-town. Guys, I'm gonna go, man. I need to crash and burn.
I need to crash and burn as well. But folks at home, we will be back Sunday after the North London Derby.
God help us.
God help us. Hopefully it's not look, I don't even well, no, I do mind losing at home. Can't lose at home. It's got to be a draw at the least. Got to be a draw at the least.
We're going to win.
But hopefully it's a win. Hopefully we'll be here on good news. Like I said, follow me on Twitter. Follow Still on Twitter. Subscribe to Tottenham Away. Jose, thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me, guys.
If you're in the UK and you want to send me your match day vlog clips, just DM to me on Twitter, and I'll start doing a weekly 10-minute video or something. Just throw it up there for people if they want to do that. Don't have to, but if you would like to, I will do that for you, like I did for Mr. K today. But anyway, folks, stay strong, stay Spurs, and we will see you. Why am I changing screens when I don't need to?
Levy out.
Levy out. Back Conte. Levy out. And we'll see you next time. What am I doing? It's too late.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Let's go now.